I'm Scott Al Miller. This is my life living in Leon, Nicaragua. It is Thursday, and that means it is time for the Thursday Live. This is our big show that we do for a lot of time, all evening and stuff. And this week we're actually getting started before 3 o'clock local time, which is pretty darn early for us. And my daughter got me the artwork for this week. Check it out. Give us a thumbs up, first of all, as you're joining the live stream, or if you'll be seeing it recorded if you see me saying this. Give us a thumbs up on that. It does help out, and share with friends and all that kind of stuff. But also check out the artwork, the thumbnail on the show from my daughter Luciana. This is our last one for the year. Come on, guys. This is 1 week until Christmas. So our live stream normal dates fall on Christmas and on New Year's Eve. I don't think we're doing one on either of those. I might do a New Year's Eve. I have no promises, but I'm definitely not doing a Christmas Day live stream. I'm sure that's not going to happen. So don't plan on that. Expect to take the time off. Use it to spend time with family. If you need to, hop on the Expats group and hang out. But expect that we will be off those days. It is it's exciting to get started this early. I've already got my Duolingo done. The artwork was done early. I'm just tired enough that I didn't feel like starting a project and pushing off doing the show, but I have enough energy that we're jumping on the show and getting right to it. I'm darker than normal because of all the backlight, because it's still daylight. We often don't have that. I still have some of my morning coffee left. So this is this is how early we are. So we're getting people on, letting everybody know. No one knows what to do because they're just getting these announcements out of nowhere, and they're like, wait, is he live? Why is he live? That doesn't make any sense. Yes, we're getting everyone live. And in the news for relocation people today, we're going to talk about this while we're waiting for people to get on early. Is Bolivia is going through, which is a prime location that many people who are in the expat thinking, moving abroad kind of vein are potentially interested in. Is going through a big change, right? A lot of things are changing. The economy is changing. We don't know what's going to happen with Bolivia, but they're trying out a bunch of things. And Bolivia just went through the major change last night that after 20 years, since 2006, they have had a major subsidy for their fuel gas, for petrol, for benzene, for gasoline. And that subsidy has kept the price flat since 2006. Last night, they rescinded that subsidy. And that doesn't mean that their gas is crazy expensive, but to Bolivians, it more than doubled overnight. And so they are now in a crisis because no one knows what to do. Imagine if your fuel, like we're used to about $5, imagine it going to $10, right? Or if you're in the US, it's like $3.50 to $4 last I looked. So imagine it going to $7 or $8. It wouldn't be quite as crippling. It would be pretty crippling. You'd be like, what? I mean, I can still go to the grocery store, but I have to rethink all my travel. Right, you really have to kind of stop and evaluate everything that you're doing, because suddenly the cost of just driving to places becomes considerable potentially. And in a country like Bolivia, where the cost of living is higher, incomes are lower, not higher than it's got a very good cost of living, right? But in a place where the incomes tend to be a bit lower, that change can be crippling. Ambiente is first one on super early stream. Not complaining, just surprised. I'm honestly surprised too. I actually took a nap, and I'm working very hard on introducing this word into Spanish. So if you speak Spanish, I am working on the verb siestar. It's not a real word. Spain does not recognize it, but I think that's Spain's fault. That's not on me. Fui siestando un rato antes de live stream, and we actually lost our small dog. And by lost, I mean he fell asleep underneath some furniture and no one knew where he was. So I heard everyone freaking out looking for him, so I came out to look for the dog, and then I was awake. And it was like, well, I napped just a little bit, and I'm too tired to start a project because I have about 2 hours before our normal start time. And I'm like, I do not feel it. No. And we're not doing a show next week because it's Christmas, which I just said before everybody hopped on. So I decided it was a good time to get going. My daughter is doing Christmas baking to get stuff ready for next week. Like this, we're Italian, right? So we have this tradition of a lot of cookies and different things that you do leading up to Christmas. And so they did, a couple nights ago, they did chocolate chip cookies. And today they're doing a Christmas crack, as they call it, which is like caramel and milk chocolate, I think, and crackers. And it's like baked and then frozen, or I don't know. But it's kind of like peppermint bark, but caramel bark, I guess. So they're doing that right now. Amy is here. She's new to the live stream. Saludes. Glad to have her here. Daniel Rosales says, hey, Scott, greetings from Managua. What do you think about the Zonas Económicos Especiales announcements? I mean, I don't know too much about them. I haven't done a lot of research. We have these special economic zones traditionally, mostly the Zonas Francas, and they can be good, right? A lot of countries have these. It is a standard thing to have spots because, and this is the reason, for those who don't know, the reason that it's important is that, one, Nicaragua doesn't have sufficient exports. We have lots of exports. It's not a problem, but we don't have as many as we want. There's a really perfect number that any country wants to shoot for, and Nicaragua's not as high as it would like to be, right? Which should be kind of obvious, or we'd be a really rich country. So we'd like to increase that number, and it is really common in a lot of countries that want to increase their export rate to have these special zones, mostly around manufacturing or product assembly. So Nicaragua has been doing this traditionally, often around apparel and some different things. They need to make some changes just due to, the world changes. They need to change with it, of course. And so some of the things they need to adapt to is what products need to be built on the world stage. And I'd love to see, this is not going to happen, so don't anybody quote me as like, this is what's happening. No. What I'd love to see is things like semiconductor manufacturing happening here. That would be amazing, right? Because there's shortages worldwide. There's none in this region so much. Okay, I should say there's a little tiny bit in Costa Rica, but it's really minor and no one else is doing it, right? Would love to see that be a specialty or something like that happening here. But that is a long shot, right? But so that's an extreme, what we would love to see. But it's things like we see, like here in Leon, car parts are manufactured. That's fantastic, right? And what's important, and the reason we have economic zones for these, is that they're not products made for Nicaragua. We're buying zero of those parts. It would be nice if we could buy a few, but we just really, they're like, I don't know, not mufflers, but like mufflers are made here. I'm just making up whatever it is. Some kind of harness, right? It all goes somewhere else. And so generally when you're making something like that, the government or municipality, alcaldía, something like that is going to step in and say, we're going to give you some special manufacturing zone to encourage creating jobs and doing these products here, because otherwise they don't make a lot of sense because they're not for here, right? So normally you manufacture products where they're going to be used to some degree. And so it's important to have some encouragement to do these things in spots where otherwise they may not be ideal. And so we expect to see stuff like that happen pretty much anywhere, and we really do. And so I think probably it's probably a good thing. It's probably positive. We'll have to see, of course. There's always risks, right? You're creating jobs, but not creating the proper tax base. Some companies get a disadvantage. But generally, you're doing it because a large company has come in with a real plan, or a government has come in with a real plan in some cases, where they want to do job creation. And they have some, like, here's what we need to make this make sense. And then the local government says, okay, hopefully they can come to something where it actually does make sense for both sides. And they're able to create those jobs. So hopefully that's what's happening. Hopefully it's a good deal, right? There's always risks. We see this in the United States a lot. Those economic zones are everywhere in the US, and they're often terrible, right? It's some large company comes in, claims they're going to do something they often don't, gets a huge subsidy, and ends up being making their money from those things instead of actually creating jobs or whatever. But that's mostly a US thing, not something we see worldwide too much. So I think it's probably going to be good. but it'll take at least a few years for us to have any kind of evaluation of whether that's true. But I'm not concerned about them. I don't see them as a competitor. I don't see them as a necessarily bad thing. It's just a hopefully good thing. Ambiente says Bolivia has been crossed off of my list, unfortunately. So prices are going way up. So for people who are looking at Bolivia as an ultra cheap destination, it's lost that in the moment anyway. Could it return? Absolutely. Things go up and down. Bolivia is a very cyclical country, so that makes it challenging in some ways. It means that it keeps coming back around. I am very, very associated with Bolivia, I guess, very active there. And so we're watching it carefully, trying to figure out how things are going to play out, how are things going to be affected, and so forth. But it's got, I think it still has a lot of potential, but we're going to have to see how the next few years go. But that's often the case, right? Especially in Latin America, you tend to see a lot of dynamicism in countries, both economically and politically. And so you kind of have to take a long view of what a country's like and then look at its cycles and say, is this a cycle I want to ride through over time? I'm not at a point where I would say take Bolivia off the list, but I definitely would take it off the short-term list. It's now in a wait-and-see situation. You're really going to need to see how it's going to play out. But it is such a beautiful country, and it's coming from so affordable that, personally, the fuel going up, I think it's actually probably a good thing. Of all the things, like subsidizing fuel, I'm not a big fan of. I think that if you want to help society with the same money, I think there's better ways to do it. Encouraging fossil fuel use where it's impractical creates problems. For example, Bolivia has a burgeoning electric car industry. Well, if they're subsidizing fossil fuels, they're literally, because they don't make fossil fuels themselves, they don't make gasoline, they don't harvest oil or in tiny amounts, they're just donating money to other countries, disrupting their own economy, and putting their own electric vehicle industry at a disadvantage in its own country. That's not really fair. And it's so you're acting against the good of the environment, acting against the good of the people, and acting against the good of industries in your own country that are trying to do good things. And kind of as an aside, Bolivia is one of the world's, or possibly the world's largest provider of lithium. So that electric car industry would be benefiting from local resources, and instead they're subsidizing foreign resources. Just a weird move, I think. And I know it's a 20-year standing thing, and often fuel subsidies were because they wanted to create predictable fuel prices and allow people to plan for things, and that's fine. If you want to subsidize public transportation, great. Do that at a more strategic level. And so what I'm saying is that this is a big upheaval, but this particular move on its own isn't bad. What are they doing to replace this subsidy? That's got to be the question, right? Because people are now just paying double for their fuel that they've been planning on these low prices for a long time. That's a problem. But if you were to do, for example, take the average amount that you subsidize per person. Let's say that the government subsidizes $100 worth of fuel on average per person in a country per year. Instead of subsidizing their fuel, give $100 directly to every person to spend however they want, which could be for fuel. Then if it's your portion of the fuel, great, you just put it right back in there if that's what makes sense. But if you want to put that towards an electric car instead, then you're putting that decision-making power in the hands of the people that are using it, rather than subsidizing something that may not be something sensible. Osprey Unlimited, Feliz Navidad y Prospero Año Nuevo. Thank you very much. Gracias, Osprey Unlimited. For those who are not on early, this is our final live show for the year, unless I squeak one in on New Year's Eve. But a week from today is Christmas. I am not doing a Christmas live stream. I will be hanging out with the kids. My dad is here. Hey, Dad. We are planning our sauerkraut New Year's meal We were planning our sauerkraut New Year's meal last night. What is the sauerkraut New Year's meals? What are you doing with the sauerkraut? Definitely on my list of Food I don't dislike, but food I don't spend time missing. Here, I get partially because we get sauerkraut here. We have sauerkraut in the fridge, but we don't eat it very often. But it's not very often that I'm like, you know what I miss from home? Sauerkraut. I wonder how many Germans or German diaspora abroad are like, because we're Swiss, right? Very Alsatian German, Swiss German, a tiny bit of German, like Mainz area. So sauerkraut is part of like our tradition, and our family's very enclavey in the U.S. So we have a very strong Germanic tradition, especially with food in the family. And when it's not German, it's a very strong Dutch one, which is basically the same thing. And so we have moving abroad and living in different parts of the countries, and just growing up, the food that we ate when I was a kid, I now realize resembles food in Germany far, far more than you would suspect. And like family traditional food that they're like, this is just this is just making breakfast or whatever, and you're like, nope, that's a Swiss traditional food you're making. Like that's Rosti, right? Like, did you notice? But I wonder how many Germans around the world get away from their German culinary roots and go, man, I miss sauerkraut. I'm just gonna guess not a lot. Mad Who Had Us 15370 says, wow, napping in Nicaragua style. Thanks. I try. I just imagine between 12 to 1 now you need to hear Pancho Madrigal and you'll be a full-fledged Nicaraguan. I did something just the other night that I'm like, see, so, well, one thing was someone said the wrong name of a team with their city in baseball. I'm like, that's not the team for that city. That's this other city. And they're like, oh, you're right. I'm like, yeah, soy Nicaraguense. But it comes up quite a bit, actually. Alan says, not Nicaragua related, but Trump just signed the order to reclassify marijuana in the USA. Never thought that would come from a Republican. I never thought it would come from anyone, honestly. So it's that may be putting it a bit strong. I was not expecting it so soon. I certainly didn't expect it from a Republican. You are correct. John says, I saw you reclassify cannabis, but didn't see what he reclassified it to. And Alan says, a lower scheduled drug. So it's still scheduled, but it's minorly illegal, I guess. I mean, it was pretty illegal before is the problem. TJ says, wow, early. Yeah, it just worked out. And I'm still on my morning coffee. It's almost done. I've got a Pepsi ready to go. Tim says, higher fuel prices cause other products to be more expensive. Delivery is expensive. It does. The only problem is that when you subsidize a specific part of the ecosystem, it creates a false economy. Right. And I use the free French fry thing as an example. Now, this is the most extreme. Obviously, subsidizing fuel does nothing like this. But if you start giving out French fries for free, as people say, right? They're like, oh, you just want to eat the hamburger, sir, because the French fries are free. The French fries are not free, right? Because when French fries are free, here's what happens. Most people, especially the poor, but honestly, a lot of the rich too, start going, wait, free? I like French fries. So I'm going to eat French fries for every meal, morning, noon, and night. They're just going to start eating French fries. But when they're free, more things happen. Now I'm going to start feeding all my friends French fries and my pets French fries. I'm going to use French fries to create the food for all of my cattle. I know that cattle don't really do well on French fries, but cattle who are eating for free is still better that you can have twice as many cattle and not have them be as healthy, right? Because their food is free. Right. You start getting like all these weird things. You start going, oh, my ship needs ballast. Well, I could put rocks in it, but you know what's cheaper than rocks? French fries. They're free, right? Obviously, no one's giving out unlimited free fries, but if you do, bizarre things happen in your economy because you have a supply of free things. So we have to be careful subsidizing things because just like giving away free French fries creates weird things. When you subsidize fuel, as an example, you actually pay for certain activities, and it doesn't make manufacturing cheaper. It doesn't make shipping cheaper. It does for the individual person in the individual moment. Oh, I would like to, order a new laptop, and I'm going to send it from Santa Cruz de las Sierras. I'm going to send it up to La Paz. The fuel is super cheap, so I can send it up here for $2. However, you're not actually sending it for $2. You're still sending it for $4. The difference is you pay $2, and you You, by ordering it, are getting to forcibly tax the public for the other $2. Now it's spread out amongst everyone, and everyone's doing it to each other. But it creates a system where only the people who are abusing it get the advantage, and everyone who doesn't abuse the system gets taken advantage of. And so if you start just driving around instead of doing sensible things like taking public transportation, you win. If you do sensible things like walk or ride a bicycle or just take the bus, you lose. You get forced to pay for the people who are abusing it. So that's not what we want. What they do in, say, New York and California, most of the US, and they do a pretty decent job with this, is they say, well, fuel needs to be taxed on top because we want to discourage its use. We want to make sure that anyone who's using fuel is also helping to subsidize roads and medical stuff or whatever. And of course, the money doesn't really go where it's supposed to go. But in theory, they're discouraging the use of something we don't want to be causing public problems with, because it does cause pollution and other things, and everyone's forced to deal with that reality. So you want to have a pretty hefty tax on it. And that's why a lot of Europe has massive taxes. Their fuel could be twice as much. Not generally quite that high, but getting towards twice as much as the US or Bolivia, for example, because they want to make it painful. They want to make the people who are using it really think about it, really make it make sense. And if you need to subsidize things like delivery, or you need to subsidize manufacturing or something, do so in a more sensible way. Is this an industry that can't escape these costs? Subsidize in some other way, rather than subsidizing the fuel and making gas something you can just waste, because that's where you put the subsidy. Subsidies are like metrics in business. They can be useful, but they are extremely dangerous. And if you don't know exactly what you're doing, you will do far more harm than good, because people will game the system, and they won't stop and think about that they're gaming the system. That's not how people work. That's how I work. Most people don't stop and go, I'm gaming the system. They simply go, gas is so cheap, I'm just going to use it. Shipping is so cheap, I'm just going to use it. And so weird things start happening, and it disrupts and discourages people doing what actually makes economic sense, and it cripples the economy in a way that people can't perceive or fix. Osprey says, I know that you are not a sportscaster. I'm not, but I could be. But excited about the Nicaraguan baseball team and Dusty Baker as manager in the World Baseball Classic. Yes, that is pretty cool. And someone who shall not be named on the channel is attempting to get me a press pass so that I can be a little bit closer to being an announcer, specifically for Dusty's team. It is something that I do enjoy. Alan says, Trump's executive order shifts cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, easing research, banking, and tax restrictions, and marking the biggest federal cannabis policy change in decades, probably since the 30s, I would guess. Tim says, Curtida is very similar to sauerkraut. I've not seen that. It's my dad says, it's a family tradition that I was poking at. Oh, TJ says, I lived in Germany for 2 years, and I don't like the sauerkraut. Tesla Loretta says, hey, Scott, do you smoke trees? What? Do you mean I don't know what the joke is. Do you mean for smokers? We do use trees for smoking, if that's what you mean. I'm missing the joke. TJ says, I've been looking for beef jerky and haven't been able to find any. Went to Superporta and found some. Yeah, they do. I know, TJ, that beef jerky for some of our friends here, like we don't eat it, obviously, but some of our friends here really like beef jerky. And it's one of the things that they can't find what they want here. And it's every time someone goes to the U.S., bringing back beef jerky is one of the things that they have us do. So it's a thing. Steve says, not if it's illegal, he doesn't. Are you talking about smoking trees or beef jerky? Hey, Steve, how's it going? This is wild being on this early and having this much daylight behind me. And look, I'm just cracking open the Pepsi now. We've finished the morning coffees. Katie Flores, I think she meant weed. Oh, no, I don't smoke. I do not smoke weed, even when it's legal. It's, I have, I'm very heavily autistic, and things like weed, some people who are autistic love weed, right? I'm not saying that it's autism itself, but the type of autism that I have really does not draw towards doing any drugs. I'm that really weird in between zone where I am totally like drugs should be legal. People should be allowed to do that stuff. Do you want some? No, no, not me. Everyone else should be free to do it. I have no interest. I do drink, as you guys know, I drink alcohol. I drink beer and wine. I drink a lot of tequila. Actually, I drink very little actually in general. I feel like I drink a lot, and then I remember that I often only have 1 or 2 drinks a month, and normally on the show. So it's really funny because I have this feeling, because I always keep a couple beers in the fridge. I always keep a bottle of wine. I always have a thing of tequila and some whiskey, and I really enjoy all of them. Like, well, I don't have a beer because I want to get drunk. I like the taste of beer. I like the taste of wine, and because I like it, in my mind, I drink it a lot. But if I put a can of beer in the fridge, it will often get pushed to the back and lost, and eventually I'll find it like a month later and be like, I feel like a beer. And then it's like a month with a beer. I actually have not bought beer, I don't think, this year, except for my episode on beers that I did. So I intentionally bought the different ones. Randomly, like a can of beer will be left in my car and it'll make its way into my fridge. That is my source of my beers. And most of my wine is the same way, that someone just leaves a bottle behind and then I'll be like, woohoo, a bottle of wine every so often. That's the pace at which I drink. It's really funny because in my mind, I'm like, ooh, maybe I drink too much. And then I'm like, 1 a month, probably good. 2 a month, probably okay. And I always have that worry, like, could I be an alcoholic? And then I'm like, I don't think so. Once I think about it, because I'm never craving alcohol, and but it's I don't actually like being drunk very much, so I like having wine because I enjoy a glass of wine. I enjoy it with food, and I'm happy to go out and drink. Like when I go out for things, but I'm often driving, so I don't drink and drive. But on the once in a while, and this again once or twice a month. This is generally when I drink. Go out to a club and someone else has driven and are driving me home, and it's like I get to have a drink. Like how fancy that is. And actually, some of you know I went out. I want to say Tuesday, right? Because today's Thursday, so it must have been Tuesday night. Went out to a promotion, which is like a graduation, like a university graduation, promotion from university to professional. And we were there early and I got dropped off, and I'm like, we're at like a nice fancy bar and I got dropped off. I was able to order a Negroni. It was so nice. Because I really enjoy the taste. But things like weed, anything that is like mind altering, it sounds absolutely awful. Right? People describe it and I'm like, you're just talking me out of trying it. Like there's nothing there that sounds positive to me. Not at all. John Mason, does anyone know if bringing garden seeds into Nicaragua is allowed? Not if you secretly mean marijuana seeds. No, they are not. If you actually mean garden seeds, such as tomatoes and basil and things like that, I have done so and they didn't say a thing. So as far as I know, it is allowed. I don't think you can bring them in giant quantity. Don't bring them in loose. They should come in packaged from manufacturer. You know what I mean? Not manufacturers. That'd be weird. But companies that like do seeds. So I've like, for example, ordered from Amazon collections of heirloom seeds and had no problem at all. And it wasn't like one little packet that I hid in a quarter. It was a big thing of like 17 different garden variety things. So very clear, very obvious what it was. They didn't miss it and not a word said, right? So I think that that's fine, at least in small quantities. Tim says beef jerky sounds like a business opportunity. Honestly, it does sound like a business opportunity. I think your biggest thing is convincing Nicaraguans to try it because it's not something that they're used to, and the number of people who will buy it is very low. As always, I mean, unless your thought is beef. I mean, Superporta does see it as an opportunity, and they ship it in from the U.S., right? So it exists as an opportunity in that way. Obviously, the beef made here in Nicaragua is fantastic. So if you were to put together a beef supply and a smoking or jerking operation, I guess as it would be called, to make it, you could produce amazing beef jerky here in Nicaragua and sell it here and export it abroad. And that might be an amazing business opportunity. But also there's lots of places that could be doing that today, and they're not. So you have to step back and say, what are the chances that they didn't think of this, because we talk about it pretty often, versus they thought about it or they tried it and determined that there just wasn't that big of a market. That's the bigger question. It does sound like a business opportunity. I agree. But I suspect it's one of those that we're just missing some piece of the dynamic, as to maybe Nicaraguans just broadly are like, ew, I don't know. Garden seeds. How is the quality of steaks like ribeyes? One of the world leaders. Nicaragua is a competitor with places like Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay for some of the world's best beef. So very, very, I don't know about ribeye specifically, but beef steak here is a world competitive beef market. So really big deal here. Tim says, I've brought seeds in my carry-on, never had a problem, but they are a restricted. They're definitely a restricted item, like anything that's a garden plant produce related, but generally they want to make sure that they're dried. They want to make sure they're in packaging. Their biggest concerns are that you're not bringing in something that's GMO'd. To the best of my knowledge, that's never going to be allowed if they know about it. And certainly no one wants that to happen. And they want to make sure that there's no chance you're bringing in any kind of disease with that. So they want to make sure that they are safe. Those are the things they're concerned about. It's not like, oh my gosh, contraband tomatoes, right? It's that they don't want to impact the local tomato market by having some tomato blight wipe them out. Katie says, what's the best way to get in contact with you for information when I'm ready to explore Nicaragua, my home country? Best thing, Katie, I think it's Katie, right? I guess it could be spelled Caddy, so I'm not sure. But I'm going to say Katie until you tell me otherwise. Best thing is to hit me up on email and way ahead of time, and then I can give you my WhatsApp, and then I'm pretty responsive on WhatsApp. Email is the best way to reach out to me, but everyone needs to be aware, it is 2 to 4 weeks lead time. I think that I follow up relatively often, and I don't. I have my business email that I'm on top of all day long. It's actually open, and I'm looking at it right now. But my non-business email, I only look at so often. I only get 1 or 2 messages a week. It's not a lot, but I really don't look at it very often. And quite often, it's it's something that requires me to like step back and think about it or whatever and contact someone. And so it just ends up sitting for a little bit. So people are often, sometimes I get people who are like, oh, can you help me with a thing tomorrow? And they just email me out of the blue. And I'm like, no, I will never get that message this quickly. But my email that's everywhere is the best way to hook up with me. It's Scott@LatinAmericanLiving.com. I say it that way because I'm typing it. There's also my secret mail. I mean, only my live streamers know about this. This actually goes to the same place, so don't email both, being like, "Hey, I'm gonna secretly get to him through his back channel." But also going to the same address. I am soy@elgoguense.com. Tim says, declare this that you have seeds to be safe. Always a good idea. They can always ignore it if they don't care. John says, that was my follow-up, was whether to declare. I've come in with like food items that they had to inspect and they didn't care that we didn't declare, but always better to declare. We didn't have anything that was like contraband. It was just things that have to be inspected, and they're like, oh, what's this? Now we got to inspect that. And we're like, oh. John says, yes, garden seeds. I sent you a photo of ribeye steaks purchased. Okay, we're getting TJ here with garden steaks. Hold on. There he is. There's some garden oh, did I call them garden steaks? What am I saying? Ribeye steaks. Let's see if I can pop this up on the show. I don't even have my OBS open. See if I can do this. Yeah. Oh, wait. Put it over. That's better. All right. We're going to have some steaks for you guys, hopefully. Yeah, there we go. there was some ribeyes that TJ had at some point. But you know, as someone who's had a steak restaurant here, right? It really is an extremely competitive, high quality market for that stuff. So it's if that's a thing that you're looking for, you can really get some amazing things here. And there's great steakhouses. Ours is closed. There's some amazing ones all over the country in different places, and a decent amount of variety. The local stuff is okay, like the local styles that people do. What you kind of want to find is local places doing foreign style steaks, and then you get some truly amazing stuff. Marcos is here. Hey, Marcos, how's it going? Marcos is from my hometown of Rochester, New York. Alan says you need to declare the seeds. Most likely need a permit. I think he's talking about lay number 1020. The Phytosanitary Protection Law of Nicaragua, lay number, yep, has the information on that. Katie says, no GMO. We have too much in the USA. It's all there is in the USA. Oh my gosh. Is your email on your YouTube info page? It is. I also posted it right as you asked, so that's perfect. DRG9339 is here. Hey, thanks, Scott, for the heads up about my Nicaraguan roots. Parents count, even if I wasn't born there. Appreciate the wisdom coming from the U.S. perspective. Other Nicaraguans appreciate. My pleasure. Hopefully you have no problems moving down and spending more time, if not all of it, here in beautiful Nicaragua. Jay Sham is here, or Jay's Ham. Could be Jay Sham, or he could have a jamon dealer. Jay's Ham. That would be fantastic, actually. I encourage you to open Jay's Ham and let us know. Or here, jamon de he. What's the coolest place to buy or build a house to get away from the death heat? So the absolute coolest is actually small communities way up in the mountains. Probably not what you want to do, but there is some cooler stuff. Well, I mean, the coolest place is not Nicaragua, right? Like, not here. That's the coolest place. Next coolest, small communities up in the mountain. Next coolest is Jinotega, the highest altitude, reasonable sized city, about 90,000 people up in a cloud forest. And honestly, Jinotega is cool enough that unless you're looking for cold, I think it's good for most people. Very few people need air conditioning there, like more than a couple days of the year. Most people don't have it, right? You don't install it and you're just like, today's a warm day, and you put up with it. It never gets cold. Someone's going to jump in and be like, it does, I get cold. But it's not what most of us would call cold, but it does get very comfortable a lot of the time. But even from Jinotega, you can go up to Lago Apanas, and from there, if you go up to some of the small communities around the lake, that's going to be more breeze, more high altitude, but tiny communities, right? So most expats are going to be like an hour outside of a small city out in the mountains, like, that is too much, right? I'm really remote, and they'd be correct. But for a city, Jinotega is a very nice city. It's very pretty. I think Luke just commented about what amazing parks it has. It's got a nice vibe. My most popular episode ever is Camille and I exploring Jinotega a couple years ago. I did some time in Jinotega many years ago, and I really like it. I prefer Matagalpa, which is not quite as cool, but I like the big city and all the resources. But they're kind of like twin cities right next to each other, so it's depending on where you are on the road, depending on what you're doing, it can work out okay. I'm actually going to bring up a map here once I do a little bit of changing as to what is in my view. And let's bring it up. All right, so you don't really need me on there. Let's actually switch this around a little bit. Give you guys a nice big map. Oh. Hey, that works pretty well. Can do this. Nice. Okay. So, and then hold on. I'm learning my OBS here. There's that. There's this. Go. Hey, look at that. Nice. Okay, cool. So this is our map of Nicaragua, obviously. And you can see my mouse. Right here is the mid-cities, right? So you got Matagalpa, you got Jinotega, and then you can't see it, but right over here is Esteli. I think I'm actually on Esteli. Is that... I cannot zoom in or out. I don't know what's going on with this map. Wow. Google Maps has completely failed here. I have no idea what's going on, but it doesn't let me scroll or zoom. That's new. Anyway, so this is the area that we're talking about, and you can see the word Jinotega here. So you can tell, I hate when it does that. So from Managua, you've got a decent trip up this road, Sabaco. It's hard to get the accent right. There's an accent on the E. I always want to say Sabaco, but the A does not have the accent. Sabaco is actually a really nice little farming town in a plateau area, but it's still relatively low. You're not high enough to get really cool temperatures. Then you climb dramatically into Matagalpa here, which is the main city in the region. That's the big one up pretty high. So your temperature goes way down. That's where Luke is based. A lot of people what is happening? Did I just... Oh, I'm confused about where my mouse is. That's what's going on, I guess. Wait. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. But you can see Jinotega is farther up in the mountains. And then if you go just a little bit outside, not to La Dahlia, but kind of here, I guess it's here where this like circular area, this road right here, that is the road going around Lago Apenas. This region is from Jinotega and up there is very, very cool temperatures and beautiful area, and not that far from Matagalpa with a lot of resources. So that's an area to really consider for a lot of expats. Should think about that as a potential zone that they'd be really interested in. So something to consider. And I have literally no idea what's wrong with Google Maps. Anyway, John says, I'm like Scott. I'm in favor of legalization, but haven't smoked in years, and I think drugs should all be decriminalized. I'm Swiss, right? So back in Switzerland, like, which I did, I grew up in the US, but the Swiss background, like in Switzerland, like everything's decriminalized. They're like, you know what? If you decriminalize it, people stop using it, right? You criminalize when you want people to use it and you want to be able to control people with it, and you decriminalize when you want to help society. TJ says it's 1/3 the price of the US. He's referring to the steaks, which is good to know. Alan says Anna goes to Matagalpa now and needs to put on a jacket because they live in Leon, because we are really hot. How are the Flor de Caña rums? They're fantastic, and I have probably 8 to 10 bottles in the other room. I may have one. Oh no, I used to keep one right here, but I don't have one. They are fantastic, right? They're considered some of the world's best rums. And you get single estate barrel, you get flavored like coffee and coconut. With the coconut is one of my favorites. You get really old, you get clear, you get barrel aged, you get just everything you can imagine. And it comes in even just the barrel aged, right? 4-year, 5-year, 7-year, 10-year, 11, 12, 13, 15, 17. Not sure if there's an 18, 19, 21, 23, 25, 35. Like there's so many different ones. And yeah, I mean, we're a rum country, and that's before you look at the cheap stuff. That's just the barrel aged, just from Flor de Caña. Ellen says Anna, his wife, is from Matagalpa, for those who don't get that. Marco says, how many AC units does it take to cool your home completely? Well, so that's a really confusing concept because you don't normally cool homes completely. So I'll give you a couple examples to work with. When we had an apartment down the street that was a 2-bedroom, 1-bath with a full living room and a kitchen, but no real dining area, like, you know, a couple seats at a bar kind of thing, that had 2 air conditioning units, right? Those little wall units. And they were, I think, 110 units, which aren't as powerful as the 220s, in case that's, you know, not obvious. And each bedroom would cool down great. If you wanted to cool the whole place, you had to open the bedroom doors, maybe turn on a fan and crank up both air conditioners, and it would keep the place cool. But that's without sealed windows. That's with just glass slats. That's without any kind of insulating blinds. That's with a poorly done ceiling. And it was an apartment that we were renting, right? So if you cared and you owned the place, a couple things would happen. One, you'd probably end up putting in a third air conditioner, because if you're having a party or anything, you're having friends over, you don't want to do all the bedrooms open and cranking the air conditioning. You'd want to have just one in the space that you are and only air condition that. Or if you're hanging out in the main part of the house all day, you don't want to put your energy into air conditioning the bedrooms. You want to air condition the space where you are. You'd close the bedrooms and only air condition that, or whatever combination of things you want to do, right? So over time, that would be more cost effective if you're paying per kilowatt. You don't always, you actually pretty rarely. So a lot of things go into how you decide to do it. As Americans or as expats who have the financial resources to consider a third unit in that situation, I think you would if it was a long-term thing. For us renting, you wouldn't. You do what's simple. But it was completely comfortable, and you rarely wanted to air condition the main space. It was more like you just want to air condition the bedrooms because it had nice flow of air. You just open up the windows and things flow back and forth. So it's not really necessary in too many cases. For my estate here, who knows how much it would take, but you have complications. Colonial and colonial style homes can't be air conditioned. They're wide open. Right. I mean, if you put in 1,000 air conditioning units, I suppose at some point you get the Disney World effect, right? Where they have massive air conditioners, and they just blast cold air into a space, create back pressure, and it pushes cold air out indefinitely from the space. So you can be standing outside the building and you feel the cold air coming. You could do that, I suppose, and it would cost so much money I can't even imagine. But from a practical standpoint, the house is open, right? The top is open, the windows are all wide open, the doors are all wide open. If there's a storm, it can rain right through the house. And that's how in Granada and Leon and Acatal, it's the majority of homes. In Managua, it's many homes. Houses are not built to be air conditioned. So what you do is you do an air conditioner per room that you want to air condition. So for example, I can't grab my camera, but there's a air conditioning unit right here in my office. Our video game room, which is the one over here, has its own air conditioner, right? So the question is, how many rooms do you have that you want to air condition? That's how many air conditioning units you need, typically. It would be rare that it wouldn't be that way. We then have so many rooms here that we have multiple rooms that we don't bother air conditioning. We have one room to which we can't find the key, and we have not unlocked it in years, because we have excess rooms and we don't have to worry about it. So obviously we don't air condition that, and we didn't install an air conditioner in that. I don't honestly know what's in that room at this point. It may be fully furnished or it may be completely empty. I honestly don't remember, and we lost the key. So that's a weird situation. And we don't air condition our bodega, for example, which is in our case a standalone building. So you really have to think of air conditioning in a very different mindset than coming from central air in the US, for example, which obviously you are. You're looking to count the air conditioning units, so you know that's what we're using, split units everywhere. Although central air does exist, but it's crazy rare. But also, when you rent, you have a completely different scenario. You're going to be working with whatever you have. But if you were to buy or better build, you would plan around the air conditioning, and then it's simply a matter of BTUs or whatever. You don't have to worry about the kinds of things that we have to worry about. Like I mentioned, we had windows in the apartment where the air just flows through. So running small air conditioners in other rooms struggles with the existing airflow that doesn't stop. Same thing here, because there's no carpeting underneath the doors, air conditioning just leaks out into the house. And so you watch our dogs and you can tell where the air conditioning leaks, because if you go out, it's specifically my younger daughter's bedroom door leaks the most. And so if you let our big dog Mia, who's on the floor right over here sleeping, I think, yeah, she's right here beside me. If she's not in here with me, that's where she goes. She leans up against that door and sleeps there because the floor is colder, because it's tile and the air just blows out. So both of my kids put towels down like door snakes to curb the amount of loss from air conditioning. And you can see kind of on the video, I'll back up a little bit, it'll go into more focus. The windows behind me are glass slats. So obviously this room would be very hard to air condition because the amount, that's 4 windows back there, right? It's hard to tell. That's 4 large windows. And I have another I have a door over here that does not seal in any way whatsoever. And the combination, and then I have the door into the house. And the house, remember, is wide open. Like if I open that door, it's outside. So I'm basically outside here with just these tiny bits of walls. So trying to hold the air conditioning in here is actually very hard. So we put plastic over the windows to keep the air from just flowing in and out. And if you listen, you can hear the air, the plastic constantly moving. There's a little bit. It's not very loud. And when the lizards are on it, it's louder. And then we put some blinds over it or some curtains to further insulate a little bit. That does a lot to help with the air conditioning, like a lot, because that just constant open air movement with pressure differential makes a big challenge for air conditioning. If you were to build this house, if I owned this house, right, I would immediately replace all of this with single large pieces of glass that are multi-paned with air conditioning with air insulation, multi-pane, and I'd get the lead glass, right, that reflects all the infrared, although this is north facing, so it's not too big of a deal, and make this really sealed. And I would also replace this dark wood, nice but dark wood door with a glass door that's also very insulated. So I'd have all this beautiful bright light, because Nicaraguans traditionally hate light. Everything about the house is to be as dark as possible because they don't like light. They like it to feel dark and cavernous because it feels cooler, because they're traditionally not running air conditioning. Coming from North America, we want bright and airy and light. And so those are things that I would change if I owned it. And that would make running air conditioning cheaper and make the light brighter. And I would probably change that door so it's sealed a little bit. And that combination of things would do a lot, right? So it depends. And that's just if I bought this house and was modifying it, because those are changes I would make to this house. I also would seal the entire room across there and turn it from an open salon into a closed one and have a totally different experience in this house if I owned it. But if you were building your own house, you would design it completely differently, and then doing split units to cool your entire house would be probably quite effective. We plan to build our own in the future, and that's what we plan to do. It'll be a totally different animal at that point. So that's about the most I can tell you about how many you will need. It will completely come down to what you have. If you like Marcella's house, if she decided to air condition that, again, it would be super hard because every bit of it is designed to be open, right? When you design for fresh air, you do totally different thought processes than when you design for air conditioning. When air conditioning or heating is assumed, everything is about how do you seal the house. And when you do not that, everything's about how do you keep air moving no matter what the situation is with doors. And so completely opposite approaches. Nicaragua is not well situated by default for air conditioning anywhere. Tim says, I like San Nicolas and La Garnacha for cool temperatures, and it's about 25 minutes from Esteli to the west, I believe. TJ says, you normally cool just one room, not the entire house. Right. So we were only answering, was it Marcus? Marcus's question. But yeah, that's the thing. We basically never do that. What we do in reality, because rooms cool down in maybe 5 minutes. So we were talking, everybody's joking, I took a nap this afternoon, which I don't normally do. It was just 30 minutes. Like, it was not a big thing. And I didn't fall asleep. I just laid down and hung out with the dogs, just snuggled my dogs for a few minutes. But I turned on the air conditioning. It takes about 5 minutes for a room to get cool. Now, I will say, for me, when I go to bed, I like my bed to be a little bit cool. I don't like the blankets to be warm and the air cool. So I do turn on the air conditioning a bit before I go to bed. I want to actually drop the temperature of the room, not just the air in it. And it makes it a lot more comfortable. So That's what I try to do. And so, for example, in the evening, pretty commonly, well, first of all, my office. I don't normally air condition my office until the afternoon. In the morning, it's holding on to the cool of the night. So I just leave the door open, and even without being able to open the windows, without being able to open this main door, I'm still fine until normally about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, unless I'm doing the live stream. Then I have to have the noise down. But other than that, I just leave the doors open most of the time, and I spend the whole morning in just fresh air. So I'm not running air conditioning a lot of the morning. At night, normally about 11 o'clock at night, midnight, somewhere around there, my kids and I are going to play video games, or we're going to watch movies together, something like that. So we have a media room. We call it the video game room. It's actually a bedroom that we converted into, it has a couch, and it has 2 couches and a big TV and the video game systems, and everything in the room is just storage for our video game stuff and board games and stuff. So if we're going to watch Stranger Things, if we're going to binge Supernatural, we're going to play, Skyrim or whatever, that's where we camp out in the evening. My eldest and I did a run through of Deja Vu from 1985, Mac Ventures, last night. We played it beginning to end almost twice. We played it in the original black and white, and then she's like, I want to play it again in color. Now that we know what to do, it'll be fast. And so she played the original 1985 Mac version, and then she played the 1989 Apple II GS version, but didn't get to complete that because we had to drive some people around. But so that was our fun night, right? So we have a room for that. That was a long setup too. So we turn on the air conditioning when they say, "Hey, we're done hanging out with our cousins. We're done with our schoolwork, whatever. Let's hang out." We go over, turn on the air conditioning, and then go get snacks, do whatever we're going to do, change our clothes, whatever, and then and collect the dogs. And then we take the kids and the dogs, and we all move into that room. And in that 5 to 10 minutes of getting our snacks together, the room has cooled down and it's comfortable. Yeah, it's going to get cooler over the next 20 minutes, of course, but it's cool enough that we're like, yeah, it's a nice cool room, right? And in some cases, we don't even worry about it because it's not that warm. We've lived here for a while. We're not going into rooms going, it's so warm. It doesn't really happen anymore, especially at night. So not a big deal. But so TJ's right. Typically what you're doing is either turning on air conditioning when you go into a room or take a minute to turn it on just before you go into a room. That's all you need to do, because split units cool rooms down fast. When you're cooling a whole house with one split unit and it's got to make it through a doorway where the interchange isn't very good, yeah, it's going to take a while. But if you're doing just a bedroom, a small salon or whatever, it cools down so fast under normal circumstances. Yes, get yourself a 220 unit, not a 110. Get a higher BTU than you think you need. It's only a few extra bucks. And if you're feeling like I can't be in a warm room, hit that turbo button, right? Though, I can honestly cool a room like my office, I bet 3 minutes. And you'd be like, oh, nope, that's cool. Okay, cool. Really, really not bad. KL7RRC says, I like the 12 years one. I actually like the 10. The perfect 10 is one of my favorites. JSham says, or JSham, can the volcanic soil be harvested? I've never had someone mention that. I don't know. I would assume so. There's so much of it. The whole country is volcanic soil. It's often hauled away with bulldozers, right? Because they're clearing the streets of it. So I would imagine. I know if you go out to even the places where it's really, really rare, they're just putting it in a bag and giving it to you for $1 or whatever. So I would guess that there's ways to harvest it, because as long as it doesn't have gold in it, whatever, it's just dirt blowing out of the mountain. Is there a problem with mold in the houses? Not in my house, but it is common to have mold in the houses. If you have air conditioning, generally you're not going to have mold. Unless your air conditioning is dripping somewhere in the house, which is actually quite common. It's a normal thing that people do here, because there's a lot of weird situations arise because of the lack of planning around air conditioning. Or I should say, it's not a lack of planning, it's planning to not have air conditioning. Right? There's a difference. And so, for example, in my house in Laborio, where we retrofitted air conditioning into a house that had zero clearance, right, on all 4 sides. There's nowhere to put the drainage from air conditioning. And this isn't something that a lot of Americans think about. You say, we put in air conditioning where there's water? What are you talking about? When I had an apartment in New Jersey, this is 2006, they misdesigned the system, or it broke or something, and I had in the middle of my apartment, and you couldn't see it, the air conditioning unit collected water and actually had like 6 inches of standing water on an inside area in the middle of the apartment, which created a massive centipede habitat. And the entire place was infested with centipedes, and you couldn't get rid of them because the whole problem was this lake in the middle that you couldn't get to. And so the whole apartment was just immediately against this water, but you couldn't do. Oh, it was terrible. But typically your water drains outside somewhere, and it doesn't matter at all because it's hot outside and it's water near on a pad away from the house. You think nothing of it. A couple drips of water from that, you don't think anything of it. Here, because it's a little bit more humid, always warm, and you have the split units the way that you do, they actually generate a bit of water. And sometimes the actual unit itself will condensate, and you'll have it drip a little bit in the house. And sometimes you look at them, they'll be all wet, and you're like, wow. But much more is you have these tubes with the water, and they have to go somewhere. So here, all along the side of the house, we have like a little garden along the side. All the air conditioners along, because it's my office, our video game room, my daughter's room, my room, are all along one side of the house. And so each one has an air conditioner, and each one has a tube going out, and they all drip into this garden. And the garden is just completely watered all the time from this drip going on. And of course, it's really clean water. It's just pulling it out of the air. In my house in La Barria, we didn't have that clearance. We had nowhere to put it outside the house. So instead, they just ran the lines into the shower and had it drip into the shower. The problem is that the shower never dried out. First of all, the shower's in the middle of the house. It's not open air to the outside because zero clearance everywhere, right? So that's a little bit of a challenge. And you've got, I think, 2 air conditioning units that were both dripping into this one shower. And so the shower had this small amount of humidity all the time. So the shower got moldy really easily, and that's a problem. So you have to think about some of that stuff. But if you have a normal house, because we don't have drywall, dealing with mold is much easier. Your walls are normally concrete or cinder block with paint often, but not always. So normally you're able to scrape, scrub, or something and get rid of mold without too much of a problem. And because of the fresh air all the time, it's not nearly as bad as closed up houses, not even close. So growing up in like New York and in Texas for sure, when I've lived outside of Nicaragua, our mold problems were much worse. But we do have mold here. It's just I've not experienced where it's been terrible. And when you do get it, it tends to be in areas with lots of open air. So you're like, okay, there's a little bit of mold, but it's not like I'm closed in with it, so you're not breathing it. You still want to get out, like, don't leave it, but obviously it's just not as bad, and you can really hose it with bleach or whatever. It's just so much easier to deal with here. Jay Sham says, can you put the $30,000 residency fee towards building or buying your own house? Absolutely not in any way whatsoever. No. There is, when they say it is a business investment, they mean it in the most no wiggle room you could possibly imagine. And I don't think this is a bad thing, right? But if you're used to other countries, they have a million different ways you can do it. Nicaragua is very specific. If you do a great job, they may approve you later. But you are supposed to get approved for it before you start, or at least before you apply. If you want the business that you're doing to count, it's best to get it approved before you start. Or otherwise, they may be like, that's not a kind of business we like. Right? It's not just that it's a business. It has to be a business they like the type of, which is very broad. That I've never heard of someone not being approved. But if you don't do it ahead of time, you really do take a risk where they're going to be like, I don't think so. It's got to be $30,000 into that business. It cannot be $30,000 into like property, right? That's not really an investment because you can just sell it and leave. You have to be a functional business. It can't be like a pseudo business, feels like a business, looks like a business, business on paper, business-ish, business that's holding property. No. All those things may be legally businesses. I'm not saying that those are lies or anything. I'm just saying that walks like a duck, quacks like a duck. It's got to be one of those things. Normal people have to be able to walk into it and go, this is a business. Right? Doesn't have to be a public business. It could be a private office that you have to have a key to get into and such. But inspectors will come and they have to stand in it and feel that they're in a business. That's it has to feel like a business. It must have employees, right? It must be employing at least 2 people that are not you. And you would be illegal at the time that you're applying. So you definitely don't want it to be employing you, but it has to have at least 2 full-time tax-paying Nicaraguan employees with a track record of paying taxes. I don't know if that track record is 1 month or 3 months or a year, but you have to have a track record of paying your taxes and doing all the things you're supposed to do with your employees. And you got to have those employees. And they got to come in and inspect it. And so none of those things does a house even begin to cover. So it's, unfortunately, no, buying a house. And part of that, if you think about the situation with property here, it would be devastating to the country if they allowed that to count. It's different than if you're going into the US, for example, or even to Spain, places where property is either up or reasonable. You'd be looking at large amounts of money, and helping the real estate market is like a big deal. What would be happening here, because real estate is massively depressed, is that you'd be simultaneously getting an investment visa and the right to work, all while taking advantage of a massively depressed market. They don't want to stop you from investing in homes, but they really don't want to encourage it, right? Because the market's super low. So you might be getting a $100,000 house for $30,000. You're getting all the benefits of this, right? And is it helping the community? Not really. Not much. Someone who built a $100,000 house just lost $70,000. Yeah, they may have needed the $30,000. Yeah, I'm not saying it's a terrible thing to help someone out who's desperate, but you're taking advantage of a market where people are desperate and selling things way below their baseline value, way below their construction value. So you're basically just winning the lottery and getting an investment visa for it. It doesn't raise the value of the other ones in the community because there's so many empty, and so it doesn't have the benefits that a normal house buying situation would. It certainly doesn't come close to what the residency goals are. So it's that's not something that's going to happen anytime soon. Id Group says, I recently watched one of your recent lives in the interview with expats in Nicaragua, and did I hear you correctly that your electricity bill can be upwards of $1,000 US? Just to be clear, my electricity bill from Texas 15 years ago was $840 or something like that. So I've never had a Nicaraguan bill in adjusted dollars hit as high as my small 1,100 square foot built for air conditioning home in Texas hit, with just 3 bedrooms, and not being ridiculous. And here we keep the houses in the 70s. There we kept them in the mid 80s. So the difference is so wild as to how much more expensive it was in Texas and how much worse it was in Texas. So have that context. But yes, your electric bill here absolutely can. So Nicaragua is pretty well known, for people who study this stuff, as being a high electric cost market. So the expectation is, for the same electric usage, you will pay more here than most places. Certainly more than most of the U.S. or all the U.S. I don't know. It's also expected that the amount you will use here will be much less than in the U.S. Right? So split units, way more efficient. Like TJ said, only cool rooms that you're in, much more efficient. Houses are designed for fresh air cooling, much more efficient. But if you just run air conditioning like crazy, or do wild things like us and have 3 fridges and all kinds of things going on, you can use a lot more power than you might normally expect. So the price can get pretty high. The problems come in when either you're just using crazy amounts of electric, then anyone can rack up $1,000 bill easy, right? Just as you can in the States. It's not. I think a lot of people think that the electric is going to be equally low cost like labor is, but Nicaragua sells electricity to all the neighboring countries, so it's a market price on electric, right? If they're able to generate more money from electric than it costs to make the electric by selling it to people in Nicaragua or people outside of Nicaragua, they can then take that money and put it into the pool of helping people in Nicaragua as best they can see fit. And this goes, I don't know if you were on earlier when we were talking about Bolivia's situation of ending their subsidies for gasoline in Bolivia, but this is a really great system. You want to discourage the abuse of electric, so the best thing to do, I think, is what they're doing. Just like I think Bolivia has actually made a good move I don't think they should have done it all in one night. I think they got to have a plan for other things, but I'm not absolutely upset about the upper cost of fuel in Bolivia. The high electric cost in Nicaragua, I think, is pretty good. It's low enough that anyone who's in that position of being able to use electricity in a luxurious way can afford it, and that money goes towards good things in society. And for those who are being very frugal, it encourages a good use of electricity, and uses it as a luxury tax kind of thing. So where problems arise is if you have broken meters or unmetered. So we have nearly 1,000. We're between 800 and 900. So clearly less than 1,000, and way less than the same cost in Texas, way more than a decade ago, because money has inflated significantly since then. So that was worth like $1,200 or $1,400 in today's money. But we're unmetered. So we can run our air conditioning. We can turn on every air conditioning in the house. We can leave every computer running. We can run every TV, every single thing. We can use electric heat. We can use electric microwaves and air fryers and just go nuts. It doesn't change. We don't go up. So it's a problem because it's encouraging us to abuse it. And they're charging us as if we're abusing it. So that's a problem, and we've got a lawyer fighting it to try to get a meter in here, but there's not enough meters. And so sometimes you get stuck on weird situations. And someone in Leon wrote to me today that they're on a similar thing. They're being charged for a bunch of things that are not theirs. And sometimes you just have to have a lawyer and go after it, because sometimes they hook you up to the wrong thing. Sometimes you don't have a meter. Sometimes the meter's broken. Sometimes the meter's misset. All kinds of things. Likewise, you can have places that are running air conditioning around the clock and never go above $10. So the situation is not uniform. And if you watch that video that you mentioned, the person there has free electric. So clearly we're subsidizing them, right? One way or another, they're able to completely abuse their power and do whatever, right? So they're in a boat where they can abuse it and they pay nothing. We can do this. We're encouraged to abuse it exactly the same, but we pay a fortune. But for years, the same house with the same air conditioning and the same computers and the same everything was $80. So one day it was 80, next day it was 800 or 900, and that's it, right? It was just they changed, the meter broke, and they changed how we were billed, and there's just very little you can do. And so that's why we say staying flexible, and I understand that this is a negative, right? I'm often, trying to tell you guys the positive things in Nicaragua. I want you guys, but there are negatives. I'm not saying there aren't negatives. This is a clear negative. I think that the mechanism that they use for discouraging abuse of electric is excellent, but the inability to maintain consistent, good metering for everybody everywhere is a major negative. And what is the way that you handle that is generally by having a lawyer see what they can do. And if they can't do anything, you move. Your quality and cost of electric is based on where you are. Now, if you own a place, you can generally do quite a bit to figure something out, right? Somehow get a meter, somehow get solar, somehow do something, right? But if you rent, often you're just stuck in a position where you're like, there's really very little I can do, because there's like the electric comes in someone else's name. They don't want to fight it because it's not really, they're not the ones who are paying it. It's just a bad situation, right? Renting always comes with some amount of risk. This is one of those. But the protection, the mitigation against that risk is you can also be like, yeah, I'm moving. and that's it. And then you just move someplace until it's cheap. So my apartment that had $10 electric, that's one of the reasons we kept it. $10 electric, that's just right. The apartment was $180, the electric was $10, and water was like $3, right? And it never budged more than $1. So yeah, that was worth keeping. But now that this place is expensive with electric, well, we'll see, right? Is it something that they're going to be able to get fixed? Yeah, it's only been a few months. Maybe they'll get that fixed and we'll be able to move on from that and then be like, okay, we're back to, and we don't need it to go back to 80, right? But we do need it to come way down from what it is. So we'll see. But that's often a decision factor in where you end up living is what the situation is with electric. And then, the person I was talking to today is like, well, I'll just put in solar. I'm like, but if your situation is you're unmetered, you can't fix it without moving, or a lawyer, because you can use zero. You're still going to be charged the same, right? Now, I can also use more than $1,000 worth of electric. I can, I don't know, hook up like ice makers and run an ice making business out of here because it's unmetered. So that's their risk, that I'm going to be like, screw you people. I'm going to make I'm going to use this free electric, like the free French fries, and come up with ways to do that. And as we own ice makers, right? We own 3 because we own restaurants and stuff. There's no reason for us not to be bagging ice out of here, which is why some people go into the ice making business. I've talked to businesses, and it's like, how do you figure out the cost of making ice? So we have flat rate electric, we're unmetered, so we just make ice here, right? And it's like, so you just get lucky sometimes, and that's just how it works. Not something that I like. It is the realities of that kind of market. Oh, right, Alan has a great idea. Start Bitcoin mining. I don't know why that didn't cross my mind. Exactly, that's what you do. Absolutely. Right, as long as that's happening, you might as well, right? And that would potentially, and more than potentially, it could offset it, right? If you manage to, get into a pool, don't try to take that gamble on I'm going to get an actual Bitcoin. That's super unlikely. But if you get into a pool where you're getting paid for the pool getting a Bitcoin, and you're putting in, a whole bunch of machines, you have a really good chance of paying for that electric. So I mean, that's totally legit. Absolutely. But yeah, so electric is it's the Wild West, basically. And as with many things, being flexible is your protection. And thank you so much to DRG, who donated to the channel and helps me to offset my electric cost. Mold is a special word for tenants. 25 per square to build basic, 100 to build 5-star basic ballpark, my good man. That was right after DRG said, how expensive is construction and renovation over there? In general, if you're not including land, construction is not that far off from, the US or whatever, because the materials are similar. Labor is less, generally a little bit slower, not as much equipment. Materials are just the tiniest bit more. It just can't vary that much. We can get, if you want to use local materials and do things in a very local way, and you can get pretty cheap, but it's a different type of construction than you're probably thinking about. DRG says, wow, they overcharge. How much is the overcharge? That's the problem, is we have no way to know. The system is such that they don't know and we don't know. Everyone's in the dark. We know we're being overcharged, but is it a ton? Is it a little? Our guess is that we probably owe $200 to $300, right? Because we do have a big place and we have a lot of stuff going on. And I've got these studio lights and I've got these cameras. Obviously, the camera doesn't use that much. I've got this computer and that computer and that TV, which is off. We're charging so many things all day. Again, doesn't use that much. We have a kitchen that's running around the clock. We do have a lot of fridges. We do a number of things. So we think that the $80 we were getting for a really long time was probably low, but we don't know it was low. It was metered. We kept looking. It was really, it would vary, 85, 90. It was, something was going on. But it did feel really low. Now, it's definitely way too high. There's no question, because we're really responsible about shutting things off when we're not using them. We've sealed all the windows. We did a ton back when it was still $80 to make it more efficient, just because we didn't want to be wasting electricity. And still they cranked up the stuff and made it way more expensive. And it's like, okay, we know we're not using as much as we were. So we're probably using about 2/3 to 3/4 as much as we were back when it was cheap. So clearly not doing a great job at encouraging people not to waste electricity. The fundamental idea is fantastic. The implementation is not playing out. So it'd be nice to see them get that fixed. Tesla reminds everyone, please like and subscribe. Boost up Scott. He deserves the love. He is correct. I do. Thank you so much. Yeah, hit that like button. It does promote the live stream. It helps get the word out there while we're live, so that people are hopping on and joining the show. And the more people that are on while it's live, the more it gets promoted when it's not live and so forth. So definitely take a moment to do that. The Bitcoin mining, Marco says, good night, Scott. Going to start watching Stranger Things. I need to catch up before the final. I'm doing the same thing. Marcos is probably already gone because it took a while, but we're on season 4, partway through it. We've seen every episode to this point, but we're watching them all again so that we are ready for the final, which begins 1 week from tonight. So, or this morning, I guess. DRG says, true, start mining. Tesla says, El Salvador is open, that I can tell you. Open for mining, do you mean? We completely can mine here. There's no limitation on mining in Nicaragua. It's just not something people tend to do. Tesla says, way cheaper in Nicaragua, plumbers, electricians, or maybe he's talking about the construction. $120 per hour, Nicaragua, $5, same with all trades. I assume you mean in the U.S., not El Salvador for $120 an hour. I think topics were blended there, is my guess. Because El Salvador is a bit more than Nicaragua, but not a lot more. All right, so we have learned that a great way to keep the channel going when we have a little bit of a lull on the live is I'm going to go through some of our old comments. Could be like yesterday, just trying to catch up a little bit. So, graduate gemologist 4814. I did not see any episode you created about solar panels. Okay, I'm just gonna put. Let's see how far we are into the show. We are 1 hour, 21 minutes. Maybe I can install solar panels with batteries for power storage and then not worry about meters, power company red tape. I don't know how many people are interested if you can address the issue in a future episode. For example, where do you get solar panels? How much do they cost? Are there people there that can install them? Is there a lot of red tape involved, etc.? So I haven't done them. We plan to, because we do plan on building our own house. We do plan on having central air, not central, but completely air conditioned. My kids really like having a space that they can just move around in, like they had back home in Texas, growing up, and in New York. So we want to go down that direction. We want to do solar to offset our power usage. We do know that we do things that cause it to be a little bit more expensive, so we would like to be able to do that. So that's kind of within our plans. But I don't have a lot of information about solar, so I don't want to be like, here's all the information you need about solar. I just don't have that. But a lot of people do solar here. It's very common. In the past, it was very popular to do American solar or get things shipped in from the U.S. That has changed. Now everything comes from China, which is probably obvious, but it's actually a really big deal here that we're able to get low-cost Chinese super advanced parts and equipment pretty easily. So the prices are actually quite low compared to world standard, because we have basically no tariffs with China and direct shipping. So a lot of times people are buying directly from China and just shipping them here. And when you do that, you're basically self-importing, so no one knows what the prices are. No one knows how they're doing it. There's also solar stores all over the country. So if you want to go to a solar dealer that will have all the information, all the expertise, deal with everything for you, easy. They will do that. Which answers the, they deal with the red tape, they deal with the installation and all that. So that's widely available. That's not a problem. From a power company perspective, I don't think that there's much you have to worry about because everybody does. Like, it's everywhere. But I don't know what all is involved. If you're not connecting to the grid at all, you're going completely off grid, I don't think you have to tell anybody. Or I should say, you don't have to tell anybody. You may have a requirement to, but no one is. and you're completely disconnected, right? But as soon as you want to connect to the grid, obviously you have to coordinate, but then you have to have a meter and stuff. And that's where maybe you'll run into a situation like the person I was talking to, or like us here. If we put on solar panels, it will do nothing to offset our cost. We also have generators, but if we run them, we're just double paying for electricity, so it doesn't make any sense. So that's you really have to consider that there. And again, you have to see what your house situation is, see what your meter situation is, and then adjust from there. Everyone's got a slightly different situation. Every municipality is a little bit different. And so it just is, it's one of those complicated things that you have to wait and see. It would be nice if more things were uniform pricing and everybody could predict stuff, but it's just not how life works, sadly. Building is way cheaper in Nicaragua. You said the same thing. Do they have rent to own homes in Nicaragua? They do, few and far between. So don't really go in thinking you will be able to get it, but it does exist. It's less rent to own. It's more different custom situations with financing in one way or another. But things like that, it can exist. They're very ad hoc, very, you just get lucky if you find something. But we've done some things like that, so it does exist. Immense Coffee, Elton, bought solar panels in Managua. There's a video on his channel. Cool. Yep, because he just finished his house after 2 years. DRG says, I'm excited. You're building your own house. Can't wait. I can't wait either. It's going to be quite some time. To be clear, we're building more than a house. We're building an estate. We're here for the long haul, right? Most people who are building houses are doing one of a number of things. So Elton, for example, he's building kind of a mountain cottage. So it's not his only home, and it's part of a farm, and they still go into Ocotal a lot, the city that he's near, but he's still like 2 hours out. So his is like a side thing for starting his family. I'm sure he'll go for a big home later. And a lot of people are doing oceanfront vacation places, or they're snowbirding, or it's a retirement villa or whatever. Like, everybody's got their own thing. But most of them have a very different goal than us. For us, and this is going to be interesting, but it's also going to be wild, and it's going to take a long time. It's not going to be 2 years. One, we started the project almost 5 years ago. So that's a bit. And just real quick so that I'm able to keep moving, Jay, can you describe what you mean by processing clay? Like give us an end product of what you're thinking. I'm not a clay expert, so give me something to work with when I get to that. So we're actually building a rather large estate with the hopes of getting rid of this one. We rent here, right? We have a really long-term rental. It's a very unique situation. And except for the power thing, we're very, very happy. And if we can get that fixed, we may just maintain this as a place in the city. But we want to have a large estate near our properties at the beach. That's really where we want to be most of the time. We want to have enough space to be able to create our own gardens. We want to have a swimming pool. Many of you know we don't have a swimming pool here. I don't personally care about having a swimming pool. Honestly, I don't think my kids do either, but my wife really wants to have one, so that's a priority for her. I do like having one with like things to sit around. My father will be like, yeah, growing up, he didn't like using the pool. When my dad was ready to he ended up selling the farm, but if it had come to me, he was like, do you want to keep the pool? I'm like, no, fill it in. Like, I will never use the pool. Not a thing. So it's this really long process we've had of getting things ready. We are finally, after nearly 5 years, at a point where the first stage of construction has started. You can drive out there and see it. Unfortunately, the first crew we had were a bunch of crooks, as is often the case, and they were not allowed back onto the build site, so a new crew has to come out and pick up. But this is not we're not under a gun like it's got to be done in 2 weeks or 2 months or 8 months. It's, hey, let's get some of this done, and we need some things there. Yes, I'm in the live stream. Okay. So in we need some utilities there, right? We need places to be doing laundry. We need places for construction workers to be. We need places for all kinds of things. And so long before we actually start construction on our house, we have to start construction on the space around the house. But this is our long-term, prior to retirement. This is where we expect. My kids are really not planning. To some degree they are, and some degree they're not. We expect them to live at least a lot of the time here, and be based with us. So we need space for them. My business partner lives with us, but we want to have a lot of space for where we can be a little bit private, but get away from the city. And there just isn't anything like that out there now, so we have to do a bit of preparation to make that space. And so we want to put in a pool. That'll probably go in early. We want to have enough space for guests. Here we can do it, but it's not comfortable. But the lifestyle that like my kids and I have, we really want to be able to have a comfortable like living room kind of space where we can hang out and do video games way more comfortably than where we do now. We do a lot of baking and cooking at home. We want like a private space for that. And in reality, we want a space much smaller than the house we have now. It is not practical. It's way too large, and doesn't have some of the spaces we need. So when I say, oh, we want a space for video games, well, right now we have two spaces. One is big enough but can't be air conditioned, and one is too small and can be air conditioned. We're using two spaces. One that's not as big as the big one, but bigger than the small one, but really well insulated would be way better. Right? So we're not looking for more space. We're looking for less space, better designed for our purposes. So we want to use less electricity. We want to be more efficient. We want to be more comfortable. And we want some isolation. The spot where we're putting the house is in the middle of a protected zone. So we're going to have all these big trees and stuff that we're not allowed to cut down. So it's going to be very, very wooded, because it has to be. And the government's already come through and been, you have to keep this tree, you have to keep this tree, you have to keep this tree. We're just like, oh my gosh. It's not trivial. But we're already putting in some basic stuff. Like we're putting in wells, we're putting in septic, that kind of stuff. Now, so we're getting started early. Walls are going in. So construction is underway, but it's the very, very, very beginning of a very long-term, very complex construction project, which we do not have the funding for. So we're just doing the parts that we need to do now. So it's an interesting start. It's going to be an adventure. But it's really handy because our property is directly adjacent to, many of you know, I have a cook here at the house. It actually touches her house. So she will be able to come and go without having to go outside or go on a road, which is pretty cool. So we're hoping to do that. We're hoping to be able to get that done. And yes, it's underway. And Alan's like, you actually started building? Yes, in the loosest sense of actually started building. Construction of the estate has begun. But it will be a very long process. But we have a construction crew because we're rebuilding our other property. We have a lot of different projects going on. Right now we just finished putting in our new pool and new hotel rooms. We're wrapping some stuff up. I actually don't know what all is being wrapped up, but the holiday season is here. For those who are interested, we are full, like already all the time. It's freaking fantastic. Our opening weekend, we were booked solid for day after day after day after day. I know we were booked solid last night. I think tonight we have some rooms, but like it's really busy. So that's, thank goodness, because we've been closed for so long, trying to get things turned around. So coming up really soon, we have a new construction project of putting in just a parking lot. But we're not, obviously, I don't know if this is obvious, right? To people who live here, you'd be like, obviously, they don't mean like a blacktop parking lot. But for those who don't know what that would mean, what we're looking at doing is taking an area that is currently just a grassy open area, flattening it out. We actually want to put in like a lot of I don't know if trees is the right term, but shrubbery around the outside to make it feel very gardeny, but make it it's got a huge portón, a big gate. We're gonna paint it all, get it all prettied up, and put in those pavers that have the spot in the middle for grass, so cars can drive on it, but you still have grass. So it drains really well, and it looks really nice, and it stays cool, and it's all green because I don't want to turn anything into a bunch of tile that we don't have to. But then so cars can go in and park there for our hotel. So that's a very boring project, but that's one we have coming up. And then we don't know what our next construction project is, but we do have constant construction going on, so that's a big thing. Jay Sham says, it snowed here in New York City. I'm so over it. That is basically my sentiments. I, many years ago, decided that snow was not something I ever wanted to experience again. I am not into winter sports. I don't like skiing. I don't like making snowmen. I don't like anything of the sort. It's unpleasant. I really like A White Christmas, both the movie and the reality. But growing up, right, I grew up on a farm and in New York. And when we would have a white Christmas, which I don't know how often that actually happened, I bet my dad can jump on and within 5 minutes have exactly which years were white and which ones were not. I'm sure he has a record. But growing up on the farm, there were definitely times that we had a nice solid white Christmas. And being the farm, we had a couple things. One is our family tradition was Christmas was really Christmas Eve, which so to me, even now that I'm pushing a half century, the idea that Christmas is celebrated on the morning of the 25th rather than the night of the 24th will never feel natural to me. And so I really like that tradition. Of course, it's just because it's my childhood. I would really like the opposite if that's what I always did. But I didn't wake up and do Christmas. Christmas was a thing where you got up and you spent the whole day kind of ramping up to it. And then at some point, your parents said, okay, it's Christmas time. And then you turn on the Christmas lights and you gather around the tree and you do the thing. So you had this like day of anticipation, but you don't have to go to bed getting excited because you go to bed on the 23rd and it's like, I'm not doing anything on the morning of the 24th. So there's no reason to be like unable to sleep because you're excited or whatever. And then the night of the 24th, you get all your stuff. You can stay up late because the next day's a holiday. And then the morning of the 25th, you're waking up to stuff you've already opened. And you get to play with it and relax. And then you see family. But for me, because I grew up on the farm, if you had a white Christmas, we had big windows, right? Beautiful scenes of horse pastures and fields covered in white, fluffy snow. And bright, for those who've not experienced, New York winters when you have snow everywhere, it's so bright. Everything is, if it's cloud covered, it's this bluish light everywhere. And if it's not cloud covered, it's this kind of sparkly gold. And it's so beautiful. As long as you don't have to exit the house, which as a kid on Christmas, I didn't. So it was beautiful. I loved how it looked. I love that feeling of we're home, we're eating basically junk food and like fancy food. Like my mom would cook a lot for Christmas, So we'd have lots of delicious food and lots of cookies and candy, whatever. And so you're just kind of, you're relieved of all earthly duties, including any requirement to eat healthily, and it's this beautiful 2 days. As soon as you're not in that Christmas mode where like you don't have to leave the house and all the stores are closed, then as soon as you have to go to a restaurant, have to go to the grocery store, have to go to school, have to go to work, have to do anything, you're going outside. Now you're in that. Now it's not beautiful. It's just wet and cold. And now it's getting dragged into the house. So now it's muddy and dirty and it goes downhill quickly. I don't ever want to deal with that. If I could magically teleport into a white Christmas for just that 48-hour period, I would do so every year. But in anything else, no. I hate the snow. I always love how it looked as a photographer. I love going out and doing photography in the winter. I think it was cool. But we had so much snow. I remember it snowing on Halloween. I've been trick-or-treating in the snow. And it's just lame. So I'm with you, Jay. I'm over it. I don't ever need to see it again. My kids miss it, but it's only because they don't realize what it's like. Luke says, wow, quite early today. Hola, y'all. Yeah, Luke, we're almost 2 hours in already. Tesla says, you sound like a capitalist. I thought you were a socialist. You take that back. I'm a socialist. I mean, I'm a capital socialist. I mean, socialism really does. Even communism allows for, which I'm not a communist, but even communism allows for investing and building things. It's that you want to, it's different how it's approached, and it's for the good of society. But you still have entrepreneurship and all that stuff under those systems. Jay says, like gathering the clay soil to make clay for sale, like for pottery. Oh, yes, yeah, absolutely, you can do that. So as with most things like that, Jay, you would find that a very difficult business because that is a multi-centuries old established major business here. And so I don't know how you would ever compete with the existing Nicaraguan businesses that are ancient. They're not like, this Nicaraguan guy did this a couple of years ago and he's doing okay. This is on the 5th generation of this family doing this, and they are world renowned for the quality of the clay that they're using or making or whatever. So I don't think it's a thing that would. So on my legal side, are you allowed to do it? I'm sure you're allowed to do it. On my is it a smart business hat side, I would say I can't imagine that there's a chance it would be a good idea from a money making perspective. But maybe you could make it work and come up with some way that the clay that's being harvested and treated here is just not being used. You may find a niche. But I bet, given the amount, because pottery specifically is a major thing here, I bet it'd be a struggle because it's a supply chain that is very mature. It's Jay Sham, by the way. I don't eat ham. Awesome. I don't eat ham either. DRG says, socialist can be capitalist. That's right. A shrubbery. DRG says, wow, so cool. What business did you open? I assume you mean here. So here in Nicaragua, we've had a number of businesses. My father did come in within just a few minutes. Rochester, New York has a 56% chance of a white Christmas. There you go. So I've had a number of businesses here. We've tried some things out. They're extremely hard. It's a tough world. We've had 2 straight up restaurants. Both are closed. We've had a bar and grill, which we don't have anymore, but it does exist. Or it did. I don't know if it exists now. We had a campestre, which we do not have. We never really got to the point that we opened it. Something is being delivered to me. Oh, gracias. Buenas noches. I just had a bunch of tacos arrive. I have no idea what they are. We're going to get a look here. This is the nice thing about, we got bean and cheese tacos. Oh, some rice in there, onions, tomatoes. Can you guys see this? All right. Awesome. They smell great. My kids were just in the mood for tacos tonight. So last night they ordered tacos for tonight. We have a rotation of food that we do pretty often. Some of the things that are really big here: shepherd's pie. Remember, everything's vegetarian. Hamburgers. I do a lot for lunch. Tuna sandwiches a lot for lunch. Hamburger helper. Believe it or not, we have an amazing vegetarian hamburger helper recipe. We'll do burritos, baked fish, grilled fish, fried fish. Sometimes we do waffles. Mostly that's in the morning. Crepes. A lot of crepes. I'm terrible at lots of pasta, tons of different types of pasta, curries. Anyway, so we had a campestre that we started opening and never really got around to fully opening, and ended up deciding it was a bad idea and backed out of that one. And then we currently have 2 hotels. One of the hotels was attached to one of the restaurants that we had, and it is the restaurant, we've made the call, is going to be transformed into a hotel. So it's going to be like 2 hotels kind of sharing a spot. So it's like, is it 1? Is it 2? They're boutique hotels, right? They're little things. But so we've right now we have 2 hotels, and they're both open and operating, and full, like a lot of the time, but very small boutique places. The restaurants we just figured out were a terrible idea. And we thought we were going to reopen the one as a tiny place. But at the last minute, we're like, that just does not make sense. And so decided that the space is going to be converted into hotel instead of restaurant, and we'll just do without. Although that has opened up some fun things that I'm now considering. Like correct, Alan, Desperados is not reopening. That was this week the judgment call was made that it's not reopening, which I'm sad about because multiple people this week have been like, when's that reopening? It's so good. It's one of our favorite restaurants. And so many of its competitors have gone out of business that it's like we could reopen with half the competition that we had before. We're still sure it's not worth it. But it's bad because everything's gone out of business. But in talking to my wife, and I did mention this probably a year ago, our analysis is it is cheaper to hire an additional private chef than it is to have a restaurant. And that gives us more, right? Many nights a week of our own private chef, just have them make whatever we want, whatever day. And that is better than having a restaurant. We like having restaurants. I've always wanted to be a restaurateur. I was a restaurateur when I was younger. Not as the entrepreneur, but as a manager. I managed lots of restaurants. I worked in a lot of different spaces, and I really enjoy that world. But doing it here, it's so hard. And the things that we like are not things that are economically viable, right? So we could probably come up with a way to figure out how to make money, but it would not be in a place that we wanted to eat at, very likely, or very rarely. And that kind of takes the fun out of it. So we are going down a different path, but we have 2 restaurants, major restaurants. I mean, our biggest one had 600 people in it on the night we closed, or our last night. And the other one has a whole bunch of like really cool stuff, like Argentinian grills and whatever. Of course, we have deep fryers and all kinds of stuff. So I'm like, I've always wanted to have deep fryers at home and stuff. I'm keeping them. I already own them, right? We have industrial ice makers. We have industrial fryers. We have industrial grills. We have an industrial smoker, right? Like really high-end custom ones. I'm keeping it all. I'm moving it up to the new house, and I'm going to have a full commercial kitchen for my house. But this is funny because my dad is going to be chuckling right now, and my dad's going, wait a minute. He grew up in a house where we had a normal kitchen inside the house, and then we had a space as you exited that had not a commercial kitchen, but a commercial-ish kitchen. It was a party entertaining kitchen connected to a large patio. And we almost never used it, at least in my memory. This is the farmhouse we had before the one that I normally think of as my childhood home. So we moved out when I was 8. But in my memory, everything's much bigger because I was very small. This kitchen on the outside could cook more food. Like the grill was bigger than the one inside the house because it was meant for parties. And I have almost no memory of us ever using it. But it had its own sinks and its own grill and all kinds of stuff. I don't think it had its own fridge. I think you went to the house for that. But maybe it did. It definitely could have. It was really neat. That definitely inspires me that what I want to have now when we're building a house is we're going to put in a small... Luke, there's one opening this month. We'll get to that. But not from us. Just there is one. I lost track of what I was saying. Oh, I want to have a small indoor kitchen for my wife will obviously use it a lot, but for my daughter and I, because Luciana and I really like cooking together, and we do it at least twice a week. We always like make bagels or something, but when we're like really cooking, we'll do like a big project, and we like plan for the week, and it's often Sundays. We'll be like, okay, Sunday we're gonna do this big thing, and so we plan for it. It's a real special time for us together, and it's very important for us. And so she wants to have a really nice kitchen that's comfortable and air conditioned that we can use for us, but it's not the main kitchen cooking most of the time. Then what I want to have is an outdoor-ish kitchen, obviously under a rancho and stuff, or maybe not a rancho because that's a fire hazard, but you know what I mean, like a very open air outdoor kitchen with lots of air. And we own currently 2 full restaurants worth of stuff. So we've got the big deep fryers, the big grills, and the stuff from that. We also own here at the house, right? We have a really nice Parrilla. We have a really nice smoker. We have a really nice commercial pizza oven. I want to have an outdoor kitchen with all that stuff set up so that we can have our regular cook or guest cooks or a night chef, whatever, just come in and make anything with everything and have all this capability and just keep it for ourselves. And that will, quite honestly, be a fraction of the cost and essentially none of the risk of a restaurant. In theory, a restaurant could make money, but it's very much only a theory. There's very little possibility of it really making any money. And when we projected reopening, we were like, what if we could get a restaurant that got up to $500 a month of profitability? That was our wild what if we could do it number, right? So it doesn't take very much to be like, is there something we could do that would make more than $500 a month? Probably. Then we probably should really rethink this restaurant idea. So that was kind of the impetus there, or the thought process that we had as to why that wouldn't work. I'm trying to figure out how to show this picture that my father sent. Okay, hold on. I have to download it and reopen it because. All right, there we go. It doesn't quite work the way you'd hope. And I want to eat these tacos, which I'm very fast. Those of you who know that I eat on the show, I'm very, very quick. So, oh, no, that's not good. There we go. Let's see what happens. Hang with me, guys. Why is this not coming up? Does this have no name? Well, that's stupid. All right, hold on. There we go. There, finally. There. This is, I think my dad said 1985, playing in the snow. Oh, my dad says once we had 75 hamburgers on the grill at one time. That's, you know, Dad, in my mind it was 50, and I thought I was imagining things, so I didn't want to say it. 75, that's how big it was. That's even bigger than I'm thinking of doing for a home restaurant. Like, but that's, and my kids, once we started talking about it, they're like, you know, then we could just have like restaurant areas where we go and have like tables and it feels like a restaurant. It'll just be our own. I'm like, yeah, exactly. Bear with me, guys. I'm eating tacos. DRG says, cool, what's the overhead on that? I assume you mean having a restaurant. I mean, it's a lot, right? Now, we had like real restaurants, so you're looking at a staff of like 10 to 20 people per place. There's so much labor overhead, so much food and inventory overhead, so much electrical overhead. It really, really adds up. Someone asked, oh, DRG earlier, I skipped over this. How many acres will your estate be? Current size is 3.4 acres. Which is hardly a giant estate, but it's in the dead center of the village. EPE Life says, as I'm doing my daily workouts, I'm listening to your wonderful Thursday show. Thanks, EPE. Or Epigenic, as I believe he is. Everyone's got a different name in a different spot. Luke says, I know veggie places don't make it, but I can see you opening Mi Ensalada Salon. That's what I was saying. There's actually a new salad and wrap place. I don't know if they have opened in Leon or are opening shortly, but there is a place targeting that's about to open. So we're very excited because basically every restaurant that we really liked here went out of business. Two Italian restaurants in Leon both went out of business completely. The Italian restaurant that we love on the beach switched to being pizza only. And their pizza is excellent, but it's quirky pizza, like exotic pizza, not like everyday pizza. So it isn't what we're craving. Once in a while we want it. It's fantastic. And there's just so much less than we had. And before everything closed, there wasn't very much. So it's become really tough. So that's one of the reasons why we really want to have a good space at home and possibly have someone who cooks for us on a regular basis. Because there are things we're just not going to do. But having our own cook, they could go down to the fish market and get some, just whatever's fresh for the day, or come up with a special menu. Because our cook during the day, she's a good cook and she does a lot of good stuff like these tacos. But also, she's not a chef. She has no experience outside of the beach restaurants, and she's busy during the day also doing other things around the house. So the cooking is a major part of her day, but it's not the majority of it. Whereas if we had a chef at night, it would allow her to focus more on stuff during the day, not worry about anything but snacks in the afternoon. And then we could have, at the time we really want it, which is like 9 o'clock at night, we could have nice, big, fancy dinner in our own restaurant setting, right? At that, once we have the house. So that's part of the thought. All right, guys, keep the questions coming. Just because I'm having tacos, keep talking. They are frijoles, arroz, queso, lechuga, tomate, cebolla. Very basic Tex-Mex tacos, but they're quite good. DRG says that's really nice acreage. It really is. It's a good space. It's not enormous, but it's plenty of space. We don't plan on using 100% of it for the house, but we want to have enough space for the house and parking and space around, and lots of room for the dogs. At this point, we have 3 dogs and 3 cats. We have more cats here at the moment, but they're all spoken for. But we're going to have 3 and 3 that will move out there. And our house, I've got 1 taco to go, so I will continue right after I finish this last taco. One idea I've kicked around is actually having like a different chef from different places come in different nights of the week and being like, it's Tuesday, it's sushi night, and just find a sushi chef who's off that night and be like, here's 1 night of extra work, instead of having one person for all the things, having instead a different person, so you have completely different food on different nights. Then you could have someone who does really good Tex-Mex or Mexican and knows your styles, someone who does really good fish or something, someone who does sushi, and just have variety that way. That's another option that would be really interesting. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I needed to eat my dinner. Now, all this energy of tacos. So, nice acreage. The boutique hotel, way better. Oh, absolutely way better from a business perspective. It's not as much fun as having a restaurant. However, so this is really depressing. It took us years to get my kids to the point where they were really excited to eat at our own restaurants. But with so many restaurants collapsing in Leon and on the beach, they started to be like, okay, our restaurants are the best thing around. That's what we want. And now they're gone. But part of that, our one, the Simple Beach Lodge, was for a brief time. And I don't mean by a little bit. They were the slam dunk best veggie burger in Leon for sure, probably Western Nicaragua. I have had better in Managua, but it's very hard, and the place that did it went out of business. They were really good. But they had a problem with consistency. I know, my own place, thing that's most important, just could not teach people that consistency was important. Was never able to get that across. But so they had an amazing veggie burger. So I just sat down with Ida, who just brought me the tacos 6 months ago, and said, we've got to figure out the veggie burger situation. She's like, let's do it. So I know, right, because I've been veggie for a long time, so I'm really into veggie burgers. I loved hamburgers as a thing all my life. It was the one food my mother could not make. Her hamburgers were terrible. But I've always been a huge hamburger fan. And so figuring that out has always been really important to me. And I've run Burger Kings and stuff, right? Like very into burgers. And so I know black bean burgers, yeah, once in a while, but that's not what you do for a normal burger. Soy burgers, they can be a little bit better, but no. Nobody in Leon makes an edible one. There's one place that people will send me. They'll be like, you haven't been here. And then I'll be like, yeah, I've had that quite a bit. My kids won't eat it. I will eat it only if I'm starving. It's not good. It's just okay. There's another place that's really expensive. Every member of my family has gotten it and thrown it away. I tried it again after a while. We also threw that away. It was gross. And there's only two in town. So one is barely passable and one is absolutely nauseating. I mean it, actually nauseating. So we don't eat that. So this was really important to us to come up with a thing. So we started with lentils, and we actually made a really good lentil burger. But we figured out the thing that consistently is the best is a yellow pea burger, believe it or not. And it is amazing. So every week she makes and freezes veggie burgers. And we'll do sometimes different ones. We'll shake it up, but we've come up with a list of recipes, and we make these veggie burgers in the house and just freeze them. And then we always keep hamburger buns around. We always have, all the ingredients, tomatoes and lettuce and onions and mayo and ketchup and relish and all that stuff. And so it's one of my go-tos of being like, we've got, she made them yesterday fresh. So it's like, I'll take a burger. And they are up there, one of the best burgers I've ever had for veggie burgers. Better than anything I've had in Nicaragua. Better than anything I've had in the States for the last 6-7 years, I would say. Like really, really good. So that has worked, like really putting in some effort into finding things that we can recreate. And we treat it like a restaurant, right? Make these as if we were making these commercially, and let's have a continuous supply of these. So all you have to do is thaw them out or whatever. And it's been fantastic, right? And sometimes we'll get different hamburger buns. I know there's a bakery in Esteli that I like, so sometimes we'll get those, and it's a nice little change. Do different sauces, but having a couple really good, really healthy patty recipes, what a difference that has made. And because we have a cook, right? She has time that we can be like, okay, just when we're about to run out, make them on Monday or Tuesday, whenever you have time. save them, and so that's just part of the regular routine, and that's been one of the best things. So really, really happy about that whole thing. Let's see. Oh, DRG said, I mean, overhead for the hotel. Yeah, so just to give a comparison, so Desperados and El Escondite are in the same physical space, and the restaurant there was pretty small, but it's still, at any given moment, 3 girls in the kitchen cooking, someone cleaning, 2 waiters, bartender, security. In theory, you could get away without security, but it's very hard because of the overlaps. Like, you just always need someone that's there to make sure things don't walk away, especially on the beach because you're wide open to everything. So you're looking at around 9 people with no manager, right? Keep in mind, this is an unmanaged property, and you're looking at 9 people for just normal open staff. And at some point, you need someone to open. Right, so someone's prepping at like 8 o'clock in the morning. At one point, we had someone prepping at like 5 o'clock in the morning because we were running our own bakery to have good bread. Because getting good bread is really tough. You can get good bread here. It's not what I mean to say. But restaurant style bread, where it's like specifically the breads you need for certain dishes, can be quite difficult. And you're often getting it from very far away. There's no bakery on the beach, so everything's coming from the city. It was very difficult to deal with on the beach. So we started our own bakery to be able to supply the bread, but that means we had shifts starting early in the morning, going all morning. And then, someone's got to clean the place, prep the place, be ready in case people showed up, because once in a while you'd have a lot of people, but most of the time you'd have like 1 or 2 tables. When you've got 3 people eating and 9 staff, you're never going to cover that, right? Because the food is expensive and all kinds of stuff. So very, very difficult. And then what do? Stay open late? Because on the beach, this is a big lesson we learned. No one wants to eat late on the beach. So your window to eat is very small. It's like everybody wants to come at as the sun goes down at sunset, but they don't want to hang out because once the sun has set, the beach is eerily dark. And it's actually not that pleasant. You actually want to go somewhere else. So having the perfect place for sunsets and the perfect place for a restaurant does not overlap. If you want to do that, you got to own both sides of the street and have people move. So that's about 9 people, but you got to handle 2 shifts, roughly. So figure 15 people on any given day. It's way too many people. And then, plus the overhead of inventory, right? Maintaining food in case you get a bunch of people. We were a steakhouse, right? So we had to have, I don't know, thousands of dollars worth of steak and salmon and stuff at any given moment on hand. And we were a smokehouse. So we would be smoking for days, getting things ready, but we didn't know if people were coming. So constantly food going bad, constantly giving away food, constantly shipping food back to our house to eat because there was way more than we needed at the restaurant. Plus having to run fresh produce and stuff out to the beach every day really adds up. So it's like 15 people on any given day, not including any managers and anyone who's running stuff to and from the city. Whereas a boutique hotel, you're looking at still security throughout the day, and because obviously you need somebody there, and you need someone who's cleaning. But because it's a boutique hotel, that's often all you need. If you have a manager, which we do, they're mostly online. They're local, they can be there, but they're not sitting around the hotel waiting for something to happen. They're tiny, right? So security can let you in, and there's housekeeping to take care of things. If something big happens and you need, then a manager can run in. But so you're looking at a staff of like 2 instead of 15, or throughout the full day, like a staff of 3 instead of 15. It's wildly different. And that massive inventory of food you don't have. And so it is massively different in cost. And when you think about food, we had single items that were like $68. We're one of the most expensive restaurants. As far as I know, we're the most expensive restaurant in the region. And even at that price, we would have people come back the next day. They were like, "This is so good." They would come back 2 days in a row and get it again. But the margins are so slim that that even with that, we're still losing money. It just not as much. If we got busy enough, we'd have single days that made money. But in general, it just wasn't able to be profitable on any given day. You needed to be full all the time, and you just can't make that happen. And so, at best, you're making razor thin margins. With hotels, you have so much less overhead, and when a room rents, you're not consuming a whole bunch of food with every meal. So with food, if you have a table, you're hoping to make maybe $3 or $4 on a table, right? If you're really lucky, $10. But people think, oh, they're buying beers, you're making all this money. Oh my gosh, often a beer doesn't make enough to pay for the person to serve it. If one person drops a bottle, you've lost all of your money for beer for the day, even if it was an empty bottle, because you lose so much on the returns. So beer is like a loss leader. And people think that's where all the money is. Not in Nicaragua. It's a loss leader or a break-even leader. So we would potentially be turning over all kinds of beer, making no money. In reality, our beer lost us money. We never made money on beer. And so the food has to make the money, but people don't buy that much food. Especially, it turns out, expats on the beach. Extremely frugal, which when you stop and think about it, there's reasons why that would make sense. But you also think, oh, if you have a really good place, they'll come there all the time. No. And Puesta del Sol, who is fantastic. These guys are expert restaurateurs. They're full all the time. They have one of the best reputations. They are absolutely the best restaurant reputation in Western Nicaragua. Well, at least in Leon area. Chinandega does have some pretty outstanding places, right? Dragonfly and the place across the street from it. There's a handful. But Puesta del Sol, I mean, it has to be the best coastal restaurant north of the reserve. And so with that amount of reputation, and they're the only Italian place. There's not even an Italian place in Leon anymore. They have managed to secure the singular Italian restaurant in all of the Departamento de Leon, right? 300,000 people. And even with that, they pulled the pasta off the menu and stopped doing all the stuff they were famous for and just went to doing pizzas because people on the beach aren't spending money on fancier food. You got to go for what has margins. Like, it's so sad that that's the market, but it is. And so we've learned from the others, and they have the advantage of not being on the beach. they're on the other side. It just doesn't. There's so little of the people who are actually eating on the beach. Half of them are eating gallo pinto. Of the ones that are left over, half of them are eating alitas, chicken wings. And then of those that are left, it's all like, a few of them want something good. A lot just want pizza. A lot just want something simple. And so the total market is so small that it just couldn't do it. So you're at best trying to make a couple bucks on a table, and you'll likely never have enough tables to pay for the staff who are idle when that table's not eating. And a hotel still doesn't make a whopping amount of money, and it does have cost, right? Because you have to invest much more in property up front, but that property does not generate new massive cost with every room you rent. Whereas food, if you have a second table come in, it's not like, okay, the first table paid for the food, the second table is all profit. No. The second table is going to consume just as much food as the first one, so you're hoping to get another $4, right? So 10 tables, you're hoping to bring in $40 for the night. Who gets 10 tables? And you're lucky if you get $4 per table. So those numbers are tough. But if you have a hotel room that's $40, it may only cost you $5 to $10 to service. And the people you need are there for the first room. So the first room might make you $20, maybe $30. But the second one might make you $35, right? It gets better. The first one's probably going to be like nothing. Because it's going to cover your cost. But the second one is like almost all profit. If you can get a third one, whoa, now you're actually talking real money. So instead of having 15 people to try to do the nearly impossible thing of getting a small margin from 10 tables, one room might do the same. And so it's a very different thing. It's still an incredibly tough market. Very expensive to get into. very hard to know what you're doing, very easy to screw things up, very hard to build a reputation and so forth. But it is possible. Whereas the restaurants, the market seems to be saturated, right? And anybody who comes in and opens another restaurant, even if they're foolish and just losing money, they'll destroy your market, put you out of business, and go out of business themselves, which is a constant fear and something that really does happen. Every little place has their own restaurant for just their guests, right? Which keeps the growth of restaurants from feeding what few restaurants are there. So it's the growth of hotels from feeding the restaurants that are there. So it doesn't have even the growth advantages you would expect of those places. So it's an incredibly difficult market. Luke says, instead of a ghost kitchen, you're describing ghost chefs. Pretty much. That's kind of what it is. EPE Life says, hey, Peter Val here in Messiah. Let's be nice to Scott by leaving a like. Likes are always appreciated. They absolutely are. Hit that. That does help. I don't see the likes anymore on the channel indicators. They changed how this works, so there's a bunch of stuff I don't know where it is. Yeah, I'm blind to it. It used to give me a running total. There's probably some way to see it, but I have no idea what it is. Anyway, go chefs, leave a like. Commodore de Fantasma. What do I think of Beyond Burgers? I actually like Beyond Burgers quite a lot. They're not my favorite. They're actually too close to meat for me. Importantly, I'm not looking for a meat substitute. I'm looking for good sandwiches. And so I don't have a really high desire to have something that actually mimics meat in the way that Beyond and Impossible do. I like them, and I think that they're quite tasty, and I really appreciate the market that they go after. I'm in no way down on them for what they do or anything like that. But for me, they're pretty expensive, and I don't like them as much as other veggie options. And so that's just a bonus for me to avoid them. So a good example, obviously you mentioned Beyond, but I'm talking about Impossible. Burger King does the Impossible Whopper when you're in the U.S. And it's good. And when I lived in the U.S., I ate it a lot and very much liked it. But here in Nicaragua, they do a non-Impossible veggie Whopper that uses a traditional veggie patty out of Poland. And we actually all like that a little bit better. We still like the one in the U.S., although when we go back to the U.S., we're always like, oh, these aren't as good as I remember. But the ones here are quite good. We like them. And I think they're healthier. The Beyond and Impossible, in their attempt to mimic meat, have to do some things that are less healthy. Just more salt and stuff like that. And we don't need that. We don't really look for it. So I like them. I think that like Carl's Jr. had an amazing Beyond Burger and selection of different ways to do Beyond Burgers. And if I'm in the States, I do binge Impossible and Beyond and similar things because I can't get that here. So it's just a different taste. So I enjoy the variety. Why go to the States and eat stuff I can eat here? But once I've been there for 3-4 days and I've had an Impossible and a couple Beyonds, I'm mostly over it. And I'm like, okay, I'm ready to go back to what I really like. When I'm traveling in like Bolivia, lentil and similar patties tend to be my favorites. But I think Beyond does a good job. Of those, Beyond is my favorite. I like Beyond a little bit better than Impossible. And I do eat just, when I'm in the States especially, I eat loads of veggie burgers because there's so much variety in them. Jay says, I'm glad you pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today, which is a bouncy, songy thing from something long ago. I remember that from my childhood. Speaking of which, what is the cheese situation in Nicaragua? How's the prices for cheddar and mozzarella? Well, mozzarella is made here, so you can get local mozzarella cheap, but it's not like amazing Italian water buffalo mozzarella, so you might still want to import it. We spend an absolute fortune on imported American Parmesan. It's very real Parmesan, but it's from the U.S., not from Italy. But we do have a really noticeable part of our entire budget goes to that. My youngest daughter is very into Parmesan, and so that's a significant thing. Cheddar really needs to be brought in from the U.S. Under normal circumstances, so it's um, good to. We spend a bit of money on it. I don't know the actual prices, but they are premium items. A lot of Nicaraguans will never have those foods, which creates really complicated situations for cooks, because even like Ida, my cook here, who does this stuff all the time, she has no understanding of the difference between Monterey, cheddar, mozzarella, Montego, Swiss. Like, we have all these things at different times. Munster. We buy all these things. Normally, we just buy one at a time. We'll be like, "Ooh, we got Munster this week. Okay, we'll eat some of that," so that we have some variety. But they're so expensive, you don't stockpile them. Goat cheese is made here. We get some decent goat cheese at local prices. That's okay. But uh, um, the overall situation is cheese is expensive, and we really have to limit it to keep it affordable, or it just becomes quite a big expense. Now, American cheese, I think that what we get here is excellent. It's made right in Managua on the Messiah Road by ConAgra, and people are going to be like, really? But their American cheese is actually really delicious. My youngest, the cheese lover, and I went through and did a big evaluation of all the American cheese available in country, including ones that are imported from the U.S. and Costa Rica. Like, we spent money on the good ones. And the cheapest or nearly cheapest Nicaraguan made one by ConAgra, it wasn't even close. It's so much better than everyone else's. We're both like, how is this the good one? Why isn't it the expensive Costa Rican brand? That must be better. Nope. It must be being made with some chemical. I have no idea why it's so good, but it really is good. It's perfect for grilled cheese. It's perfect on a burger. It's perfect on a tuna melt, which I do all the time. It's really surprising what is and isn't good for that. But so that we're okay. And the local cheeses are good, but they're used in totally different scenarios. So it's like, this is a delicious food, but it in no way replaces cheese in our normal diets, right? It's much more like replacing tofu or something, and I really like it. I'm very much a fan of the Nicaraguan cheeses, or squeaky cheeses as we like to call them. I especially like them when they are pan fried, and they're commonly done for breakfast. I really, really like it, but I really need a lot of imported cheeses to keep me happy, because it's, as a vegetarian, like, cheese is so important for our diets. DRG says, very interesting, also working out while watching. Oh, it's a popular thing. I need to move my equipment into my bedroom where I have some workout equipment, and do that as well. That's another thing. When I finally get the estate partially built, I don't know what stages things will come. One of my plans is to put in a very small gym, but separate from the house. And there's a video coming up sometime soon, hopefully before Christmas. So hopefully this week, we'll see. Or if not, shortly thereafter, where I go through an apartment that we rented for just a weekend in Managua, and they had a really cute little gym. That's exactly what I want. A tiny room, easy to air condition, that is attractive, just a TV, a couple pieces of gym equipment. I'm not a big gym rat. Like, I don't need much. I need a weight bench. I need some weights. I need a elliptical, some low impact stuff. My daughter likes to use the gym, but the gym's in my bedroom, so she'll be like, oh, did people go to bed already? I wanted to work out. And it's just nice to have a separate room for that stuff. And they did such a nice job of it, and that thing cost nothing to build. So it's exactly what I want. And because using the gym makes noise, having a gym that overlooks the pool, that's perfect. It like adds to the pool wall as like a bonus, right? So that's my plan, I hope. Luke says, you need to incentivize locals to come in with, bring a gringo night. Only 16 likes posted. Come on, guys. We got 24 people on right now. Hit that thumbs up. If you're on a TV, just use the remote. Go up. It's right there. You got time because you're just watching TV. I know you've got a plate full of TV, Swanson's TV dinner in your hands, but set it down for a second and hit that like and make it count. Dirty Chivo's here. Hello, everyone. Jay Sham says, do you like falafel? I love falafel. They are made with chickpeas. They are made with chickpeas. My daughter and I are planning on starting to make falafel here at home. That's one of those things where there is a really good, I don't know if it's really good. There's a decent falafel place here in town. They promised me on the live that they would start shipping via Pedidos Ya so I could order from them, and they just didn't. They are on Pedidos Ya, but they will only sell their chicken. They won't sell their falafel there. So one day on the live, Larry bought my whole family falafel and sent it, and it's delicious, right? I've always loved falafel. I lived in, so I've lived all throughout the Mediterranean, so obviously eating loads of falafel there. But I also lived in parts of New York where falafel was everywhere. And I used to go to an amazing Kurdish restaurant, deli, in Yorktown Heights in New York. That was so good. Oh my gosh, their falafel was amazing. But we make our own hummus at home, and honestly, it's better than anything we get in town. It's not a lot better, just it squeaks by. We don't have pine nuts. We really wish we had that. But sesame seeds are made local in town. And chickpeas are very normal here, and I love chickpeas in all their forms. So we do hummus on a regular basis and really like it. And so we'll make huge things of it. And that's part of our kitchen stuff. Like, we have really nice Ninja blender, really nice Ninja food processor, really nice Ninja ice cream maker, really nice air fryer. Like, we have some nice equipment. We've put some money into, because we do cook. My wife cooks, my daughter cooks, I cook with my daughter. We do a bit, and so it's nice having some nice kitchen stuff, and it really does keep us from going out to eat. Traditionally, most times I would go out to eat all the time. Like, I just always would go out to eat. Now I easily go all week without going out to eat a single time, as do my kids. Once in a while we'll order in, but even that, we've almost completely given up on ordering in. My daughter now makes pizzas at home. They're not like, whoa, pizzas. It's, pre-made crust that we've now found at the grocery store. It's fine. We found pre-made sauce that works quite well, and we just get mozzarella, and she just makes it in the air fryer. Even though we have a pizza oven, but that takes a lot of work to use. It's better than the pizzas we were ordering in a lot of cases, because we can't get Pizza Hut anymore. They just decided not to deliver to us. They'll deliver to other people, but not to us. We bought too many pizzas. We exceeded our pizza quota. We have no idea. But it's a weird situation that's created. There's just so little good stuff in town that we're now cooking at home nearly every meal. And if you have the budget to be able to go out to eat, if you're cooking at home because you have to, then you just have to. It's not going to do anything. But if you are able to go out to eat, if that's something you were doing and you're switching to moving at home, which is what we're doing, it's amazing what it pays for if it makes you eat at home. Instead of going, and this is big, instead of going out and buying expensive imported ice cream, which is what we were doing on a very regular basis, we now make very healthy froyo at home. And yeah, we have to buy the frozen the yogurt for the frozen yogurt, but yogurt is way cheaper than ice cream and way healthier. So we're buying very cost-effective El Salvadorian healthy yogurt in large quantities, so it makes it even cheaper. It's not like we're buying little packs. We're buying like the big things of it. And then the only thing you really have to add to that is agave syrup, which is way healthier than sugar, right? And so in doing that, we're making a healthy sugar-based, no preservatives, no artificial sweeteners, fresh frozen yogurt. It's delicious and cheaper and healthier than ice cream. Well, it only takes doing so much of that to make buying an ice cream maker a really good idea, which we did, and we're using it a ton. And right now we're constantly finding that the coffee shop that we want to go to, they no longer have a roast that we like, and it's making us not drink coffee there, which is very unfortunate. And the last few times we've been there, they've been so full we couldn't get a table, and it was uncomfortable. And so, every time we go, we spend a lot because the kids want to get food. We get a couple different coffee things. Well, you can see where it's going. If we just spent the money and got a really good coffee system at home. Actually, my daughters really like making that stuff. So why not have the fun of making it at home, not have to travel? Now we're using the car less, so we're not paying for gas. We're not driving the car. We're not having to go out of the home and deal with stuff. Even if it just cuts the amount that we go out in half, it'll pay for a really expensive coffee maker in several months, right? So it's figuring out the things that we really like and how to make it that we really enjoy it is part of it. All of that was, I think, Jay, that we will start making falafel at home pretty soon. We've talked about it, that it's well within the things that we can do and want to do. And we make our own tzatziki sauce. We do a number of things like that. Right now, only my wife can make pita bread. So we really need her to do that. When she does that, my daughter and I will make tzatziki. We'll figure out how to make falafel. If she makes the pita, we'll be good to go. My dad says, I'm so hungry now. I'll be back after dinner in the news. Luke says, my favorite cheese for frying here, queso ahumado, smoked cheese that tastes great fried in olive oil. Yes, I love it. I love it when you over fry it and it gets all caramelized and crispy. Oh, I'm a drunk guy. Hey, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. I was washing dishes and now I'm done and like the vid. Oh, awesome. Thank you. No need to like it while your hands are wet, but get those hands dry and hit that like button. We just hit 30 people that are on right now. Jay says, I started making pizza at home too. It's the best, way tastier and cheaper. We have not yet found our own crust that we really like. So that's something we need to work on. But we have this amazing commercial pizza oven. So I got to tell you guys, I had some Costa Rican manchego cheese, the kind that you normally get from Spain. And I was hesitant or worried that it wouldn't be up to the standards because I lived in Spain and am used to getting the local. And there's no doubt the real Spanish is better. I was really impressed by the quality out of Costa Rica. And because it's only Costa Rica, it's not that expensive. Like our import costs are minimal. So I was really thrilled to find that, because that is a cheese that I like to eat on a regular basis. And often you do just little slices of it. Like you don't need to put it with anything. Just checking some things here. I just realized I have a customer who sent something in. Very good. We had some extra. My daughters were eating. We were doing thin slices. We got the the cheese slicer, so you get the nice thin slices. And that's something that my eldest daughter doesn't really like cheese much, but my youngest and I really do like cheese, just in general. Just checking all my messages here, and so we'll sometimes get packs of different types of cheese, and we'll go to Managua and spend a little bit of money. And there are some cheese shops in Managua that we want to check out and haven't had a chance to. We might do that over the Christmas holidays. Zip in there. I need to go. I left my charger at an apartment we rented, so I need to go rent at that apartment again and pick up my charger. But we really enjoyed being there, right? Had a full kitchen, had multiple bedrooms, just loads of space. We're going to do a video on it. It's the place that has that gym that we liked. And so we really wanted to check out this place that was like a cheese and wine shop, which is totally my vibe, right? I love cheese and wine. So we want to do that and see what there is. But so we got this manchego cheese that was really good. So we grated it and put it onto pizza. Really nice. Mozzarella is obviously the way to go most of the time, but this was a very mild, subtle change over mozzarella. It melted well. It was fantastic. Obviously, that makes for a really expensive pizza, but doing it at home, who cares? Just make a really expensive pizza. One of the things that my daughter and I do on the regular is we will get Costa Rican butter and American Parmesan, and we will melt them down ourselves and make real Alfredo sauce. When I'm doing it with her, we do it with heavy cream and do it the American way. And if it's just me making it, I do it just butter and Parmesan and do it the Roman way. And but we love doing that. So we've got some things that we do on a regular basis. Luke says, coffee gear, that fancy looking electric grinder I bought on Amazon is a Neretva? $95 plus shipping, only 7 pounds. Awesome. I'm looking that up right now. We wanted to get the Ninja espresso system. It was $500 at PriceSmart. We didn't grab it when we saw it, and I have not seen it since. That doesn't mean I won't. I might easily see it sometime soon, but have not seen it since. Neretva coffee grinder. There it is. A couple things that we need before. Oh, I see it, Luke. Oh yeah, that looks really nice. $95, limited time deal. Bum bum bum. I'm looking at it. That is a nice looking coffee grinder. Yeah, I was thinking about getting my daughter some like pour over stuff so that she could she really wants to get into being a barista just for fun at home, and that could work. I must own stock in Ninja. I should at this point. If I can remember where I was going. Oh, back when we lived in the States, we always had a bread maker, and that was really valuable. And that's something we don't have here, and we're thinking about that. And once again, right, if we make a lot of bread at home, it will eventually maybe not pay for itself, but make it very inexpensive, because we do it all the time. My daughter would come out every day and be like, here's today's loaf of bread, or today and tomorrow's loaf of bread. And finding the kinds of bread that we want is super hard. Once in a while, La Colonia has some, but they rarely really have what we want, and there just aren't many. The panaderias all have basically the same thing, which is high quality things we don't want most of the time, except for that one up by Dale's house who's got that butter bread. It's a good thing I don't live there. I would every day have a loaf of bread. I just eat it. Right, you don't even have to put anything on it. It's crazy. But a pasta maker is very high on our list. My daughter and I would, because we eat pasta about 5 days a week for the most part, and you're not really going to save money over the cheap dried stuff, but you are going to potentially. Hold on, I think I have to answer this call coming in. Co-location America, this is Scott. How can I help you? Well, we're after hours here, so they're not in at the moment. Is there something I can take as a message, or how can I help? Well, it is. If you're just looking to get yelled at, I mean, I can be aggressive if you want. What's wrong with you? Let's see, right? Yep. Best thing to do at this time at night, because it's not late. They're easily still working, but they're not in the office taking calls. Hit us up with a regular ticket, just support@colocationamerica.com. And I'm the one on the desk because it's after hours, so it'll come to me, and I'll just send them a note in our chat system, and they can take a look and answer you and just let you know. Right. I'm just looking, and they're not. Their presence says they're not in the office, so they've left. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's easy to get a hold of someone. It's just That office operates on East Coast, so it's because we're all across the country. So the desk, we're on Central, and accounts and billing is on Eastern, and then the majority of engineering and the data center teams are on Pacific. So, but we do have data centers in like New York, so they're on Eastern. So each one of them is individual, but the bulk is in California. Yeah. If you're calling in specific for that, you can just ask for accounting, but Sam is normally who's going to handle it. She is, yeah. Yep. Hey, no problem. But if you do need anything tonight, it's possible that she would even call you back, but best just to call tomorrow earlier, and you can get right through to her. Oh, okay, perfect. All right, well, have a good one. Bye. Every so often, you guys get to hear me work. Oh my gosh, my little puppy's here. When did you get here? How did you get here? I had no idea you were here. This is Kit, or Ramen, depending on who's talking to him. Hi, this is the little puppy who was the runt and had to be rescued. And he was almost dead. He was dehydrated and starved almost to death. And his siblings would not allow him to eat. He couldn't get any food. And he said, I have to be rescued. And Taya Mea Rescue down at the beach took him for the first, I think, 3 days. And Gigi down there nursed him to the point where he was going to survive. And because we can really take care of him, but we can't do acute care. We don't have any of the specialty stuff. What's going on? You just want to get down? Why are you being weird? I'm holding you. Yeah, that's my microphone. Hi. Oh, I love you too. Yeah. So once he was definitely out of the woods and safe and had his emergency meds and all that stuff, then he came here and he was so tiny. And now he's a big, healthy dog and he's doing so well. He's thriving. He's still very young. He's growing really fast. And he's had his anti-flea and anti-tick medication, and he's so soft and so healthy and getting so big. He's bigger than his siblings who tried to kill him, and he hangs out with my adult dogs. And for the most part, for a while, it really took him a while to get to the point they're getting along, but now they get along quite well. And he's doing great. So that is our third dog with the disputed name. And you guys got to hear me work. Every so often, I get so few calls, but I cover Thursdays and Fridays for my team, so you get to see me working in the background. Jay says, I just buy the dough from Western Beef, $2 a ball. Yeah, I wish we could do that here. However, we just discovered, thanks to you guys on one of the live streams, I don't think it was last week, I think it was one of the impromptus during the week, someone pointed me in the direction of a pizza supply store in Managua that we're going to go check out, that they have a number of things. Luke is sending me coffee stuff in the background, trying to get me to spend all my money on coffee stuff. Oh, Brian's here. Dramatic music. Party is now over. Because Brian is here. Ed says, hi, Scott. Leon is better than awesome. Well, I'm glad you're having a good experience here. I'm always scared someone's going to come and it not be awesome. There's my daughter, Liesel. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Say hello to everyone on the live stream.
Hello, everyone.
She has more tacos. If you're bringing me more tacos, I already ate 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The beans are burnt, so I don't want them.
Oh, I didn't really notice that. I thought they were fine. Oh,
Maybe just mine are burnt?
it could be.
I feel like I'm like the ones at the bottom.
Oh, I'm sorry. Check with Chana.
Yeah, I'll see if she wants them.
Or if your mom's here. I don't even know if she's here at this point.
She's leaving.
Oh, okay. She probably doesn't want it. She might want a quick bite of taco or something. If not, just put plastic on them and leave them out. I might be hungry much later or something. Did you take the little puppy with you? Yes, there we go. Oh, I'm glad that Leon is working out so well for you. How long have you been here now, Ed? Luke says a French press, a Chemex, Borsalite glasses and AeroPress vacuum sealed containers, easy buys. Oh, that's what he just sent me links to. Jay says mocha pot for me. Oh, I used to have one. I was just talking to my daughters about getting another one. I haven't had one in a long time. John Mason says a homemade pasta is a thing of beauty. My wife and I took pasta making classes in Florence. Did our own lasagna, did our own ravioli, did our own spaghetti, probably linguine. It was amazing. It was really good, and it was not that hard. But getting a pasta machine, my daughter and I have done our own homemade pasta here, but it didn't work out nearly as well as when we did it with real people in Florence. But I'd really like to get a nice pasta machine because we eat so much pasta. And it doesn't matter if it saves us money, if it just makes fresh pasta doable, it would be so awesome. And they're really not that expensive. Not at all. Considering we would use it every freaking day. DRG says, hey, you and your family are inspiring to Americans, Nicaraguans, and the global world. Well, thank you. John says, I roast my own coffee, and it's awesome. I would like to do that. I feel like I would enjoy that. Janet says, oh, I have a standing order for every week at Pani Paz. I get a sliced whole wheat loaf every Friday. I like to slice it myself a little thicker. The thing that we really want is like rustic European breads. None of the European breads does Pani Paz do. They do very Central American breads really well, but that's not what we want. It's my kids, they lived in Europe, and so their taste for bread is very European, and they want like out in the country Italy bread. For homemade bread, I highly recommend Cyril Hitz books. Interesting. I'll have to check those out. Thank you. Easiest and best bread I've ever made. Oh, all right. Let me go open that up. Let's see if I can find it. Cyril. I didn't find it real fast. I will have to search more. Alberta Boy is now in Leon. Aha! Oh, very cool. DRG says, Janet says, it's really great how so many people like to cook. Diego says his siblings tried to kill him. Oh, the puppy. I mean, they didn't like try to kill him. They refused to let him eat. They wouldn't let him get to food, so they were starving him. They were doing it because they wanted extra food, as dogs will do, but it was not good. It's common, right, when you have a runt that they may not get enough nutrients and they just die of malnutrition, which is incredibly sad, of course. So we carefully rescued him, and now he is a very happy little dog. Coffee essentials minus a Bodum iced toddy maker sent. Oh, yes, thank you. It says, since Sunday, let's do lunch. Yeah, absolutely. Let me think. This week, I think I'm around most of the week. So, yeah, hit me up. Ed, Alberta Boy, do you have me on WhatsApp? Have you joined the WhatsApp group for Leon? That would be the place to start. John says, saving money on homemade pasta is not the issue. It's really just so much better. It is so much better. Yeah, it's... When we did fresh pasta in Italy, we were like, oh my gosh, this is so delicious. And we eat so much pasta. So much. Plus, it also means we don't have to stockpile so much pasta. Because currently, we stockpile crazy amounts of pasta, which does cause it to go bad sometimes. Instead, if we were just eggs and wheat, then we'd have fewer ingredients and could make more different types of pastas. And my kids will randomly be like, no, we want fettuccine. No, we want linguine. No, we want farfalle or whatever. They're constantly coming up with different things that they want to have. And it's like, we only have so many of these different things around the house. But if we could make fresh, it would be then all you need is one set of ingredients. You can make everything. Kate says make sourdough. None of my family likes sourdough. No, I don't think a single one of us. I'll eat it, but I don't like it. Jenna says, well, their whole wheat is perfect for peanut butter sandwiches. And the subtitles said it was Bunny Buzz. Nullcast007 is here. Hey, Scott. There is a little community between Matagalpa and Jinotega called Aranjuez that's supposed to be cooler than either Matagalpa or Jinotega. Also in December, Sabaco mornings are quite chilly for Nicaragua. Oh, I could imagine. Is it on the main road between the two? I really love that drive. It is so beautiful. Jay says, sourdough is awesome, but seems like a nightmare to make yourself. That too, it does seem like a lot of work. I don't find the flavor that good. Once in a while, I like a good sourdough, but most of the time, I don't. It says, I'll have to find the group on WhatsApp. Check the episode notes. It should have a link in there to the main group, and then it's easy to find Leon from there. Just join the main one, and then there you go. It's amazing how few pasta makers are actually on Amazon. I would have expected many more. Cuisinart has a bread, pasta, and dough maker. That's so many things. Oh, yeah, the ones that we used to want don't seem to exist anymore. Why is this one so cheap? It's funny, I'm DRG. I'm Nicaraguan born in America. My uncle has the last name Miller as well. I also have an English last name along with a Spanish one. Well, technically, my Miller last name is not English. It is Swiss. DRG says, what do you think about the Caribbean coast? Would you ever consider living in both Pacific and Caribbean and jumping back and forth? I don't think it's very likely that I would want to live on the Caribbean coast. I'm not a big fan of Caribbean coast living. Most of the time, I do work on the Caribbean coast, not in Nicaragua, but in Central America. So I do spend time there, and would I like a few more days? Sure. Would I like a little bit of time there when I'm not really working? Sure. Does it really call to me like, ooh, I could be on the Caribbean coast? Not a lot. What does call to me is the mountains. Right, if I was going to go between places, I would go between the coast, the Pacific coast, and the mountains. Easy, but it's also way closer and way more different. The Caribbean coast is obviously quite different, but you're still on the water, and so you're not making as big a change in that way, I guess. But it's the cooler weather that's the nice variety. I haven't spent time on the Nicaraguan Caribbean coast, but up in Belize, they're like, yeah, it's just like here. It's a little bit nicer, but it's basically the same thing. You're really not getting very different. And so it's like, is it really... Luke and I are going to do a drive out there and check some of it out. I'm sure it's going to be awesome. I'm sure it's going to be super friendly and really neat, and we're really going to like it. And the prices are good, but it's so far away. It's so much of an effort to get out there. It's really hard to imagine wanting to run out there on any regular basis. Maybe if I had some extra money and I had a place on the islands, that would be different. Corn Islands, that's making a leap. Now you're island living. I get it. But even the Corn Islands, it's hard to imagine. I'm going to stop myself from saying what I was going to say. It's easy to imagine that the Corn Islands wouldn't be that much more interesting than Ometepe. Ometepe being way closer. I can drive to it, don't have to do too much. And it's really unique. The Corn Islands are much like many Caribbean islands, and so tiny. But there's some charm to that. But just the coast, like Bluefields or Bilwi, could be interesting, but hard to imagine them calling enough that I would put in the effort to live out there. Jay says, I like injera Ethiopian flatbread. Has a sourdough taste to it, but it's a 3-day process to make it. Just buy it. Jay also says, pumpernickel deli swirl bread is king for sandwiches. I like that a little bit, but I still don't want it for a sandwich. Matagalpa is beautiful. I love Matagalpa. Being either right in the city or in the small villages outside, all very, very nice. That I could do. That's my preferred city. I prefer it over being on the beach. But the beach has a certain attraction, right? So having our main house right on the beach, or we're not right on the beach. Let me be clear. Really close to the beach, right in the beach zone, is nice, right? There's something cool about being able to, let's have some family visit. And that's one of the things I'm saying when we're building. My mustache is driving me crazy tonight. I think I got like one loose hair that's tickling me. Being on the beach, it's really easy to be like, hey, let's have our family come visit, and we can put in a guest quarters right there, so family or friends can come visit and just stay with us and just walk to the beach. And then when we have cooks at home, they can just order food from there. And if we have like a little restaurant space in our house area, and by restaurant space, we mean like, let's put up a pergola and a little table outside. Right now, we did dumb things. Like we have a huge 10-person dining room table outside. It's beautiful and we'll keep it, but no one wants to sit up against the kitchen wall. Like, it just doesn't work. But if we made a nice outdoor space with lots of room for it, put a pergola over it, made it really beautiful, we'd be like, oh, this is so cool for when we have outdoor parties and stuff. That's what we want to be able to have. This house is so big. I say this all the time. It's so big, yet it's not set up to host a party. When we want to have friends over for something, they don't fit. Like, that's dumb. We have so much wasted space and so little of what we really want to use. Like, we literally use something like half the house. My bedroom, easily double the size it needs to be. I wouldn't necessarily cut it in half, but it certainly doesn't need to be anywhere close to the size that it is. Short a couple bathrooms, which is only a problem when you realize how much extra space there is. Our kitchen is huge but poorly designed. The pantry is enormous and worthlessly designed. We have 2 living rooms. We use neither. And the one is big. The other is absolutely enormous. Plus, we have a vestibule larger than any of the bedrooms. We have 3 open spaces in the house that are so large, they're bigger than any room we use except maybe the kitchen. Something like 50% of the house only functions as open space to make it far to get to other parts of the house. That's a bit much. We could, if it was designed differently, do just as well or better with the house half the size. And it's got to be a major percentage of our cleaner's time is spent cleaning the areas we wish we didn't have. So that's a lot, right? And even our outdoor space, we love our big outdoor space, but half of it is just walking area to get to the part that we use. There's a lot of that kind of stuff going on. So fixing some of that stuff and making a smaller but way more practical house with at least one more bathroom will go a really long way. And then having beautiful outdoor spaces with pergolas and stuff, and sit outside and have food brought to us, or take our food out there and have beautiful lighting and whatever. Hook up speaker. Like, why not make it super fancy? It's our house. There's like so much opportunity, but when you don't own the house, you're like, yeah, I'm not going to do it. Luke says, the trip to the autonomous zones needs to be in January. I'm in Florida most of February. All right, we got to make it happen. DRG says, Matagalpa is beautiful. Yeah, Corn Island is beautiful, but far. Really? It's only so much farther. Once we're going to the Caribbean coast, that's so far. We might as well be in the Corn Islands. You're almost there. John says, my favorite pasta is cavatelli. I really like penne. I'm a simple guy. So easy to make and amazing texture. I also really like ravioli. And we're going to be doing... Oh, you know what I wish we could make at home? Cannoli. I haven't had a good cannolo in years. Oh my gosh, we caught up with everyone. All right, we're gonna do one from the old list. I can find. Oh, I gotta find. Is this right? Oh, it is not. Sorry, just checking all my notes to make sure nothing's being missed. All right, so the question was, there we go. What is the UV ratings in the Nicaragua mountains? And so we're at 3 hours on the dot. So if you go up to the mountains, we had a video not too long ago, about a month ago, where we were talking about the white folks tanning in Nicaragua, and we said that the UV here is actually quite low. So someone asked what it's like in the mountains, and they range from early in the morning being a 1, and then going up to 10 at very high in the middle of the day. I've never been in Matagalpa where I felt that the UV was noticeably high, but you also don't walk around, with oh, all right, did not. Make sure I can pass this on. All right. So I've never really noticed the UV being high in the mountains. When I'm in places like Guatemala and Bolivia, I feel it immediately. So it's totally different. But supposedly it gets a high rating here in Nicaragua. But when I look it up, it says 10. In real life, I don't feel like it comes across that way. So I don't know. Down here in Leon, like, we never burn. Like, it just does not happen. So I'm going through the things to answer, right? And I'm at the point where I'm up to 2 months old, and then the next one is 17 minutes ago. 17 minutes ago? Why is that mixed in? It's no wonder I constantly lose things. Like, that's crazy. Oh, and here's another one, 54 minutes ago. Sorry, I had to jump away and lose track of what I was talking about. The UV rays were really, it's like on the beach here, you never get a tan, you never burn. Somebody does, but it's so different than what people are used to. So I don't think it's very high. That's my opinion. Easy to make. My new house in Veracruz is awesome. Wait, Ed, you're in Veracruz? Like, walk on over. Like, get you on the show right now. shoot me on WhatsApp and let me know where you are, because like I can walk outside and yell at you. John says, if I make it to Nicaragua, I will make you cavatelli and you'll be a convert. Okay, let me know. Luke says, early night here. Mucha tarea para mi clase de español. Adios, y'all. Adios, Luke. Ed says, I turned from Canada White to Nika Brown in 4 days. John says, buena noche. Porte, France. Are UV rays. I noticed that Nikas generally wear long pants and long sleeves and hats. They do, but not because they burn. I don't know any who burn at all. It's what they wear. And then maybe it's because there's a ton of light. Leonardo, hey, how's it going? But remember that, so a big thing here in Nicaragua, is that culturally they try to avoid getting tanned. If you work outside, like, you're just gonna get really tan, so whatever. But like Marcella is a great example. Marcella will go to reasonable lengths to try to avoid being out in the sun. And so we'll wear long sleeves during the day and short sleeves at night. But it's a long way from burning. Remember, we're in bright sun 24 hours a day. So, well, not 24 hours a day, but 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And so because of that, if you're not careful, you can end up getting tan. Like, I'm way more, this is ridiculous because I'm so white, but I'm more tan than I would be if I was in New York. And because I'm out all the time, there's just this little bit of tan that is always going on, but I'm never close to burn. I never have tan lines. Like, it's so little. But if you're Nicaraguan and much more prone to tanning, you can end up tanning quite a bit. Just because you tend to be outside quite a bit. And so they take lengths because it's in the same way that Americans have a tendency to want an extra tan, Nicaraguans tend to want to avoid an extra tan, and so they try to do that. Plus, it's just healthier not to be in the sun. So Ed says, I get possession on the 9th. Oh, very nice. Of January must be. Leonardo says, I love Nicaragua. Did you like the party buses? I've never really ridden the party buses, but the party buses went to my restaurant, so I'm very familiar with them. Janice says, speaking of tans, I have a very light tan from crossing the street and staying in the shade while I'm walking. All right, I'm going to read one. I don't know what this is. We did talk about this. But every time I tell some North Americans that I might be moving to Nicaragua, they always tell me I'm going to be in danger. I said, obviously, you only hear from the media about the negative information. First time I went to Nicaragua after 45 years since I left, I felt completely safe everywhere. I went and I had a mini iPad taking pictures and videos. My family from the USA felt very safe. I believe the dollar was $1 to 26 Cordobas. Oh, and then I just clicked something and things jumped all over the place. I don't know what's going on. It's amazing how far behind I get on these comments. Graduate Jamalogist says, I noticed some motorcycles driving right between the vehicles. Watch out for those motorists. Yeah. Trying to find some good comments that are worth having real discussion about. Hey, this one's from Tim in Nicaragua. Sorry, Tim. I don't know why I didn't get to you earlier because he's on the live stream. 2 months ago, he says, I got lucky, booked a return flight on Spirit, and Spirit canceled all their flights and returned my money. If I drive my car into Costa Rica from Nicaragua, will they require a return ticket? Yes, they will require something. They should. When I do a border run, is it better to park my car in Nicaragua and walk across, or should I drive in, turn around, and come back? No, don't drive in. Walk across. I'm going to answer in there, but you're on here, Tim, so What's the plants growing on my walls called? I honestly have no idea. Those two were quite old comments here that I'm trying to get to. I think I did this video, but I don't know. Ah, here we go. Here we go. All right, we're ready for this one after I read this. Staying centro imabite. Ah, yes. Or imabite. No, it's imabite. It's an old indigenous word. Emmanuel has been great. That's fantastic. Janice says, and Ramon will tan quickly if he's in the sun very long. That's why people cover up, as Scott was saying. Diego says, and actually pants, it's the default clothing. Yes, that's true. You don't wear, like, shorts for us foreigners. Everyone's fine with it. But for locals, it's considered overly casual. I mean, it's fine. It's not like you can't go out that way, but it's seen as being exceptionally casual, just like Europe. Shorts are seen for young people and to be in the house. I was even denied entry to the Nicaraguan DMV because I was wearing shorts. To be fair, Diego, I would also be refused entrance to the DMV in shorts. I can't go to Migracion or anything like that in shorts under normal conditions. I've been turned away at Cerveceria for business meetings that they called at the last minute, dressed up in fancy shorts, like totally dressed up, but in shorts, and they turned us away. They were okay with really casual jeans, but not fancy shorts, like really weird. It's not about being formal. It's about meeting a requirement. Letter of the law, not logic. And they were willing to throw away business deals over it. We're like, whatever. It did a lot to ruin relationships that we had come out, and multiple people that they had invited out, they just refused. They didn't care that we were dressed more than their requirement. They just had some stupid requirement. They were just looking for excuses it was ridiculous, completely rude and unprofessional. Which I realize there's a cultural thing. You always wear pants, right? But there's also a certain amount of don't be obnoxious and rude. Right? Like, it doesn't matter, like, whatever. You can be like, hey, in the future, we would like it if you wore pants because we have some weird fetish with people wearing pants. That's a you problem, dude. Right? Like, I don't care what you wear. As a business person, if my employees care what you wear when coming to a meeting, that's a problem on them. That is unprofessional. That is sloppy. That is disrespectful of the business. Is disrespectful of your customers, right? Because that doesn't matter. That's exactly one of the things that makes Americans question doing business in other countries, because they care about formality and not about business. To Americans, it's theft. Right? It's an employee who has a personal agenda that's more important to them than the profits of the business. And, we're not talking about safety. We're not talking about courtesy. We're talking about cultural differences or just personal preferences, and throwing away business over something like that to a business person is theft. It makes every person in that business look like an idiot. Right? And this was 4 years ago, and I still think of everyone who works there as just idiots, right? They have no idea about business. They don't know what they're doing, right? Is that really the way it is? I don't know, but that's certainly the impression they went out of their way to give, right? That they were not prioritizing making money. They weren't prioritizing being professional. They weren't prioritizing being polite or kind. They just burned bridges for fun. And, if I was the CEO of that company and I found out, every person involved would be fired. How dare you steal from the company for your personal enjoyment? That is not your place. But it is acceptable in many cultures to put personal preferences above your job and to use investors' money to push your personal agenda. Luckily, in the US, that's illegal. And as an investor, you can sue, as you should be able to. If I was an investor in Cerveceria, I'd be really angry that they treated my investment so disrespectfully. But I just know not to invest. So reading Juice Fast for Health. I am interested in moving to Nicaragua. I'm a single 73-year-old, quite healthy and youthful woman, and I'm not sure which region I should check out to move down and rent an apartment or condo. I've seen info and videos that there are areas where a person can rent a place, eat, pay electric, and take buses all for about $500 a month. I'm not a big fan of high heat and humidity. Would prefer less humidity and cooler weather, though not freezing cold. Any suggestions? Well, you're certainly safe on avoiding not freezing. That's not going to happen. Eclectic 8 said, that's inspiring that you feel healthy enough to make a big leap. Foremost might be to listen to Scott's other posts, many of which are grouped into topic playlists. To attempt to summarize Scott's advice in a word, avoid making any decisions, semi-permanent housing until coming down for a while. Check out his related videos. $500 might be doable for very frugal living abroad adapted individuals. Several videos broach that subject too. And for coolish at best, most people look at the Matagalpa-Esteli-Jinotega triangle. Did I mention checking out Scott's other videos? Given the schedule he seems to keep, I found him to be surprisingly responsive if I post a specific question under a topic-related vlog post. And he says that to a video that I'm not sure I responded to for 2 months. So I think I may have actually made a video about this. I don't know. But I want to cover it here, and I did link to her that I'm doing this right now. So Eclectic 8 is right. That triangle is generally where people are going to go, and your lower costs are almost certainly going to be Matagalpa and Jinotega. Esteli is a little bit more expensive, still affordable, of course, but they're a little bit more affordable, a little bit less expensive. The Matagalpa is the bigger area, so you've got more options. You can be in the city, you can be a little bit out of the city, but you want to be close enough to the city to be able to be in the public transportation zone where it's easy. That's important, and maybe able to walk. If at all possible. So $500 a month obviously is very difficult. The best way, if you have some magic touch, is to find a roommate. Because with a roommate, we're at that time of the night where the gnats come out and they get on your face and then it tickles. In theory, you'll be able to get an apartment below 180, maybe around 150 a month. It's too bad Luke isn't here because he's got really cheap one bedroom in Matagalpa, outside the city center, but well within the city limits. Electric, between electric and his rent and water and internet, I think he's just over $200, giving you $300 to work with within the month, $12 for your cell phone. You're really going to be spending $250 on food, and that's going to be a huge struggle, as you can imagine, to keep that budget down that low. That's just under $10 per day. That's about $8 per day for food. Can it be done for a single person? Yes. Is it done by Nicaraguans? Yes. Is it going to be hard? Absolutely. Right? That means you're going to be cooking rice, beans, eggs at home. For a lot of things, maybe not eating 3 meals a day, not you're starving yourself, but you're going to be limiting what you can do. 500 is just a very tight budget. There's just no way of getting around it. And if you're renting a place on your own, when Nicaraguans are doing it, yes, people are on smaller budgets, but normally they have maybe 6 people in a house, but 2 people bringing in between, maybe around $300 a month. So they have a total of like $600, but for several people, but they're only paying one rent. And often they own the place, and it's generally a cheaper place. Very little electric and so forth, sharing internet, and so forth. If you could get a roommate and pay just a little bit more, like the place that I talk about all the time here in Leon, a 2-bedroom, 1-bath for $180, then you'd each be paying $90. Split the electric, you're each paying $95, $97, whatever. Split the water, now you're at $100. Split the internet, you're at $110. Let's say it's a $125 for 2 people splitting a 2-bedroom for that. Now you've got $375 to work with for any public transportation stuff you're going to be doing, and your grocery shopping and that kind of stuff. Much more. That's going to leap you forward because you're splitting the electric, splitting the water, splitting the internet. and so forth. And the only things you have to pay for of your own on your own is that cell phone. Everything else basically got split in half, and that's one of a single bedroom apartment versus a 2-bedroom apartment. It's not like it doubles. It doesn't come close to doubling. It can be like 10 to 20% more for that second bedroom because of just the economics of Nicaragua. And so you don't get a great value when it's a 1-bedroom or a studio, but you do get a really great value when it's a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom. That's the sweet spot where the money really goes far here. So if you can come up with that, and if you're someone like Marcella, she potentially could have 2 roommates. Her house is 200, right? So just a tiny bit more than a 180 for a 2, right? So if you were to take a $200 place, and her place is certainly large enough to have 2 roommates. Her master bedroom is each of her bedrooms is quite large. Her living room is she has a living room that's cozy. She has an outdoor patio that's very nice. She has a backyard that's very nice. She can do full entertaining in the front, full entertaining in the back. Indoor living room that's cozy, but most Nicaraguans don't entertain in their living room. She has an actual dining room, just a table for 4. She has a kitchen, very small, but completely adequate. And then 3 large bedrooms, sharing 1 bathroom. That is definitely the limitation. Her backyard is large. So they set up back there with like a barbecue and like a big beer thing, like a big thing, and chairs around. They're not got 20 people, but getting 6 or 8 people back there for an evening, easy, very comfortable, and easily 6 people in the front with hammocks, couches, and stuff that's outside on the patio, but under the roof. So at 200, splitting it with 3 people, you're only looking at $67 for your rent. And now your part of the electric is like $5. That's $72, assuming the same that like she pays. And then your portion of the internet is only about $15. So let's say 85. That's about right. So $85. And then you're part of the water. So $87, right? Suddenly you've got over $400 for all those other things instead of $375. This gets real comfortable really quickly by simply sharing that rent. And of course, then you can do things like, well, I'm cooking tonight, you're cooking tomorrow, and make that a little bit easier too. That's an option. You can do things to share the food that we haven't even talked about in any of those scenarios. So I get that's not what she's asking about. She's really thinking about a single person. But food is always going to be tough at that $500 number. But well within the realm of possibility. Living on your own, it's going to be tight. It's going to be a struggle. Those towns would make sense. Leon is also doable from the price, but it's got that high heat. Not really the humidity, but it definitely has the high heat. And there's some other towns where it might work, but those are definitely your hot spots, for sure. Hot spots of what makes sense for you, not hot temperature. All right. Do we have any? Nope. DRG says, for sure, I agree. I am going to respond to this one also from... This is from Radio Lush 5003. And let's see where we are. 3 hours, 22 minutes. He says, hi, Scott. I so appreciate your enjoyable, informative videos. I'm originally from the Fort Worth, Dallas area. I lived in Carrollton, Texas, so I know the area. And remember as a kid how excited we would get when the mosquito trucks came through. We would run behind them in the cloud, little idiots. I was wondering what other bugs there are to deal with there besides mosquitoes and the little gnats that are driving me crazy right now. Specifically in the Grenada and Matagalpa areas, I've been living in a spoiled, bug-free life here on the West Coast for many moons, and I'm a little bit worried about the bug culture shock. In reality, I don't think the bugs are all that bad. Clearly, we have mosquitoes here, right? But that's why we spray really heavily. Do I get affected by mosquitoes very often? Honestly, extremely infrequently. I can go a month without thinking about mosquitoes. I can go 6 months without swatting at one. It's crazy. I go out there now. The gnats, they never end. Both here and out in the garden, we get these little tiny gnats. They do not bite. They do not do anything, but they do fly into your nose, fly into your ears, fly into your eyes, and that's why I'm like, are there like gnats everywhere? Like there's only a few in here, but they get on your face. They love you. We rarely have to deal with anything. When we see a centipede, it's normally running around in the garage, not coming into the house, not doing anything, haven't gotten a bite. Someone saw a scorpion recently, but we normally see one scorpion every 2 years, I think is about where our average is. We do get tarantulas here in the house, but remember, we leave the house wide open. We get a number of beetles that come into the house. Again, wide open. Can't be more open. It might as well be outside, right? Imagine we just live on a slab outside with a roof over it, but everything's just, open on all sides and anything can walk in. That's how we're living. And the number of bugs that we get in the house, there's always something. Moths is the big one. We get nonstop moths because it's dark outside and we have the lights on inside. But of course that's going to happen. Do they do anything to you? No. We also get bats in the house. We get birds in the house. We get birds just hanging out in the living room because everything's so wide open. We get iguanas in the house, cats in the house. It's a bit much. Once in a while we'll get like a cockroach, cucaracha, or something like that. But surprisingly few. We have gotten kissing bugs. Twice. And again, years and years. Katydids, crickets, those kinds of things. Again, if you were to close doors, close windows, you wouldn't have those things. But overall, there's just very little that actually bothers us. Like if I was in New York, I'd be like, oh, we got all these flies, we got all these this type of thing and that type of thing, and dragonflies and this and that. Most of those things we never see. So it's not bug free. I've lived in areas that are completely bug free, and you're like, yeah, you notice there's no bugs. This is not that extreme, but there are actually very few bugs compared to like Texas and New York, where I grew up. They have so many more bugs than this. So it's pretty decent. It's really, I don't think it's something to normally worry about. Once in a while, you'll end up in a situation where you're living by like standing water or something. You'll end up with a lot of mosquitoes, and then you're like, but we also spray, right? That's part of it. We spray our lawn and we spray the house. So everything's treated. So if things do come in, they don't tend to stay. That's a factor, right? But overall, it's really not too bad. MLW Disclosure 8450. Hi, Scott. You talk about agriculture, and I've always wondered about farming practices and pesticides in Nicaragua. AI has not been helpful here. It would not be. I wonder if you know anything about their practices, about GMOs, Roundup, etc. I would have been improving in recent years, but can't find any info. Someone says, yeah, also like to know. Gooch Gooch says, aside from the tree fruits, most crops need to be sprayed with herbicide here. Nature is very powerful here. If you don't control it, it will take over. I had a tree in my yard. It was about 1.5 to 2 years old. I cut it down to 6 inches tall at Christmas. It's now 6 foot tall. It's now 12 foot tall. I'm going to take the machete to it tomorrow. Familia says, most of our products are grown by small farmers, and I can assure you they are organic. Nicaragua is a good place for the U.S. farmers to come live here and sell their products for Central America and China market. Come live in Nicaragua and have a simple but happy life with your family. And this is all from 3 months ago. Discussing on the live. So you're going to get a wide variance here, right? It's not one answer for everything. There are there's extremely little GMO. That's not something that we see, but we do see pesticides in use, but it really depends. Like Gooch Gooch said, small places, typically you're getting organic stuff. No one's using anything. A lot of times people are just harvesting stuff that grows wild, like the fruit. But bigger farms certainly are often using pesticides and stuff. We're not pesticide free. That's unfortunate. But it's really not that bad. The GMOs, we've not seen anything of it. Actually, this is a really important one because we just talked about the bugs, and I want to mention Jason. You guys need some big bug zapper lights outside. So the thing about bug zapper lights is you actually want to be really careful because they don't eliminate mosquitoes, but they eliminate things that eliminate mosquitoes, and they actually can create mosquito problems. And they don't do what you think because they invite bugs into the area. So they're generally a bad idea. If your goal is to eliminate moths, which my daughter would be totally in favor of, she has a moth phobia, then that would work. But in general, they'll actually create the mosquito problem you're trying to avoid. And of all the bugs you get, mosquitoes are the dangerous ones. They're the ones you do not want to do anything to encourage. DRG says, ew, kissing bugs, chagas. Yeah, you don't want that. The worst thing is they're called kissing bugs, but the reason you get chagas is because they pee on you. Yeah, GMO, basically we never have to worry about it. The quality of food here, very high. Quality of produce, very high. It is very good for that. But actually getting organic, and we've talked about it on the show that maybe we should do our own organic certification or something, because there's nothing here in country, and the way that they do organic in other countries makes no sense, and it's very confusing to people here. So having a natural, healthy certification could have some benefit. What if I was to bring a little Bayliner boathouse to Nicaragua? Could I live in it on the beach? Well, no. So you've got a lot of... So I don't know what a Bayliner boathouse is, but a boathouse, right? Let me see what one of these looks like. So, no. And the reason being is, where the heck are you going to put it? I think when people think about doing something like this, there's a lot of things that they aren't considering, such as waves, rocks, depth, storms. Like I'm not a captain of a boat, so I'm sure you guys know some stuff that I don't know. But if you were to go out and look at the coast and imagine having a boat out there, you would say, oh no. Oh, right. I feel like that's pretty much what would happen. Because it is the open Pacific, right? And so you're going to go from calm to extremely rough, and you have no way to come in. What are you going to do? You're going to throw a dinghy over the side every time you want to go grocery shopping? Is that the plan? How will you do anything? Like, I'm not saying it's physically impossible, but you'd have to anchor so far out. I don't know if you can get an anchor that will go that deep. I don't know. Like, I don't know how it would work. But you'd be way out in the Pacific in some really rough water. I mean, you're talking giant swells on a normal day, because it's open Pacific. I can't imagine trying to sleep out there. 2, can't imagine it being safe. I can only imagine your boat being smashed into shore, or you never being able to make it into shore. Something like that is what I imagine being the problem. Keep in mind, there's not one boat like that on the coast. Not one. So you'd have to be quite the expert seaman to want to venture out and figure that out. Let's put it that way. And you said, could I live in it on the beach? No. Like, you could be in the boat or on the beach, but the two can't be close to each other physically. Dale's here. Hola, Scott. Hey, Dale. How's it going? It says, had a couple of cockroaches. You kissing buzz chagas. Brian says, I have 2 outlet sticky traps in the kitchen and 2 in the bathroom. I hate bugs here. Oh, I hate the bugs here. Yeah, Texas has a lot. Dale says, had 1 scorpion on the porch, killed it. Very few mosquitoes. Flies, yeah, but surprisingly few bugs, especially compared to parts of the States. The temperate zone just has a lot of bugs. Ed says, tiny ants. That's true. We have tiny ants. Termites do exist here quite a bit. Peter Val, hey, beautiful people. Good night, all. Have a good night, Peter. Dale says, I've been here a month and a half, and they've sprayed the neighborhood 3 times. Jay says, you guys need some big... Oh, we talked about that. DRG says, are things really organic? I've heard that my whole life from my folks, but are they really? Well, I mean, like I see a lot of stuff here that I know is organic just because I know how it's being made. Just checking all the messages going on. All right. Yeah, I mean, so organic just means not using. So organic actually means nothing, right? Organic is purely marketing and opinion. There is no technical definition. But what people generally mean who put any thought into it is they mean no inorganic fertilizers or pesticides. Often, however, they mean no organic pesticides. Like it becomes a what the heck did they mean by the term? It's very disingenuous. So, but I do know tons of the produce here is grown with no chemicals whatsoever. There's no way for it not to be organic. So I do know quite a bit is organic. That much I know. Dale says the best thing about produce is it's picked ripe, not like in the States where it's picked green and then sprayed with ripening agents and in transit for 3 weeks or so. Yeah. Okay, Defender 714. I was just in El Transito for 3 weeks. It's a fascinating place. There are hidden gem properties to buy, not on market. Thanks for your videos. I was shocked to find beer and gas prices similar to the US. The US has famously cheap gas. Most places keep it higher to discourage waste and pollution. They want to promote public transport and reduce using transportation as a form of entertainment. Roads in El Transito need improvement. I like the place too. That was KL7RRC, who's probably on right now. I think he commented just a little bit ago. My comments are not going through. That's great. Abuakas Forad 3 months ago, commenting on should you invest in property in Nicaragua 2025. Really appreciate how upfront you are about the risks of investing in Nicaragua while still sharing why you're doing it yourself. That honestly is rare. What's the single biggest factor that convinced you to go ahead in 2025? See where we are in the live stream. 3 hours, 23 minutes. So the biggest thing for us, I did put this in another video, but I didn't respond to him to say that I put it in a video, is that, you know, we live here. We're all in. And so we have a really critical need to help support our local community, to make a difference, to help it grow, to have things that we want, and to maintain some kind of positive oh. we want to be able to support our community, right? And there's so much risk of foreign investors coming in and just destroying things. There's so much risk of businesses just flailing. And there's so many things that we want to see that would have a positive impact for us to make the place where we live better for us to live in, that we want to make sure are happening. That it makes sense for us to do that. And because we're here for the long haul, things like needing to flip property, as Ed just said, you can't flip here. You can't even come close to flipping. You have to assume 20 years to see value. Well, this is where I expect my kids to be living. So if my kids are in 70 years thinking about hopefully there's value in these homes, I think that's going to be there. I think that the property is going to maintain or increase its value over the decades and decades to come. And that's where it's really critical, is that it doesn't lose. And it is really low. So for us, with absolutely zero interest in selling and zero interest in moving out of the market, and completely willing to commit to it in a very trapped way, it works. For anyone who's coming in and saying, well, I'm going to invest and the value has to be the money, for normal businesses, you have to get your value from the returns. I put in $10,000, I must get $1,000 back out this year or I'm losing money. That's true, right? We don't have that same economics. For us, it is, this has to not lose too much money, hopefully make money, that'd be great, but it can't. We're here to stop our community from eroding. Right. We're here to backstop and support our community in the short term. Hopefully in the long term, it turns into a wise investment, or at least a reasonable investment, or at least not a ridiculously bad investment. We will see how that turns out over time. But our needs are so different, because it's not just places that support our community. It's also places that we use. For example, we talked an hour ago about the fact that I have boutique hotels on the beach, but my house is not on the beach, or the place where I'm building my house is not on the beach. Well, there's times that I want to go to the beach. I live in a beach community, but I don't want my access to the beach to have to be, I'm going to some business. I know every business in town. I can go to Mike's place and hang out, and I feel like I'm at home at Mike's hotel and restaurant, so it's not a big deal. And I go out dancing at Pelican Surf. I don't feel like I'm in some foreign place. I still feel like I'm with my local people and everything. It's very comfortable, but there's still something about, this is my property on the beach. I want to sit on my patio and look at the waves. I want to watch the sunset from my own place. I want to have those things, and I can't have those things unless I have a beach place. But I don't want to live on the beach and be there every day. So having, for example, my first house that I bought on the beach, which is now a hotel, has unbelievably awesome surf and sunset views. Absolutely incredible. I don't want to lose that. And by having it be a hotel, now I can not be there most of the time and have it hopefully make money. When I do want to use it, because it's a hotel, it has paid for me to have a indoor pool and pool bar. That is my own private place to sit and be indoors. Pouring rain, whatever, I can be in my pool. Thunderstorm, I can be in my pool. It's indoors. If I feel like sitting on the beach, it has its own private beach with amazing views. And if I want to go out and just wander the beach, I have my own space right there on the beach. It's my space, right? And when I want a room, I can have a beachfront room that's just, I open up my doors and I'm on the beach, or I can have the one under it. I open up my doors and it's pool view, right? I want to have dinner on the beach. I have my own, it's not a restaurant, but it's restaurant tables, and I can have it catered from my house, hopefully, right up the street, as we were talking about having a restaurant in the house. That's an awesome selection of things, right? And that's something that I get as a benefit without having to spend extra money by having invested in my own community, rather than just throwing, let's say I put the same money into the US stock market, which would make a good return probably, but I wouldn't be able to go enjoy my pool that it paid for. I wouldn't be able to go stay in my own hotel. Now, I don't want to stay in the hotel when it's full, but it's never going to be full all the time. So there's tons of time where I can go stay in my own hotel for free, or family and friends are coming to visit. They can stay in the hotel for free when it's not in use. And so this is this amazing little usage. Now, part of it was we had restaurants when we first did it, and I was like, oh, we love going to our own restaurants. We love going to concerts at our own places. We love going to the big parties that we had at our own places. That was great, but they lost too much money. It was just not worth how awesome that felt. That's why we need to. Oh, speaking of there's the fogger, Dale. Whoever was talking about the foggers in the U.S., it's coming down the street right now. That's not the first time they've done this while we're on the live stream. I'm going to tell the kids because we've got kittens out there. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to let the kids know because it's right here. No, Mia. No. I just want to make sure that cats are not darting in front of the fogger truck. So the restaurants were cool, but there's a lot of value to having stuff in your own community, and so that's a good reason for us to be investing there. And we get to watch over it. We get to enjoy seeing it do well. We get to be involved, and so it's. Produce, OMG can't flip. Buy to live in, it's a home, not a business, for sure. Steve says, maybe I can put some windows in windowless bedrooms and flip it. Any place that has windowless bedrooms, it's because the other side of the window is a concrete wall. Hold on, they're spraying my garage. Dale says, funny that around the time I start noticing a couple of mosquitoes, the fogger truck comes by. Ed says, Ponaloya is a perfect example of bad decisions. Oh my gosh, it is. Everything there is so bad. And so many expats with unsellable things. They're just parked right there. He's not moving. I don't know what it is about this window. Every single thing, whether it's the fogger truck or my driver with a radio, everyone likes to just park right there and be loud. No one stops anywhere else, just right there. The most problematic spot. Yeah, in Ponaloya, you have so many people. That's like the buy from a distance place. And I remember when we were looking in 2019 from abroad, there were places that they were showing by, real estate agents. And yeah, he's still right there, Dale. Like, he's not right behind the window. Now he's right over here. But, like, come on. I can hear my daughters out there. Like, did they just spray her that whole time? She's got to come in like... Well, she didn't come in to tell me anything bad happened to the kittens, so hopefully they're okay. All right. So, I remember down in Ponaloya watching videos from one of the terrible real estate agents, who I now know everything was a scam. And he showed this place, and they had all this story about it. And I remember hearing about they wanted $90,000, and it had all this great stuff about it, and blah blah blah. And hold on, just responding to a ticket. Bum bum bada bum. And talking about how fast it was going to go, what a good deal it was, all kinds of stuff. Now that I lived there 2 years later, and I was like, oh, I wonder if I'll be able to find this place. Well, of course I was. It was super easy to find, super obvious, and it's in a terrible part of the village, a very undesirable area. It would be okay to live in, right? It wouldn't be the end of the world, but it's in no way a good spot. I would estimate its value probably under 18,000, 17,000. It's an unfinished structure, or was at the time. Had gone for years. By the time we got here, when he was showing it, it was clear it was old and abandoned. And he was trying to say it was worth $90,000. I saw it years later. It had grown over. No one's doing anything. All the kittens okay?
Yeah, should I change their water?
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you. The place had grown over. The guy who had run the ads had just some, I don't even think he represented the place. I think he snuck in and slapped his sign on it. Clearly his sign was abandoned. Everything was abandoned. He had signs all over town on abandoned properties. He had never been to town, didn't know anything about any of the properties. I think he came around with signs and spray paint and just spray painted his name and number on all kinds of stuff. And I've never seen a single property with his name on it sell in all the years that I've been here and all the years before. I'm sure I don't know if he's ever sold one. And so once I got to know it, I'm like, that's not worth 90, which I knew it was. Obviously that was not worth 90. But you're like, is it worth 60? Is it worth 50? And the reality is that the lot and the house together, because of the amount of structure, I don't think it can be worth 20. The location is outrageously undesirable. It gets worse, but it's not a lot worse. And for an unfinished, non-move-in ready place that's been abandoned for close to a decade, you're really struggling with it. And I'm not sure that anyone has looked at it, let alone purchased it, in all the time since. And I'm looking at it right now. I think okay, has it been moved into? Oh, it looks like someone has pictures. Someone put furniture outside, parked a car outside, put a table outside. Okay, someone's using it now. So at some point, these are recent pictures. It looks like a nice structure, but it's whoever moved into it had to put in the floors. It had nothing. This definitely looks like it's some kind of weird little business used for catering or something. None of this looks like someone's house or anything. It's very weird. Anyway, but so that's a great example of a place that was hardly worth anything and sat for a decade. Right? That's how do you ever make money when things are sitting for a decade? And so much of Ponaloya is like that. It's where they really got the expats to purchase sight unseen, and they think, oh, this looks like such a cool stretch. And there are some really interesting things down there. There are some nice things down there. But you get down there and then you're like, oh, this isn't what I was imagining. And this isn't what they were describing. And it's too late. And there you are. And so many closed businesses. It's rough. And I went to Ponaloya in 2015 with my kids, and we almost didn't move to the area because of having gone to Ponaloya. We didn't at the time we didn't know about Las Pinitas, and Las Pinitas was almost nothing. It was just starting. Ponaloya was just ranchos with bars on the beach, and that was it. There is a Super Express though now in Ponaloya, so that's helped a lot, or should help a lot. All right, let's get back to the conversation. I made it hide. Why does it act like I just signed in for the first time? That's weird. Dale says, oh yeah, I hear it. Funny that the comes around. I hope they're going to do my street. Wow, I was just parked there. The smell is pretty rough. Yeah, we can smell it. Jay says, to have my own modern home high up, semi in the mountains with nice coastal view. There's no such thing. To smoke my cigars off the balcony is all I want. About how much? So coastal view from mountains is, I mean, that's San Juan del Sur. It is the only spot in the country where there's a mountain near the coast. We have nothing like that at all down here. Not even close. We're all just flat. I mean, you could be up in El Crucero and the coastal view is 30 miles away, but you're way up in the mountains, so you can see it way, way, way off in the distance as this line on the horizon. But the things that they show in San Juan del Sur, that I'm not on the coast, but I've got a dedicated coastal view from a mountain. That is not Nicaragua in general. It's such a tiny specific area, and it's still not expensive. But good luck finding anything because you're in the everything's a scam zone. So you'll spend it's so hard. Mostly no one's going to be willing to sell. They're all holding out. TJ says you're still on. Wow, we're not even long, TJ. We've only been on. We just went over 3.5 hours. We did 9.25 hours last week, and we started later. So it says 10 Cordoba on the dollar. I wouldn't feel guilty at all. Not sure what that was about. Hey, Jillian's here. Hey, Gigi. You missed it, Gigi. We had the little puppy that you helped nurse back to health was on the show earlier. He was hanging out, and the mosquito truck just went by, so it's been loud out there. All right, you guys are a little bit quiet. Let's see what we got for old comments to respond to. Shoot, I lost my link to the live. There we go. Dale says could be on the slopes of San Cristobal. Actually, I don't know. San Cristobal must be able to see it, but the one north of there has really good views. But obviously, you're on a volcano in the middle of nowhere. All right, so this is an old one. But John Anderson 8795 says, I watched a video earlier today where you said basically every new... Oh, no. Sorry, the wrong one. Dennis Alvarado 9991. One thing that did get my attention is the new border law. Can you give us your take on that? Thanks. And then someone just says a great question. So let's talk about this new border law. So it's gone into effect 4 or 5 months ago at this point. This is not new anymore. And one thing, as we generally would have expected about it, is that we've heard nothing. Not one person affected. Nobody. I'm not saying that there is no person in the country affected. I'm sure that's not the case. But we've heard of literally no one affected. And we expected no one to be affected because we've never heard of someone who lives in the affected zone. So what they did, and we don't have all the details because nobody's affected, so who's getting the details, is that they extended a former 5 mile or 5 kilometer, you have to check me on that, 5 kilometer, I'm pretty sure, zone in which foreigners could not own near the border. They then, after that was a long time in place, they then extended a 15 kilometer zone near the border, in which is controlled by the government. It's a control zone. They didn't have super clear details as to what that was going to do. Okay, hold on. I just need to respond to or copy this to someone. 781. Of course, that doesn't exist. I'm trying to track this thing down. Where's my ticket? All right, this is a mess. Hold on, guys. I gotta open a new ticket because they closed my old one. Hate this ticketing system. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So no one's been affected, and no one was supposed to be affected. The government said no one is going to be affected. That was part of the announcement. This is a border control zone. It is a zone in which no one's supposed to be able to go without being monitored. The government can go and inspect. They don't need to ask your permission to go and follow people or monitor or fly drones or do whatever they need to do. It's a border control zone. However, it's the border. The number of expats who live in the border zones is basically zero. It's not zero, but it's basically zero. We don't have that many expats in the country as it is, and I've never had someone say, you know where I want to live is along the Honduran or along the Costa Rican borders. It's just not of particular interest to anybody. So we've never had someone who supposedly was affected. So this is one of those things that absolutely shocks me is how many people brought it up for conversation. I'm really interested in this new border law. Why? No one's interested in living in that zone, so why are we interested in it? It doesn't affect anybody, right? There's no deals underway that it would impact. There's no nice areas you want to live in that it would impact. It's a border zone for a reason. Now, in theory, if you lived in it, you're supposed to not be affected, other than, obviously the government has to be able to come into your property and make sure you're not harboring fugitives or whatever, people crossing the border, or that you're not smuggling drugs or whatever. That's not a big surprise doesn't really affect anyone unless you are doing those things. Then of course it affects you. And so my real question is, I need people to tell me where their concern comes from, because the law itself shouldn't have an effect. What it may do is make it that you may not be able to buy property in that zone, but it was not clear that that is the case. The old zone, it was clear you could not buy property there, so you weren't in that zone. So it's only this additional extension area. Potentially you can't buy there, but if you already own, you're not supposed to be affected. And we don't know of anyone who did own in that zone to be affected. And we don't know of anyone who wants to be in that zone to be affected. So while in theory it represents a change of something, it represents a change of something that no one will be affected by today or in the future. So really, I think it requires a lot more information for those of us to answer it, to understand what is the expected thing. It's kind of, quite often some law happens that we're like, nice, this isn't going to affect anybody. And then people are freaking out saying it's going to affect them. And we're like, okay, but we don't know what you think it's going to do to you, so we're not sure how to answer it. And that's kind of how I feel about the many people who asked about this. Were you considering buying in that zone? If so, where? Talk to a lawyer. There's every chance this won't affect you at all. But we don't have a good answer about it. But I can tell you that no expat in the country is affected. It should not impact anybody's thoughts about anything. And really, it shouldn't be something that anyone thinks about, right? Kind of like, what if the government's going to change the fonts? Honestly, it does not matter. Don't spend time thinking about it. That would be a distraction. These things everyone wants to mention because I don't know. Because there's just nothing interesting or scary going on here, so we have to have something to glom onto, I guess. All right, trying to get to stuff we can actually answer while we're waiting for people. All right. Also from it scrolled again. I hate. It can't reload the page. We're gonna reload and see what happens. Abuakas Farad, really appreciate how clearly you broke down the Nicaragua cost of living question. This is in response to Nicaragua, the cheapest place to live in Latin America. From your experience, what's the one expense newcomers are most surprised by when they move there? Well, I think this one's going to be easy giving today's questions. That is electric for sure. That is what catches people by surprise. And we'll talk about it again right there. There we go. So thanks for the question. And so electric really is it, right? There's a few things that catch people off guard. The cost of rental cars, about the same as the U.S. A lot of people are like, what? Why isn't it cheap? If you think about it, it wouldn't be. How could it be, right? We're not making cars here. How could it be cheaper than somewhere else? Okay, that makes sense. I don't know what else, right? I don't think much else has I guess maybe it's the cost of shopping in person. That is a legitimate one. A lot of people are like, oh, I can't get these things cheap. I have to, and then they just describe a different form of shopping. It's a little bit like if I moved to the United States and I said, oh my gosh, I can't get this pasta maker cheap. They only have an expensive one at Walmart. I have to resort to ordering one from Amazon. Well, that still is getting one cheap. And here, people are often like, oh, I went to Managua, I couldn't find this thing. I have to order it from Amazon. Okay, well, if that was an okay answer in the US, why isn't it an okay answer here? Oh, well, there's this extra step. I have to go through a shipper. Okay, just like they have to go through UPS or FedEx or whatever. I understand it's another step. I understand it's not identical, but are you leaving Nicaragua? Are you doing some black market deal? Are you, no, you're giving your credit card, you're going on a website, you're ordering a product. Does it take longer to get here? Yes. Is it the same price as the US? Yes. Can we get stuff directly from China cheaper than the US can? Yes. Overall, we're in pretty good shape, but people have a certain expectation that shopping means shopping the way that they want to shop or the shopping the way that they're used to shopping. And so there tends to be a very high tax on the way Americans tend to shop, but only tend. And so a lot of people are surprised by that, I think. But it's not being surprised by the actual cost of things. It's being shocked by the cost if they don't adapt to doing it the Nicaraguan way. But the one cost that is real that people cannot get away from potentially is their electric. For those who have cheap electric, it's amazing and they have no idea what's going on. For those who have the super expensive, you got screwed electric, it's unbelievable and really, really surprising. So that's the one thing that I think really does catch people off guard. And we do try to talk about that. We have a lot of videos that try to prep people. Hey guys, I'm not wasting electricity. I'm not being ridiculous. I still have a nearly $1,000 electric bill now. I also have lots of videos of when it was cheap in the past. It varies. It is unpredictable. And that surprises people. I have people who yell at me. It is predictable. You're just wrong. I can find ChatGPT to give me a number of what it cost. And obviously, that's just a flat-out lie. They know that whatever research they did has no bearing on real-world prices. They know that real people getting real bills are all over the place. They're just making stuff up, but people do that a lot. And so that's a little bit of a problem, but that is how things are. Okay. Cool. Just checking the show is still on, looking good. All right. Just gonna shower the fleas off of me, then I'll be right back. Okay, Jillian. Jillian runs the Teamea Animal Rescue. Jay says, that's fine. I think it's 10 miles in Panama. Right, most countries, it's a similar number. It's not a shocking number. Michael Bublé was live at the Vatican. Neat. And Dale says, I'd say that's a good law as both borders are U.S.-friendly countries and you don't need some foreign actor facilitating illegal crossings. We don't actually know that Honduras is U.S.-friendly. They're disputing that. It's now, they openly are defying U.S. Political intervention. So we're going to see what happens in Honduras. But Costa Rica for sure needs some protection because we want to keep the drugs out of Nicaragua, right? So good things. Alex is here. He says, I look like Santa. That's because deep down, I am. Hey, KL7RSC. Scott, I found a place with fixed electric and water bills. Only danger is it may not last forever. And Dale says nothing lasts forever. Absolutely. I found a place with fixed electric and water, and it lasted years, but not forever. I had other places that lasted years. They're still going on. Maybe they'll last forever. Maybe they will not. But yeah, that's part of the flexibility is it may be good today. It may not be good tomorrow. So you want to be able to play around with those options and protect yourself long term. It is what it is. We kind of all go through that. It is one of the negatives. There's no way around it. It definitely is a thing that that can happen. Copter Pilot LA. I'm sad. This is 4 months ago. But he asked, how is the surfing? Very good. Answering at 4 hours and how many minutes are we? 13 minutes. So we're not the world's best surfing country. Let's just be honest, we're not. But we're a very good one with a lot of options. El Tránsito, Popoyo, Las Penitas. These are some major surfing places. There's lots of other places where you can do surfing. We are a big surfing country. You got a lot of options and a lot of pretty decent surf. As far as I know, I do not surf, right? Do I look like someone who would surf? No, I do not. But I know many people who do. And Las Penitas, where I live, is a huge surf place. There must be half a dozen surf schools alone. There must be 30 or 40 surfers. There's a real surf culture, loads of boards and clothing and all kinds of different things. Hey, free coach Ron Williams, how you doing? So you have a lot of options for learning to surf, practicing surf, getting out and surfing on a regular basis. A lot of professional surfers live there. That's a very common place to live. It's, you know, it's not the absolute best, but of the place where you have of places where you have good surf, I think Las Penitas is one of the best. It's one of the lowest cost, access to a city, able to do things. Whereas if you go to like Tránsito, for example, yes, the surfing is probably a little bit better, but you're gonna have to live really far from things. It's got a lot more crime. It has dirt roads. How are you gonna get in and out? The nearest grocery store is an hour and a half away. That stuff really hits you, right? It makes living there much harder. Whereas the surfers that live in Las Penitas are able to go to and from León to the big stores anytime they want. Like catch the bus for 20 cents, 30 cents heading into town, catch a ride with any number of people who are going back and forth at any given moment. There's stuff to do in town. We're way bigger than Tránsito, right? We got nightclub, singular, restaurants, not a lot. We talked about how little there is and how it's going away, but there's still something. There's plenty of hotels. There are and Tránsito does have some stuff, but nothing on par with Las Penitas in any way, and certainly nothing close to León. So it's a really good spot. But Popoyo and Tránsito really have great reputations for their surf alone. So lots of options there. I can hear things running on the roof, and my dogs are freaking out about it. All right, I am going to... I'm going to answer another one right after I get back. And... All right. Everybody hang out, ask new questions. Dale says got his first half-month power bill, $6. That stuff makes me want to get a small apartment and abandon this place. And I just wish I had room for the dogs, right? That's the biggest thing. But I'm just going to refresh my drink and clean up my desk a little bit. I will be right back and ask some questions. We'll be right back. Don't disappear. I'm watching y'all. I'm back, people. I'm back. Remember to give a thumbs up and like. Here I am. Oh, right. Can the girls bring Kit back? They're busy playing video games online. I will see if they can at some point. Dale says still wait. Oh, no, we already did that. Wow, that was it. There's not a lot of comments. Everybody remember to give a thumbs up while we're here, while you got the moment, while you're thinking of it. And of course, if you'd like to buy me a coffee, you can buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/Scott Allen Miller. Help me pay for the Pepsis to keep me awake as we do a live stream. We are currently at 4 hours and 20 minutes, a respectable amount for kicking this thing off. We got 23 people on. It's not a huge, busy number, but it's not terrible. Our average view duration is respectable. If we just have a good number of likes, we'll be all good. And it's still kind of early. It's only quarter after 7, so sometimes we get ramped up after this. All right. A little bit more caffeine. That is good. Topic. Scott is there. Hold on, let's get a link going in here. And we are at 4 hours, 22 minutes. Scott, is there a place that cuts into the middle ground regarding a soft landing that's not San Juan del Sur, enough English speakers to survive somewhat cheaper beach rentals on the ocean? So it's a tough one because nothing's like anything else. Everything's so unique in the country. But the obvious one, and Brent did pop in 5 months ago and mentions Las Bonitas, and that is true. Popoyo and Las Bonitas are the two obvious choices. With Las Bonitas, you have more to do, but it's more Nica. Popoyo is very touristy, very expat-y, but not overrun and completely that way. Las Bonitas will give you just enough English speakers to survive. Popoyo will feel a little bit like a small San Juan del Sur. It's in that whole expat zone down there in Rivas, which is why when people ask me, hey, would you ever consider Popoyo or someplace like that? I'm always like, not really, no. It comes as no particular interest. It just doesn't have the culture and such that I'm really looking for. I really want to be part of the Nicaraguan scene. I don't want to be part of something that feels like an enclave, right? And not that Popoyo is an enclave, but it feels a lot like that. It has a lot of that vibe to it, and the percentage of Nicaraguans and the activities and the type of things that are there. While because of that, it has a lot more variety, a lot of things that we would like, restaurants especially, compared to Las Bonitas. It also has a very different vibe, right? So neat to visit, good for surfers, good for those who want to be very much in an expat culture, but for us ourselves, not making our particular cut. So those two are really the big choices, right? If you get much away from them, you're getting into either very small places that just don't have much at all, or if or you end up really, really remote, or you end up with no English speakers, no one meeting that necessity. A lot of them don't have supermarkets or anything nearby, and so forth. All right. Sorry, a little bit distracted there. Okay, so we answered that. I think those are really the best. That's an easy one to answer. I feel like I missed a question here. No, maybe not. That was it. Mike says 5 months ago we were in Matagalpa and we installed air conditioning in the house we purchased. We have it in the master bedroom, but we rarely use it. This year I've used it twice so far. The kids hate it. Very common for people in Matagalpa. There's just really very little need for air conditioning, but good to hear that it's really not needed. Hunting down comments that will be useful. Okay, so 5 months ago, again, Brent commented on Expat's Guide to Nicaraguan Air Conditioning. It will be interesting to see how long I can make it with no air conditioning there. Lol. In all reality, I'll probably want a split in the bedroom to run overnight for sleeping, occasionally at other times during the day for a break from it. I'm trying to think if I ever seen the outside half of the split units anywhere. I guarantee you have. You just don't know what they look like. In the places I stayed with splits in the sleeping areas, I guess the outer unit was on the roof or in the hall or something. If a person put one in a rental apartment, wouldn't the outer unit be unsecured outside the unit? I suppose that's true. I guess at your house they sit on the ground outside the bedrooms maybe. You mentioned swamp coolers and I have used them in very arid Southern California. They work pretty well, but I can't imagine them being used where it is humid. Anyway, super informative vid on the AC. Thanks. So here we see we never see air conditioning units on the ground. Normally they're attached to the house. So mine here are way up above the windows, and then the water drips down. So now I'm inside a gate. We could put them on the ground. No one's going to take them. It's also really common to attach them to the sides of the building. It's also common to put them on the roofs of the building. I've seen a lot of times, a lot of houses here have windways or airways around the building, and it's common to have them in there as well, so that's an option. You really want to make sure you're getting good amounts of airflow, and you don't want to be in a situation where it could kind of get into cycling its own air and start heating up. That would be really ineffective. You'd have a lot more cost involved with that. But we see them all the time. So at the Simple Beach Lodge, they are on the side of the hotel, just the side you rarely see. We do have one or two, I think, maybe up in the roof area. I'm not sure where they all are. In Escondite, they're right in front of, they're right next to the windows outside the front. That's very, very common. You actually have to kind of walk around them a little bit. So if you were there, you would notice. You want to keep them in shade, but as high and airy as possible. So this is the north wall here. So all of our air conditioning units are against the north wall, and that works really well. Along that side, we only have two rooms on the other side that need air conditioning at all. One is a bedroom in the back corner, so its air conditioning is on the east side under a mango tree. So it's got roof and mango. It's always in the shade, works really well. And then the only one is the gymnasium here, which is kind of like a guest room. It does not have anything for a gym in it. It's just built to be a gymnasium. It has one on the south wall. It is the one exception. But again, giant hikoro tree, directly keeping it out of the sun almost all the time. So really not a problem. Plus, it only gets used at night. It never gets run during the day. So that sunlight hits it, not a problem at all. I've never had anyone be worried about them being secured. Someone coming up and stealing your air conditioner. I suppose that is... I suppose that's a plausible thing, but I don't know how. I don't know how someone would really get away with it unless they knew no one was home. I've never heard of anyone stealing one before. I suppose it could happen. Hold on, just looking for the right stuff to put or to do for the chat. Choosing internet for expats. Tim in Nicaragua. This is Tim. Where I'm located, I have an antenna on my roof pointed towards a tower on top of the mountains. It is only allowed for business owners. I have good service, Tigo, but it is expensive. My cell service is not good where I am, so the internet service is important. Interesting. I can't believe that they do the only for businesses. Like, that's so silly. Officially, the service that I have here is only for businesses, but obviously they let you have it for home. They just make you act like a business, right? They make you sign up and do it in that vein. But they let us do it because they want the customer, and we pay like a business. It's a business service, so I don't know why they would make it only for businesses. It's very, very strange. All right, Mr. Frodo. This is also choosing internet for expats 5 months ago. Funny thing is, I used to install cable and internet in Portland, and when I rented a huge warehouse in a very busy commercial zone close to the airport, I was required to upload 1,000 to 3,000 a day and interface with national banks for houses. I moved in thinking internet was available. I called to check and they said yes. When I tried to order it, nope. Line ends 2 blocks down my road. They were very nice and told me that I could get it right away if I paid $200,000 to bring the line 2 blocks. I ended up having to move my office staff to my house till we got a line at $125 a month. That is very, very much an American problem. Like, you can't imagine something like that happening in any other country ever. Like, ever. And yet in the US, like, that is so common. Oh, yeah, no, you can totally get this service. Oh, no, the hundreds of thousands of dollars. I know lots of people who have had stories just like that. In response to, also 5 months ago, from Scott Henney, what if Nicaragua outlawed cars? Now, I talked about this again last week on the live as well, or I think it was the live a week ago. It was very recent, and I think it was that one. He says, I could see banning cars within towns and cities, but we need vehicles for the supply chain. There are some small islands around Vancouver Island that ban cars. So I think that this is surprisingly unnecessary. Here in Nicaragua, it's different. Right, it would still be very difficult, obviously, to ban across the entire country, for sure. But we also, you have to remember that we have public transportation that is absolutely fantastic, very, very easy to get around using public transport today. Now, of course, if we added little things like electric vehicles, like electric golf carts to some places like Ometepe or in the beach zones, that solves some endpoint things. If we have tuk-tuks and similar that get people around, like you want like tricycles and tuk-tuks and campaneras and those kinds of things at different sizes really makes a big difference. You do have to have those kinds of services. You can't get rid of the cars used as taxis, for example. But if we got rid of most cars, most taxis could be tuk-tuks or something similar. And the electric ones can have a little bit more torque, so they can handle some of the steeper spots a little bit better or whatever. There's a lot of these little things that do actually get resolved by getting rid of cars. And if we put, obviously, between the cities, you put in trains. Now, of course, you need some amount of logistics between the towns, but extremely little. Most of the traffic going between the towns isn't people shipping things. And when it is, yes, your cargo trans, that still needs to have a truck that goes back and forth. There's a few business things that need to happen, but people, moving people between places, trains get you the big places, taxis and similar get you the rest. It's very rare that you need something more than that. And generally, it can be handled with a rental SUV or something. Again, from a taxi, a driver, you get people who are certified as commercial drivers. So you eliminate things like normal driver's licenses. You eliminate things like casual driving. You eliminate garages and that kind of stuff. Because your goal to make things work is you got to make it that people can't park on the street. You got to make it that people can't have cars in their house. You got to make it that the car infrastructure is going away and that the streets are clear for small, efficient vehicles and people on foot and people on bicycle, and that you have better public transportation. As an example, taking the bus from here in Sutiava to downtown Leon takes several minutes longer than it should because there's so many cars just sitting in the street. People will just pull up and stop for a while and block the road, and then it causes traffic jams, and there's just always a little bit going on because there's too many cars in an area not designed for cars. Of those of us who are going to and from Leon, Managua from Leon on a regular basis, if we had things like the UCA buses running 24 hours a day or even 22 hours a day, that would solve a lot of problems. As it is, they don't run in the dark. If we got trains, we wouldn't need them during the day at all. We could just run them and have a train that goes all night long. It takes fewer people to man the trains. And then we have the availability of a train station on either end with services and things that are open all night. And we can actually have a lot more lively society with a lot less transportation, a lot less traffic, a lot less danger. You don't need anywhere near as many cops. You can then shift those jobs into something else. Conductors and such on the trains, of course. There's a lot of benefits to society. There's a lot of benefits to the environment. There's just a lot that can get much better very quickly when you eliminate cars. And yes, dealing with business and trivial moving of just stuff between the cities, yeah, it's a little bit of a challenge, but it's also one that I think is very easy to come up with solutions for. There just is very little of that. Of course, like farms and stuff will need some vehicles to move stuff. There will have to be exceptions, but it's the passenger traffic that can really go away. Okay, Soy El Tonka, in response to choosing internet for expats. Hold on, let's see what timestamp we're at. 33 minutes. While yes, either option would be fine for most people, this is talking about fiber and cable, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference. There are absolutely major differences that are not a matter of opinion. Okay. Fiber uses light that can transmit in both directions simultaneously. It's actually because it's using two lines, but that's correct. Cable, copper as you're calling it, cannot. That is a fact, not an opinion. I did this for a living for several years, erecting physical infrastructure and then maintaining it in both versions. Yes, he's correct. He's correct. However, that's only if you're using. He is correct in the cable that I'm referring to. You can't. If you're using Ethernet, it definitely goes in both directions at the same time. Cable uses waves. Okay, so now this is where it gets weird. Remember that fiber uses light waves, cable uses light waves. They use the exact same waves, electromagnetic waves in both cases. They both move at the speed of light because both of them are light. One is just visible light and one is invisible light. So those things are the same. Cable uses waves and has to reserve the lower waves for upload since it cannot transmit in both directions simultaneously. This is why you rarely, if anywhere, see cable internet offer matching upload and download speeds. It's reasonable that it doesn't offer the same speeds, but both of them, this is where all of this becomes misdirection. Is that both allow speeds that are massively faster than any network is using, right? It is true that in theory, fiber as a technology can go. What is going on? Oh, sorry, my phone refused to show a call. Go Location America. This is Scott. How can I help you? Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can find. Because it's not with us. It's with Sam. It's 429. That's your server ID, but that's cool. 29. Yeah. And I saw a note come by from our data center saying no one came to pick them up today. I'm assuming it's the same ones. It's not going through our desk because it's yeah, so here's the last note. I got the labels have been attached. That was yesterday. And then Sam asked, did someone come to pick it up? No. Did someone pick it up? No. And then the data center sent us a note just a little bit ago. The boxes are still here. Please schedule someone to come pick these up. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. Do you have I have no idea. So this is not something that comes through this desk. There's really nothing we're able to do. I mean, I sent a note over to the data center, but it's after hours there, and UPS is not available. I would assume because it's maybe they are. It's 5:30, I think, in California. But that's all going through Sam's office, so she's the only one that really knows about it. I can send her a note. I don't know if she's. Hold on. Oh, I think she's. Um, that's a tough one because from our perspective, UPS just didn't come. Maybe if UPS goes and thinks something isn't ready, maybe having them call us or something. Did they talk to somebody? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. Are we sure that did? Well, they may have gone to the wrong address, or who knows? I mean, we have no idea. Did they? I don't know. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can say. That's the address. That sounds. Sure. I mean, so the only possible answer is to reschedule with UPS, and make sure that they come out and make sure that they talk to somebody. Well, they go through there all the time. They should know. Yeah. Well, they need to call. If they're there, the only thing I can say is if they're there, they need to call. If they're going to say that it's not ready, right? Because from our perspective, they just didn't show up. Right. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm asking for that info. None of that stuff that we have here, because for us, it's just we just send people to the address. We've never had UPS have a problem before. I mean, I'm sure we have in my experience. Right, right. Um, I'm r- yeah. I'm asking to get as much info as we can. Because none of us are none of us are physically there, so we'll have to see if we can get some of that from them. But we can ask the DC to describe it for sure. Yep. Okay. Female. Yep. All right. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. All right, cool. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, hold on. I gotta find it because I did find it already, but I gotta find it again because it's not with me. Oh my gosh, it takes so long to find a ticket in the system. What number was it under? You gave me a number and I found it. Oh, wait. I think I may have only found it in the other system. Hold on. Yes, I have it here. Hold on. Let me just respond to them and ask for the descriptions. All right, I'm letting the data center know. I'm trying to find. Yeah, I have no ticket for this. Where? I would assume so. If you want to call them, I'll find out right now. Okay. Hello. Okay. Oh, jeez. Oh, okay. No, I'm not aware of there being a room number that is used for that. I can call the data center. I can't call it while I'm on the phone, but I could come back. I'm trying to ask without getting off the phone if there's some way to get a room number. Yeah, it's definitely a huge data center. I would think they would pull up to the dock, but I don't actually know. Right. Yeah. Well, this is Scott from Colocation America. I'm still here. I don't think UPS is still on the phone. Oh, okay. Well, we've never been asked for one before, so we're a little bit confused. I'm not saying that there isn't one. I'm just saying, uh, right, but I'll have to hang up. So that's the hold on, let me give me just a second. Yep. Go ahead. 772. Let me read that. 772-473-0228. All right, I'll be right back. All right, cool. Yep, should be fast. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh, guys. I'm so sorry. This is the most ridiculous. Like, what the heck is going on? It's so simple, and this is what it's like working in tech. Hey guys, this is Scott from Colocation America. How you doing? Got a quick question. I've got that ticket about the pickup from UPS that never happened. UPS is refusing to come to the building without a room number. Do we have some kind of room number we can give them? 400. Just room 400, suite 400, anything? All right. I'll let them know. Thank you very much. All right, have a good one. Are they really going to go up to the 4th floor? I don't think so, but maybe. Maybe. I don't know where this note go. There we go. Hey, it's me. They said, oh, sure. Hey. They said you can use room 400, which is on the 4th floor. Yep. Shouldn't be required, but you can use that. That should work fine. All right, cool.
They'll be there to pick up?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's late in the day. You think somebody will be there? There won't be a problem at that time?
Oh, from our side?
We'll have someone there.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the data center side, 5:45. Somebody going to be there?
Someone's always there. We're there 24/7.
Okay. All right, cool. All right, then. All right, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your help. Hopefully it'll work out tomorrow. Do you want to give them a phone number? Do you want to give UPS a phone number that they could call in case something happens when they're there?
Well, if anything happens,
You guys,
call us.
if you guys want, I can definitely provide you our number just in case something goes wrong.
Yeah, but he's not the guy that's there. So
Right, but
you know,
yeah, but call.
I have your number already, guy.
Yep.
You know, but all right. Well, we'll just have to see what happens, I guess, tomorrow. Hopefully, it'll work.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh my gosh, that was crazy. Okay, so to fill you guys in on what just happened, and I'm sorry that was incredibly boring for an incredibly long time. Hopefully everything is still working and you guys are still here. Oh no, it's showing my stream went down. No, it's back. Okay. Wow. So a lot of people dropped off during that. That was crazy. Thank you for the thumbs up, by the way, Expizzazz, while you're there. You are 5 hours late. Welcome to 5 hours and 10 minutes in. Dear Lord. Okay. So they wanted to get servers picked up today. We run data centers. You guys know I cover data centers on Thursday night while we're waiting for stuff. So, sorry, getting my brain back into gear. So the guy wanted to get his servers picked up from the data center. He scheduled with UPS to send them to the data center. He gave them all the information that they needed to go to the data center. UPS decided they weren't going to go unless they had a room number. So they called this guy a little bit ago to let him know that they couldn't do a pickup and that they needed a room number. However, he didn't call them to find out why they couldn't do a pickup. He called us and gave us information that was wrong. So he's telling us, you guys weren't ready and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, look, UPS didn't show up, right? You guys heard the conversation. I'm like, maybe they did and no one knows, but our team has been asking why UPS didn't show up. And he's acting like they did. He kept telling me that they did show up. So it turns out he calls UPS, and UPS is like, no, we didn't show up because you didn't give enough information and you didn't answer when we called you. So they're like, we need this room number. Well, then you heard it, right? Then we had to go track down a room number that they don't need so that we could give them one, which is not a problem, but it was all because he wasn't answering his phone and was making stuff up instead of asking people what was needed. So there we are. All of that was pretty much because no one wanted to just be sensible. But we got it figured out. Yeah, so there we go. I'm trying to look something up. So how's everybody doing? What have we missed during all that time? It's going to take me a moment to catch back up on everything. All right. Let me jump back into our conversation, see if I can figure out where we are. 10 miles of Panama, Michael Bublé. Bring Kit back. It's 5:17 in Los Angeles. Feliz Navidad. Jillian says, I feel the same. That was Los Angeles that I was calling about. That's our data center in LA. Have you driven down the New Coast Road? No. Where do you go to find goat cheese? Everywhere. La Colonia, I see it all the time, but it's at just about I see it all over the place. I mean, not Maxi Pali, but definitely at La Colonia, definitely at Price Smart, definitely at the cheese stores. There's local places that do it. Jillian says, I've managed to wean myself off of AC 4 months now. Big difference in bill. Very nice. Dale says, I'm thinking that the ease of entry and low bar for residency is effective for political refugees. That is definitely true. In digital formats here, hot water is a luxury for some, for many. I really don't miss hot water. It's funny. It depends. Out on the beach, it's not so bad because the water is closer to the surface. Down here in Leon, oh my gosh, without hot water, it's so painful to get into the shower in parts of the city, like where I am. Everyone will just stop showering if we don't have a heater. Like, it's way too cold. But if I'm in like Managua, it's fine, right? It depends where you are. In digital says no Starlink, right? There is no official Starlink. It is not legal to bring the equipment in, and Starlink officially does not provide service here. Many people smuggle it in. Many people get it to work. All of them get it to work near borders. Lots of people say it works, it works, it works. I say, who tested it in the middle of the country? And they say, oh, we know it works. And we say, did you test it in the middle of the country? Because we've heard lots of rumors that it only works near borders because they want to make sure they're not cutting off support in neighboring countries. Because they are, Starlink made a point of not offering service in Nicaragua, made a big point of it. And so neither Starlink nor Nicaragua will support you. You might get in trouble, but lots of people do it. But the big question is, why would you want it? And there are legitimate use cases. You're Elton and you're out in the middle of absolute nowhere and there's nothing. Yes, obviously it could work out. But it's much more expensive than Nicaraguan internet. It is much slower than Nicaraguan internet, and it is reportedly less reliable than Nicaraguan internet. So if you absolutely need it, it might work, but only might work. Depends where you are. All the people who say, every person who has said, yeah, I was able to get it and I got it to work. We're like, okay, you can see the border from where you are, basically, right? What about the people who can't? And everyone's like, we've heard it doesn't work, but it's just a rumor. It's all just a rumor, right? Dale says, I rather like the cool showers now. First few weeks, it was a bit shocking, but now it's pretty comfortable. Found myself just standing in it today, enjoying the cool water. If it's the city water, I can do that. If it's the well, I cannot. In digital says, me too, Dale. Dale, they should make it clear. An invitation. Not sure what the... Oh, yeah. Well, do they really want to draw even more attention from the U.S. government? No. Public transit is critical. Dale, the whole world needs to start thinking out of the box. I'm a drunk guy. I'm for getting rid of the motorcycles in Nicaragua. They drive like idiots. Some, not all. It's a tough one because so many people need the cheap transportation, but they're so dangerous and reckless and careless. Where are you, Dale? A train would be awesome. Could hit the clubs in Managua and head back to Leon that night, or that morning, as the case may be. Yes, it would be fantastic. I so want that train, and that's the one we're supposedly getting, right? Or really high likelihood because the route is still there, but it's going to take a while. But oh my gosh, having that train would be such a game changer. He's in Leon. And Digital says, nice, love it, the beach nearby. Dale says, was just telling Scott the other night that I'm backwards to most expat. I moved here and have been concentrating on getting my apartment together and learning how to live here. Haven't done anything touristy yet, including making it to the beach. While Scott doing a CS call live and behind the scenes a look at his global conglomerate. You can't get content like this anywhere else. Yeah, that's for sure. Oh my gosh. That was so ridiculous. On another note, can't recommend the sweet cookies in Parque Central in Leon enough. These are some of the best cookies I've ever had. Oh, good to know. What kind of cookies did they have? Sweet cookies. Is that the one that we order? We do Pedidos Ja of some place, and I think that's their name, and the kids really like those. They are quite good. I wouldn't say they're the best I've ever had, but they're really good cookies. Graduate gemologist is here. Hola, buenas noches. Sorry that you came on for that ridiculous customer service call. Make sure you mute before you talk shit, lol. Love the color of the phone case. This is my youngest daughter picked this out, and let me tell you, nobody steals my phone for two reasons. One, everyone would know whose phone it is instantly. And two, this is the stickiest silicone ever. If you tried to pull that out of my pocket, you would have to rip the pocket out of my pants to get it. Like, there's no way someone could get it casually. You would be stuck with your hand in my pocket with the phone. It would be a bad situation for you. Xpizzazz is 5 hours late. Reminds everyone to give a thumbs up. Janet says, so I went into El Centro, spent some time at the Casanito, walked down to La Colonia, bought a few things, said hi to Ramon in Villares near here, and now I'm back until I go out for a walk to walk the dogs. And you're still here. It's early. It's just after 8. We're barely getting going, or something like that. Graduate gemologist says, I notice that sometimes the motorcyclists drive right between the cars, run red lights, cut right in front of me, etc. Gemologist, I think I mentioned it to you on the thing. I was driving recently, went through an intersection, and it's an intersection where the road comes up and then it goes like this, and then it goes off to the sides, and then it comes back in. So there's like this extra space to the side, but when you're coming up and you make a right turn, that's all your turning lane. And this motorcyclist decided to pass me on the right as I was staying in my, he went right into the side of my, I mean, he didn't hit me, but he, this close, I would have clobbered him, and it would have been me suing him for T-boning me because I was on the right against the curb and staying with the curb with, like, as part of my lane. And he just passed on the right, but switched lanes left with my car next to him. Like, it was crazy. The degree to which the people cannot ride motorcycles here is unprecedented. It's so bad. And it's not just the people on the motorcycles. It's also like women with their children crossing the street. I swear the women look and see a car coming, look the other way, and then step so they won't get hit and pull their toddlers directly in front of cars. Like, I'm sick of this kid, right? I swear so many times I've seen what looks like an intentional attempt to get the kid run over. I can't. There's no way it's an accident. Like, and it's so common because the women will get out of the way, but they'll make sure the kid is in the traffic and is kind of stuck, so they'll get hit. Like, it's all the time. You have to be so alert. It's not just that people won't get out of your way; they will get into your way. And the people, it's almost like a game where you want to get your friends hit by a car. Well, they probably won't die, but you're trying to get them hit on purpose. But people then translate that into having their own very small children who have no control. They're being dragged by the hand or whatever to be run over. I am a drunk guy. I almost hit a guy, and I stopped to ask him if he's okay, even though he was in the wrong. He got mad. Xpizzazz, what is the best month to visit Nicaragua? I really don't know if there is one. We generally are like, avoid April. There's a bad month, right? It's crazy busy during Semana Santa, and then the weather gets crap after Semana Santa, or roughly after, hopefully after Semana Santa. So that's a good time to not be here. Prices go through the roof. People don't tend to like it. Other than that, everything's kind of got its own charm and negatives, right? If you come during the North American summer, it's a little bit hotter and really dry here. Some people prefer that. If you come during the North American winter, then it's a little bit cooler. Wait, did I say that wrong? I got that backwards. If you come during the North American summer, it's a little bit warmer, but it's rainy here, so it feels a little bit cooler. If you come during the North American winter, it is a little bit cooler here, but dry. It doesn't rain during that time. And most of it's about the same. There's the obvious things, like if you come during December, you're going to see the Christmas stuff, which might be a positive because you want to see the Christmas stuff, or a negative because people are doing Christmassy things instead of generic, sitting with a Mai Tai on the beach kind of thing. So that stuff kind of matters a little bit, but it's all really predictable. It's just that April is this huge thing that really throws you off. And other than that, do you want rain or do you want dry? Right, we just go back and forth, and that's how it is. And I like both, right? When it's dry, I like that it's not, you don't get those swampy flashes after the rain. You don't have to worry about being out and being caught in it. It's just every moment of the day is about the same weather. It's kind of cool. But then when it's raining, I love the rain and the storms, and it adds so much dynamics to the environment that I really like that. So it really comes down to which would you prefer and just picking one, but it's really personal preference. I don't know that I really find groups of people who prefer one over another. Dale says, yeah, I think the sweet cookies are on Petita Shah. When warm, very nice. Are scooters popular here? They're definitely around. They're not as popular as motorcycles, but tons of the motorcycles are so small they should be scooters. Like people can't get down the road. I know several people with scooters, so moderately popular. Let's put it that way. It's not like Vietnam where it's like the thing, not at all. But if you had a scooter, you'd be like, I see other people with scooters, but you're definitely in the minority. I'm a drunk guy. Expo says any month, in my opinion, but Christmas season was nice when the Ipikas are going on. Lots of things to do, really. Jamal just says, due to those drivers, it's why I hire a driver, safer and cheaper, for sure. That's, and in like Managua where they're like weaving everywhere. Every time I'd make any adjustment, anytime I try to dodge any person on the side of the road or any pothole, there's always a motorcycle that's 2 inches off of the side of my car, and I'm like, dear Lord, what is wrong with you people? It really does make it stressful and unnecessarily expensive and problematic. And just things we can avoid if we just put in trains and took everyone off the road. All right, guys, keep talking, asking questions, stuff. You guys have gotten quiet. Our chat rate is 0. 0. It's not supposed to be 0. Sorry, I'm reading something here. So I wanted to go back and address this thing we were talking about when. Okay, so soy tonka. Well, yes, either option would be fine. For most people, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference. There are absolutely major differences that are not a matter of opinion. Fiber uses light that can transmit in both directions simultaneously. Cable, copper as you're calling it, cannot. That is, he says, that is a fact. DOCSIS 4.0, I don't know how old DOCSIS 4.0 is, but DOCSIS 4.0, is bidirectional, but that's pretty new. I don't know when it rolled out, and I don't know where all it's available, but I know that there are cable bidirectional options with DOCSIS 4, but it may just that it's not be available yet. No, rolled out late 2023, supposedly. So it should be out, but only in very limited. Do we have it in Nicaragua? I bet not. Right? Do I know? No, because I don't have cable. I have fiber, so it's not something that I have to worry about. But it is. Comcast announced that they were moving in the U.S. to DOCSIS 4 in 2023. So what we have here, no clue. Right? There's just no way to know. But it is bidirectional now. Now, he wrote this 5 months ago, right? So that's closer to, and he used to work in the field. And up until DOCSIS 4, he was correct. It was, it had been a fact that if you are using cable, which is DOCSIS, that it was half duplex, as we call it, not full duplex. He says, I did this for a living for several years, erecting physical infrastructure, then maintaining it, both versions. Cable uses waves, I mentioned this earlier, light waves, regardless of whether it's visible or not. It's all electromagnetic waves. It's the same waves. And has to reserve the lower waves for uploads since it cannot transmit in both directions simultaneously. This is why you rarely, if anywhere, see cable internet offer matching upload and download speeds. That's not quite true. DOCSIS was designed because the belief at the time it was made, and this is still the belief, many fiber providers do this as well. They feel that download is needed more than upload. So you'll still see this on, even though fiber doesn't have a technical limitation on this, they still offer way more download than upload in many cases. DOCSIS was designed to handle that with more bandwidth in one direction. If it was truly half duplex, it would have the same speed in both directions, right? It's more complicated than that. Fiber optic can transmit in both directions simultaneously without interference. This is also a fact. That's not actually true. That's if you're using dual pairs of fiber, which everyone does. So in both these cases, it's if you haven't updated to current DOCSIS, then the first one is fact. If you're using normal fiber as people do, the second one is fact. But there is fiber that you only use in one direction and it has to switch back and forth, but no one ever rolls that out. So in all practical senses, that is true. If you were to roll out cable in the same way where you put two lines instead of one, which is what you're doing in fiber, it would solve that problem and be very different. So but from a how it's actually implemented perspective, he's correct. He said, lastly, while negligible for 90% of people, the latency is better on fiber since cable needs amplifiers to reach longer distances while fiber does not. True. On really long paths, that is true. On really short paths, fiber has the additional step, although you're also doing the modem step with cable if you're not doing Ethernet to the door. This is where it's different, right? If you're doing cable Ethernet, in your cabling plant, which cannot go far at all, then it doesn't have these things. That only applies when you're building out like an apartment building or something like that. This isn't me Googling respectively. I love your channel and hope to meet you one day. This is something I've been involved in personally. So yeah, he's correct. Those things are true or were true until just recently. And so the reality in most cases here, especially in Nicaragua, right? He says the latency negligible for 90% of people. I think you're going to find that it's negligible for 99.99% of people, and here's why. What we're dealing with here in Nicaragua is almost always, there are exceptions, but almost always, so let's look at how it works from Leon. If you're going from a connection in Leon and you're going to Managua, you're talking about a latency of a couple milliseconds, right? And it is theoretically possible that you will notice, you can definitely measure it, but could you notice that a cable connection going over a great distance is going to have more latency because it's potentially going through more hops. The fiber could go through a bunch of hops, but we'll assume it's not because it probably isn't. And so you may notice this tiny bit of extra latency if you were talking to servers in Managua. You are not. What you're doing is relaying through Managua, which relays to Bilwi, which relays to Miami. By the time it's hit Managua, or most likely by the time it's hit Leon, it is already converted to fiber. So it's all the backhauls are fiber because they're way cheaper to run and maintain long haul. So we're only talking about the distance between you and probably downtown Leon or something like that. Or if you're in Rivas, down to, something like that. So it's a very small distance in general. But he's correct. There is a additional limitation on the technology of the cable. But they're both turning into fiber, and almost all the latency that you're going to experience in a normal connection, which is often between 45 and 90 milliseconds, the difference in the cable versus fiber should be dramatically under 1 millisecond. If we were going much farther distances with that technology, then yes, he's correct. It would start to show up and people would be affected by it. My belief is that you won't be able to find a single person in Nicaragua who's able to be affected by this, where they're doing enough low latency traffic within the country where it will show up. He's correct. It would be slower from a latency perspective, but it's there are so many other factors involved, like just how are they hooking up to the connection, what equipment they're using. Do they have some weird backhaul somewhere along the way that affects things much more? It doesn't make him not correct. He is correct. It's just, I think you will find that it's negligible to a point where I bet you cannot find someone who's affected by it. That would be my guess, that there's no one in the country capable of being affected by it, because we have to deal with latencies so dramatically more that it's always lost in the background noise. It's always within the existing jitter of the connection. In Wall Street, for example, you're dealing with sub-millisecond connections in many cases. You're talking about connections, say, across the street or maybe a few blocks away. If you were doing that and using copper with any amount, the distance is very small, so you're still talking about tiny latencies, but the percentages would show up more and it may be more impactful. But here, because the local connection, good or bad, truly is background noise in a regular connection, it's very hard to make it meaningful. So, for example, right now I'm pinging Miami, and my variance is from, just in the last few seconds, 75.3 milliseconds on the high side to 72.8 milliseconds, 72.5 milliseconds on the low side. It's not a bad range. That jitter is very, very acceptable. But the point being that the amount that's varying on the international link that essentially all services are on is enough. Now, could there be services inside the country that are going to be on a much faster connection? Yes, some do exist. Very few, but a few do exist. And primarily you're going to find it in things like WhatsApp calls and things where you're going directly one person to another. Now, most of those people are on wireless or Wi-Fi, and all this is out the window when you're dealing with that, right? But if we're talking about wired connections, for example, I'm here with my computer connected with Ethernet to my modem, and you're somewhere and you're connected to yours. Of course, the thing that will actually matter is if we're on the same carrier. But if both of us were calling a third party that was on a different one, the one of us that is on fiber should have a probably indetectable but slight advantage. But now the piece that's really important, though, is one, that the latency difference from the technology basically is immeasurable, basically. The reality, which is what most of these things actually matter, is that people rolling out fiber have a tendency to take it seriously, and people who are rolling out cable tend to not take it seriously. And so that tends to be the deciding factor. Right, you're going to have good providers giving you high quality fiber and cheaper carriers giving you medium to low quality cable. And sometimes you have carriers who do both, right? Like Claro, who's going to give you fiber or cable, and they're going to give you the better services on fiber. Not because cable can't do it, because they're not investing in cable to do that. Because if they're going to make the investment, they're going to do it in fiber. Because in the long run, the fiber physical investment for the carrier is going to save them money. So that's where they're putting their good investments. But if it was a project to see if you could make cable keep up with fiber in the real world, you essentially can. Because so one of the things is, well, fiber goes faster. Yes, fiber can go faster. It's the Ferrari versus Toyota argument, cable being like a Toyota. Both can go faster, but nobody sells you unlimited speed. You're buying access speeds to the Miami link, and you're buying them at roughly the same amount. So let's say you buy gigabit. Well, both of them can handle gigabit without a problem. DOCSIS can go to 10 gigabit without really breaking a sweat. Sure, fiber can go way above 10 gigabit, but here in Nicaragua, we're talking about getting speeds in the 40, 50, 100 range. I actually haven't heard of anyone getting over 300, I think. Maybe someone got 500. But really, those get into no one's using it. And so both are capable of overrunning the potential bandwidth that anyone is prepared to sell to you. So that is significant. Now, also, DOCSIS doesn't handle the same density of deployments. And so things like that. So there's some things that do add up. But they aren't things that in the real world anyone's going to notice, right? From a practical perspective, from a usability perspective, you're going to have differences in the quality of service that you purchase, but you aren't going to be affected by the underlying technology that is chosen, right? So it's a dangerous thing, I think, to tell people to consider fiber over cable, because they're going to, as they do, ignore really good providers who may be worlds better than what they're looking for. And if it isn't fiber, then they have a tendency to throw up their hands and think nothing works, or jump to Wi-Fi or something completely ridiculous, when it's any difference you can actually detect is actually the quality of the service or the level of service that you've chosen, rather than the underlying technology. He is correct. Fiber will outperform cable in a truly able to be measured test. It will not outperform it in a situation where we need to have real world users be able to tell a difference. Okay, what is this? Okay, so we just had a ticket that came through. Oh my gosh. While I was doing that other ticket that you guys listened to, another ticket came through and I put it through, and he's like, what's going on with this thing? Why does this thing not work? And then, never mind, I did 2 more things and I'm getting the right speed. All's good. All right. Close that out. Don't need to worry about that. Oh, what a night. Crazy people everywhere you go. All right, cool. I'm going, there's so many old comments from oh no, did things get closed? It did. Whew, let's get back to you guys. Okay. I apparently, at about 5 months ago, lost answering so many things. Just so many comments apparently got lost. Okay. Do I need a motorcycle license? Yes, you do. You cannot drive here without a license. Dale says, one bonus for the rainy season is the dust is much less. Not a big impact for visiting, but a big bonus when constantly cleaning an apartment. Very true. Graduate gemologist. I asked about solar panels in one of your videos. Where to get them? Who can install? And we answered it earlier in the live stream. I sent you a note with a timestamp as to when we were talking about it. It's in the notes. So, but the quick answer is that you can get them anywhere. There's stores all over the place. You can ship in from China. You can ship in from the U.S. Obviously, from the U.S. would be super expensive and lower quality. You can get the really good ones from China very, very cheaply. And there are installers all over. It's a big business here. I do not have them, so I don't have contacts or reviews of anything like that I can give you to be like, oh, here's who we used and it was great. I don't have anything like that, right? So unfortunately, little bit in the dark on that. But the um, the options are out there. Lots of expats have done it. Yeah, the thing is that it changes so quickly that it's really hard to know what's current, because there's new tech all the time. There's new vendors all the time. We're still getting new connections to China all the time. US is putting in new tariffs all the time, so their prices are changing on a regular basis, or projected prices are changing on a regular basis, and that makes stuff just unpredictable. So you kind of want to look at it when you're ready to deploy. But lots of stores in country, lots of direct shipping options. You can go to Alibaba and ship direct, and lots of installers and expertise in country, and loads of expats and Nicaraguans have done it. So those options certainly exist. Expossess says, do I need a motorcycle license? Yes. If I have a motorcycle license, is it valid in Nicaragua? All foreign licenses are valid in Nicaragua. All, everywhere in the world. That is the law. But you'd better have one, because if you don't have one, then it's going to jail time. One bonus for the rainy season. I asked about solar panels. And yes, Expossess, you need a motorcycle license to drive a motored vehicle. He says, thanks. Any license from North America or EU is valid here. It's actually any license anywhere in the world. I actually read the law on it, and it's purely like, we accept all licenses, period. He says, good news. John Blair is here. Hey, Scott, could you compare San Juan del Sur against a Costa Rican beach community like Jaco or Tamarindo? Thanks. I really can't. I don't spend time in those Costa Rican beaches because they're way too similar to San Juan del Sur. I think you're going to find the Costa Rican beaches are wildly more financially successful. So I haven't spent time in them, right? So I'm very speculating, but I think we all know this is true. You're going to find that they have a lot more infrastructure, a lot more expats, a lot more to do, a lot more restaurants. They're going to be more expensive. That's basically a given. But you're going to have so many more options. It may not be as bad as it seems. San Juan del Sur has a tendency to be a bit limiting, and if you really know what you're doing, or really push, or have the time, you can get some really good deals in San Juan del Sur that I'm sure will quite beat the Costa Rica beaches. But if you're just casually showing up and being like, I just want to rent a place for a month or whatever, you're going to find Costa Rica actually really easy compared to most of Nicaragua. San Juan del Sur is definitely no. San Juan del Sur is generally considered the kind of poor man's Costa Rica. It's a lot of people, not everyone. Some people absolutely just love San Juan del Sur on its own right. But there is a tendency for a certain number of people who wanted to go to Costa Rica and for some reason can't. They don't meet the income requirements. They got in trouble in Costa Rica, maybe, who knows. They just don't have the financial resources to do it, whatever. But they want to be in Costa Rica. And so San Juan del Sur represents what's often considered kind of a failing out of Costa Rica experience, which is one of the reasons that most of us in Nicaragua don't look favorably on the San Juan del Sur market. We just don't feel, oh, Demia's here. I didn't even know you left, baby. What you doing? Hi. My big dog is here. I didn't know she wasn't here. I thought she was just out of sight over there. Have you been lonely, just waiting for someone to open the door, you poor thing? Or are you in the game room on the couch? Yeah, okay. But importantly, San Juan del Sur right now is very much a collapsing economy. So we're seeing loads of restaurants close or go up for sale, which is very, the last step before closing, the last ditch effort. Once you go publicly for sale, pretty much it means you're in your death thrashing. And going secretly for sale, you can go for years. You can be like, well, if anyone ever makes us a good offer, we'll take it. But once you go publicly for sale, you're like, I'm advertising that this has failed. We're no longer going to get the deals from the vendors. The people who are building relationships are going to give up on it. People are going to stop thinking about it as a viable business. We're going to start losing traffic. Not all of it, but some of it. You don't do that until you're panicking. And lots and lots of the remaining businesses in San Juan del Sur have done that, with some really key ones having just failed, right, and closed up shop. A few new ones always move in, but they tend to be high turnover because they're not going to make it. Whereas a lot of those Costa Rica beaches are thriving and doing well, right? You have a different vibe. It's not the vibe I'm looking for, but if you're looking for the San Juan del Sur vibe-ish kind of experience, there's every possibility that Costa Rica is going to outperform it for you without being outrageously more expensive. What is this? The first Chinese discotheque in Nicaragua, opening in Esteli. We've heard that the Chinese population in Esteli has gotten way bigger. Come to the new nighttime era. The first Chinese discotheque in Nicaragua opens its doors. Are you ready to live a different nighttime? I want to go check that out. Now that sounds fun. Having something different like that, I bet they're going to really struggle after they get past a little bit of up and running. I think it's going to be very, very hard for them, but who knows? Maybe it will do okay. Maybe. But seems like the kind of thing that will be popular for a little bit, and then people will be like, All right. So I don't have really good information for you versus Costa Rica. That would be fun to go down and do some beach comparisons down there. But it's a long way to go just to go to more beaches of basically the same coast and spend more money. So we don't tend to do it. But I would enjoy it. That would be fun, right? Like I never go to the Costa Rica beaches, and it is the Costa Rican experience, obviously. I like going to Costa Rica for San Jose, right? Chepe Town is loads of fun, has so much cool stuff. That's where my kids want to go. My kids don't want to go to the beach. They want to go to San Jose. They like the shopping. They love the restaurants. They like the community. They like the big city. They like the feel being so much different. You know, my kids having spent the last 5 years of their lives living on Nicaraguan beaches, and before that having lived just off the shore of Lago Nicaragua, Cosi Bolsa, when they were young, having before that lived on the Pacific waterfront in Panama at Rio Hato, before that living within sight of the Mediterranean in southern Spain, just after that living in Rethymno in Crete, right after that living in Noto in southern Italy so they could see the Mediterranean from there. They're over living near beaches. They like it, it's fine, but they are not really into it, right? So not a huge thing for them. So going to a beach for them is absolutely not a draw. What they want to do is they want to go to Sao Paulo. They want to go to Bogota. They want to see giant cities. They want to do big, interesting cultural things. That they're down for, but not. Okay, I'm a drunk guy. What about car prices? They're fantastic. Used market seems high to me. Yep, used is high because it's only for people who can't get financing on new. We looked into many places for a year for used car prices were 16 to 20K for a small SUV type. We ended up buying a new car only for a couple thousand more with a warranty. That's what we were worried about, it breaking down with no guarantee. Exactly. The new ones are so cheap. Everyone has a new car now. I bought, I had a used Toyota. We moved to a brand new Cherry, and it's fantastic. Now there's Cherries everywhere in town. I can't believe how many there are. We had the first one, and now there's so many here in Leon. They're everywhere. It's like every 10th car. They're fantastic. We got the biggest one, the hybrid, completely decked out with every feature, 27K, brand new, with all that warranty, all that stuff, no additional fees, right? Just 27, you're done, right? Could we have gotten a better deal used? We tried, and the answer was, we don't think so. And that's a maxed out Tigo 7 hybrid, right? Every feature. The only thing we could have done to spend more money is to get the Tigo 8, which is just too big for us. Not practical day to day. I'm really glad we got the hybrid 7. It saves us a fortune on fuel, obviously. And so if I was going to get like a driver, like Tigo 2, like a daily driver car, Tigo 2, Tigo 4 would be even cheaper, really close to that 20K mark. I don't even think I can get a decent used car for the price that I can get a brand new one. So that's the way I would go. Expa says, do I have to buy a SIM card for my phone for Nicaragua? No. We don't know what phone service you have, nor what you need, so we can't really answer it. What do you have today? Can I buy myself a cemetery plot in advance in Nicaragua? Do you mean in advance of dying or in advance of visiting? I'm a drunk guy. We spent New Year's in San Juan del Sur in Hotel El Victoriano. Fireworks, lots of people, etc. It was nice. This was a year ago. Very cool. Fred says cherry Chinese drunk. Drunk. We really like it. What do you not like about Fred, we have a strict policy about not harassing people about getting paid for doing stuff. If you are going to come on and be rude, then you don't need to be here. Like, it's ridiculous. So the donations for the channel is how it works. So, Fred, have you ever had a job? If you had a job and you then needed to pay something, why did you go to work? What drove you to get paid or anything? If you were able to buy food and a car, right? And it's funny, you just said that the cherry is Chinese junk, and yet then complained that I was able to afford it. And that's a complaint. So that's a interesting take on that. So if you could explain that, that'd be great. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Where did you buy the car, Scott? We looked around Managua and they were very expensive. Grupo Q. So there's only one dealer for pretty much every car. So Cherry, we were really impressed with the Cherries, and now driving it, we've done 30,000 miles. We have the oldest one in Leon. We're very happy with it. I don't think we've had any maintenance issues. I mean, it's early. You wouldn't expect any. And it's Chinese, so it's the highest rated cars in the world now. So the maintenance and stuff you expect to be really good. We're able to get parts everywhere. It's great now that they're selling them at such unbelievable volume. That stuff's really good. But the only places you can buy them in Managua, there's one dealer. So there's one Nissan dealer, one Chevy dealer, one Cherry dealer, one Great Wall dealer, one you name it, Mazda dealer, one Ford dealer, one Toyota dealer. Everything, there's just one. But the Cherries are universally super cheap, and they just announced their pickup truck too. So, but Grupo Q just added another location in Chinandega, because it's the rich city up north. So if you're in this area, you can go up to Chinandega. But if you're gonna buy a car, they're gonna ship it from Managua. They're gonna drive it up for you. But you can go up there and do anything. And our maintenance we do right up in Chinandega. So that's been really good now that they're open there. We've had it since March, and that was a pain having to go into Managua for all the early maintenance. But now that we can do it in Chinandega, it's really nice. Overall, the prices on new cars here are just generally pretty good. Even if you're looking at like Toyota and stuff. I know Paul bought a Suzuki, got it so cheap for a brand new Suzuki. So we're getting really good stuff here. It's odd that we have like Ford and Chevy here. I can't believe people buy them. Obviously they do it because they're showing off that they can buy quite a bit more expensive cars, but not as much, not as many parts, not very many people have them. Obviously they're pretty easy to work on, so it's not like it's actually a problem, but it's really weird because US made cars is just, even Ford themselves says they can't make cars to compete with the Chinese cars. They just don't have the tech and the business climate to be able to compete. So because we don't have tariffs on the Chinese cars. You're getting them at the actual cost, not the inflated value, like in the US. So there's such a deal here. There's just no way to compete with them. Best quality in the world at the lowest prices. We now have BYD. So in theory, we've got brand new cars you can get for like 10,000. Costa Rica's had them for a while, but now we've got them here. I'm a drunk guy. We bought ours at Pelas Toyota in Managua. It was quick and pleasant. They even tint the windows for a good price. What do you think of having your emblems remachados, rivets? Emblems remachados? I don't know that expression. Yeah, riveted. Emblem riveted? I'm not clear what you are asking. Oh, so they can't be stolen. Having your emblems so they can't be stolen. Which emblems? Do you mean like the Toyota emblem on the car? I'm not sure what the... As we approach the end of the year, would you know if immigration has increased this year? It has not. There's no change to immigration. I know that we talked about that last week or sometime this week. I did a review of that interview that guy did. And the problem is they present themselves so much as experts, and then they're like, we don't really know. Yeah, just, I think it went up. Do you have a reason you think it went up? No, he just made it up. It's like, okay, he didn't say it did go up, but why did you should say, last I knew, right? Whereas I'm aware, right, that I get updated when they change. It has not gone up. Yeah, the Toyota, so they can't be stolen. I've never heard of that being stolen. I've not worried about it with the Cherry. But, I mean, I've never had anything stolen off the cars. Someone will... Honestly, I don't even know if someone would steal the car. I've accidentally left cars open, right? Like with the windows down and just left it in the middle of the night in the middle of the city. No one messes with anything. The amount that there are like car thefts and stuff has been pretty minor. It really depends where you are, of course. But who wants a Toyota emblem? I mean, honestly, maybe someone does. Maybe that's like super popular. But so many of the cars are just in rough shape. Like, who's going, you know what I need? I need to take a risk at going to jail or getting my ass beat in the street so I can get a Toyota emblem. Because that's, right, you're starting to rip something off of someone's car. You better hope they don't show up with a baseball bat or a crowbar, because when the cops get there, it's not going to be they were taking the emblem off my car. It's they were stealing my car, right? Like, good luck proving you were only trying to take the emblem, especially when your jaw's broken. So it's just, it's a lot of risk for very little reward. It doesn't feel like... they say they get stolen. Haven't had issues. Yeah, that's, I don't know. Everyone says everything gets stolen here. And no one has an example of anything that's ever actually been stolen, right? Like, for the longest time, I kept being told everything was dangerous. Then I finally got people to admit that they didn't mean dangerous. They meant that they would steal things. But then I'm starting to learn that even the stealing things is made up. Right, like in Argentina, my CEO is there. And when she's on the train, she's constantly seeing people get like aggressively robbed of their stuff, like people grabbing their phones, ripping it out of their hands, pushing them down. No one's taking out a gun or anything, but you know, it's more than just snatching and grabbing. It's more than picking their pockets. It's more than grabbing something that isn't being paid attention to on the seat. But but when you actually are like, people are like, oh, they're definitely going to steal your camera. They're going to grab it out of your hand. You can't do this. And everybody's like, don't have it near a window. Don't have your phone in your hand near a window of a car. And I'm like, okay, we've been here. For 5 years continuous, I've been here for 10 years. I have staff here. I have loads of expat friends. I have loads of Nicaraguan friends. I have loads of you guys that are also my friends, but you're a little bit more distant on the community that I don't see in real life day to day. And do you know the number of people who have reported having their stuff actually stolen? Well, in the last week, it's been a few, right? I actually have a couple, but not aggressively. It was they were not able to. He knew he was not watching his stuff. He had phones in his pocket, and someone picked his pocket in the middle of a big crowd at a religious event, right? Can happen. Absolutely. That is the first case of someone we know having a phone stolen in 10 years. I'm not saying it never happens. It does happen. And it mostly happens to idiots drunk on the party bus or people who fall asleep on the chicken buses. Like there's situations where it's more likely to happen that we don't tend to do and people we know don't tend to do. But how many times have we had something stolen on the Uka bus? 0. How many times have we had something stolen by our taxi driver? 0. How many times have we had an issue with an in-driver? 0. How many times has someone stolen something off of a table at a restaurant? 0. How many times have I had something stolen out of my hands or snatched out of my hands while I'm walking on a street or filming somewhere or going down the road with stuff out of the window? 0. We keep saying 0. The number keeps saying 0. Have we had people scammed? Yes, I have one friend several years ago. Somebody who was not a taxi driver came up and said, "Hey, can I take your bags?" And she just handed everything she owned to him, turned around, walked away, and when she walked back, he had left. Okay, yeah, she handed things that she owned to a random stranger in the middle of Managua, and he didn't stick around to hold them for her. These things can happen, right? But that's it, right? 2 cases only in the last week of cell phones being stolen out of someone's pocket. I do know someone who was mugged unsuccessfully on the beach in the dark after he was lured out because of an event that he had kind of created. And 2 guys tried attacking him, and he beat the crap. He basically picked up the one guy, beat the other guy up with the first one. Is pretty much what they did. But I've never heard of someone stealing a tire off of a car, stealing a wheel off of a car, stealing anything off of a car. You know, what's the worst thing that's happened to us? Some guy jumped over the wall, stole our soap, right? And people freak. Americans are like, they stole your soap. Oh my gosh, I could never live in such a place. School shootings, no problem. But stealing your soap? Yeah, perspective. But there's so much of the Nicaraguans giving me these warnings. And I'm like, who's doing this stealing you're making up? And where are they fencing these goods? Right? You want to take my stuff's pretty unique. The cops are definitely going to find them. Right? You're not getting away with this. Somebody's getting caught. So it's I don't believe any of it. I've actually gotten to a point I just don't believe it anymore. I used to think they were overblowing it and just using danger to mean stealing. Now I'm beginning to realize it's just an old wives' tale that's being passed around. That I'm pretty confident in. Haven't had issues, but it's common from what I hear. I feel like if it was common, then because I don't know anyone who does anything to attach them to their cars, that people we know would have had something stolen off of their cars at some point. I've never heard of someone having to deal with that. Ever. And not just here, anywhere. I've never heard of anyone stealing emblems off of cars. I remember as a kid when people would steal the hood ornaments off of cars. But that was just vandalism. It wasn't like to make money. And it was kids, right? And in the US, you don't tend to in the 80s, you didn't tend to take a baseball bat to someone trying to grab the stuff off the top of your car. You do that now, someone's in trouble. I'm a drunk guy says, I found it safe. My sister-in-law in Nicaragua was the one who recommended it. She is a gossip queen, though. John Blair, when you were in South America, did you? I did not. I can tell you right there. Did you happen to spend time in Cusco? If so, what are your thoughts? I've not been to Cusco. Would love to go. Looks fantastic. Absolutely. It's not far from where my offices are. Actually, I'm going to look at a map and see how far it is. It's not around the corner. But it's not completely in a different part of the world either. Zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. And zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. How far is that? Measure distance to here. 500 kilometers from my offices. So yeah, it's not in a completely different part of the world. Just over 300 miles between them. I'm really hoping that sometime soon when I'm down there that I can check it out and see what it's like, because I hear really good things about Cusco and the general area there. There's like a lot of stuff that seems really nice, and it's such a big area with so much to offer. And my eldest daughter was really interested, at least a number of years ago, and this is one I'm hopeful for, right? Like, she expresses interest, like, you know what sounds cool? My youngest will be like, I think Oslo sounds cool. I'm like, that's because we all spent time in Oslo and you don't remember. So she has like this fanciful idea of Oslo. It's a fine city, but I certainly would not be like, you know where I want to move? Oslo. But my eldest daughter does remember that Urubamba, just outside Cusco, is a place that she thought looked really interesting when she was younger, and her best friend is from the same city as my offices in La Paz, so it's relatively close. So she's always had an interest in that area, just because of that, and I have to agree that Urubamba and that particular area just north of Cusco really looks fantastic. Like, it seems to be just a gorgeous area. No pun intended, but there is the obvious gorges that go through the area. Let me see if I can, no reason not to pop it up on the screen so people can see what we're talking about. Oh, it looks like we've got it ready. Is that it? Oh, there we go. So this is, I need to make this a little bit smaller. What have I done? Anyway, it works. This is the river going through just outside of Urubamba. I don't know how close it is to the middle of the village. Obviously, there's no village in the shots. There's a nice little something cute, one way or another. For those who are lost, this is Peru. That looks cute. I'm a sucker for South America. I love the vibe. Now, this is more the area she was talking about. She was looking for a small village, a little place she could rent, nice, safe. She does like big cities. She doesn't like to drive. So I don't know how well this would work, but I think Urubamba just has such a cool vibe. It's got plenty of local produce production. The town is big enough to do things. I don't know if she'll ever end up really considering it or not, but I look forward to being able to be like, oh yeah, my daughter has a place in Urubamba. We're gonna go hang out and head down and visit or whatever. But will she actually do that? I don't know. Oh, this place is cute. How much does this cost a night? $60. I would go there. I actually, you know what? I need to just put, you're right. I need to put Cusco on my map, because that's such a short drive. Of course, now the gas is quite twice as expensive. But there's every possibility that I will be in the area relatively soon. No reason not to head down there and do some exploration. I actually didn't realize Cusco was quite that close. What I'd like to do is leave the city with my team, hop the ferry on Lake Titicaca, take it across to, I don't know where the other side is, and then see if I can take a bus to Cusco and then to Urubamba. I think that'd be really cool. All right, we got some people going to Villa Villa tomorrow if you're going to be in Leon. Pretty normal that we go there. So, John, what brings up Cusco? Just a cool-looking city that you're interested in, or something about it specifically that catches your attention? It's a much cooler city. Obviously, very cool weather, high in the mountains. Peru, generally inexpensive and very nice. I don't have real experience in Peru. Really high on my to-go-to list. And it's so easy from here, $150 once you're down at San Jose Airport. Like, my gosh. Luna Bar. I gotta see if I can find a Instagram for this new Chinese discotheque. Watch it be on my Instagram already. That's something I'm following. Okay, this is a different country. Nope. Luna Bar Esteli. Luna Bar Esteli. It's got no post yet. I am follower number 33. Where the night is illuminated and the stories commence. Luna Bar Esteli. All right. Just dreaming, seen some good videos about Cusco, seems to be safe. Should be safe. Most of Peru is pretty safe. It's got kind of a bad reputation, but I don't think you really have to worry about too much. It's not like Ecuador, where there is some stuff going on. Bolivia is very safe. Not as safe as Nicaragua, but it's very safe. Peru is very safe. Paraguay, really, really safe. Argentina, generally pretty safe by American standards. Terribly dangerous by Nicaraguan standards, because grabbing phones is considered dangerous, so... We are at 6.25 hours. It's only 9:13 here in León, Nicaragua. A lot of South America is really nice. If you like the look of Cusco, I would recommend checking out the area. I would also really recommend checking out La Paz and Cochabamba in the area. Very, very nice over in Bolivia. I know Bolivia, lots of problems this particular week, but in general, I really like Bolivia. Alan really likes Bolivia. Of course, my team in Bolivia is now seriously talking about coming to Nicaragua because it's because of all the things that are going on there, and the price is changing, and they don't know what the future really holds. General question: what has been happening recently in León? Nothing. New construction of the new bus station. I need to get up there. Paul just went up there today and was able to drive by it. We now have 6th Street taking us through the city, which is nice. We have a lot of road construction as they put in new water mains throughout the city. A lot of restaurants have closed. We have a new salad and wrap place opening. I don't think we have a lot of León news in the last several months. It's been a pretty quiet place overall. By the way, I'm gonna post. We have not posted the GoFundMe for Marcella in a really long time, so I'm gonna put that up. definitely don't get donations like we used to. She does not need them like she used to, but every bit does help as well. She is doing fantastic. Really just gives us a chance to talk about how she's doing. She's had a fantastic amount of recovery. She's really feeling good. Now she's moved from her cancer treatments, which just went fantastic, right? It was such a good experience. And since you guys don't have questions, we're going to talk about this. Such a good experience dealing with her cancer stuff here. That would have been millions of dollars in the United States for sure. She went through radiation. She went through chemotherapy, went through several surgeries. As now, they haven't had her ring the bell yet, as they say, which is apparently a Texas expression from a weird place in Texas. But she's going to do that in January. But they are past the point of concern. Things are like really good. So she's never going to be cancer free, but she's now in really good shape, and they feel about as good as it could come out. So many people from the U.S. are like, oh, you can't do this. This doesn't work. None of these things are right. Like there was so much poo-pooing, I think. And a lot of people were trying to give good advice or whatever. But the doctors here really, at the time you don't know. And now after all this time, it really seems like they absolutely knew what they were doing. A couple hiccups at the beginning, mostly with early diagnostics. Moved really well through the hospital system. Lots of great doctors that she worked with, lots of great clinics, lots of good nurses. The care was just amazing throughout the process. Obviously massively disruptive to her life, and she still is a long way from completely recovered, but she is feeling so good and getting back into normal life and working again, and able to go out and able to like live a normal life once again. And now that the physical treatment is done, they're putting her through, and this is fantastic, right? They immediately-ish, within a month or two, move her into psychological care. So she's now seeing a psychologist on a regular basis to help her with the recovery and potentially other issues. But specifically, right, she's been through this really traumatic experience, which includes her going through many months or more than a year, this incredible fear of leaving her children behind, right? Because she has relatively young children and she's a single mother. And then because it was such a hard process, she ended up during much of it, because she had to do stuff in Managua, she ended up living with her mother where there was no space. Both of her children ended up deciding to live with their father in Ciudad Sandino. And so she doesn't have her kids now, which is really, really hard on her, and obviously a huge psychological pressure. So hopefully they will decide to come back once there's been enough time that she's kind of established herself. She has a home here now, right? A lot of you know that she had gotten a home here and never got to move into it. So spent a year dealing with a home that she couldn't live in, and having to live out of a house that she didn't have her stuff in, and having no real place to go. Like, it was pretty tough just because of the timing and the logistics that hit. But overall, she's doing really, really well. She still gets, more tired and stuff than she used to, but she's also, a year and a half older than when the process started as well. Very exhausting year. Hasn't been able to really exercise and stuff. Obviously, she's moving around, but hasn't been going to the gym and things in the way that she used to. So those are things she wants to get back to. But she's, making her house a home now, although, she got a place with rooms for both of her kids, and now she doesn't have those kids. So there's a certain impracticality to that, but she's ready in case they want to come back. And now has Happy, the little cat, that she's taking care of. Some of you know we rescued some police called us and are like, oh my gosh, this mother got hit by a car. We have these babies. We need somewhere to put them. And they're sending us pictures of like the cats on their boots and stuff. And I'm like, okay, they came over at like 6 a.m. from an overnight shift to drop off cats that then we managed to get out to the beach. And Gigi and the Teamea crew managed to get them all homes and stuff. And Marcella ended up falling in love with one of them. She helped transport them around through all of this and ended up taking it. And she now has this adorable little kitten, a big kitten, I suppose, named Happy, who is kind of her partner in her new life. She just has some pet fish and this cat. She does have her little dog Betty, but she lives with her mother and has not moved out. Is a lot more challenging. But Happy is this adorable little cat, just so friendly and sweet, and really does help her around the house to have that comfort of an animal always being there, because she doesn't want to be alone. So that's how she's been doing. She's not with us tonight. She went and is already sleeping. She had to be in Managua for treatment yesterday for an appointment, and had a lot of house guests today. And now her house is a mess, but she's getting some sleep with the cat. And she didn't have the advantage of taking the nap in the middle of the afternoon with the dogs like I did. That's the magic to having energy on a Thursday night, is make sure you get a little bit of nap time with the magic restful dogs, of which only one is here. Her dog bed, I wish I could easily show it. Her dog bed is right over there, and she's completely sprawled out on her back like she is so funny. Tony says, the bell is at Children's Hospital, thing to celebrate being clear. It's at Children's? Someone said it was at MD Anderson, which is the weird one. They're super bizarre. Tony says, not the Thailand bar bell for drinks for the house on me. Oh, right. That sounds good. I want a barbell drink. Bring those over. We have had a relatively steady but small group of viewers tonight. We've only got 20 people on, but we've been on for forever. So it's a different night. Skipped over. X-Pizzazz. What is there to do for singles in Grenada? Well, all right, you got to help me out. What is there to do for singles anywhere ever? This is just a general question, and I'm always unclear how to answer these questions because, right, coming from the U.S., coming from New York or whatever, the things to do when you're single are go to restaurants, go to bars, go dancing. I mean, I guess there's random other things. So in general, Grenada is not a place to go out, right? I lived there, and one of our complaints was always, there's no nightlife. That's not completely true, but it's a pretty minor nightlife town. Now, it's picked up a bit. It has improved because they had some security issues, and they fixed them for the most part. So it's better, but be aware that it's really it's a tourist town, and it's a tourist town where people are coming to see colonial architecture and churches. So think for a second, how wild are the people who are seeing colonial architecture and churches? Often not that wild. What's the big thing to do in Grenada? Go to the cathedral, go to the Central Park, and walk the Calzada, which is the pedestrian way through the city, and it's just pizza places, ice cream places. Now there's one or two clubs have gone in, so there's a little bit, but it is a very chill town. When I've been there, it's like go to a hotel, eat dinner in a quiet hotel by a fountain. It's very, very different than most of Nicaragua because it's so touristy. If you get out of downtown, right, you're going to find that there's a little bit of the barrio life that you expect anywhere in Nicaragua going on. If you get up on the main highway coming into town, let's bring up a map, no reason not to. I really like this hotel, though. I kind of want to save it. How do I save it? All right. There we go. That's all right. All right. See, now the map works. I don't know. Okay. So downtown, right around here, right? If you can see, I hate those little things popping up. This area here, going almost down to the waterfront, you've got some restaurants and a little bit of nightclubs and that kind of stuff, and that can be nice. You can definitely have some fun. Some of the hostels and hotels will have some evening activities. There's a few museums to hit during the day. Obviously, that's not a singles activity. This Route 39 coming in, There's a certain amount of stuff to do along there, but it's very chill. This is like suburban strip mall areas, right? But definitely check out Pizza Valle. This is my favorite pizza in the country. Go eat it, support them, and tell them you heard about it here. I find it hilarious that there's a jockey club up here. Like, okay, what do they do? I have no idea. Like, do we got pictures? I want to know about this place. Like, what? This is such a funny thing to have in the middle of Granada. All right, but obviously go to baseball games. Great thing to do. Oh, pizza is right here. It's this one. Pizza Valle. Hey, Jessica. Yeah, Pizza Valle. It's a it's not an American style pizza. It is a Nicaraguan style pizza, but it's a very unique one. When we lived there, we used to walk to it. I lived not too far. I'll show you. It's in just a mall, or not a mall. It's in a plaza, and that's what it looks like. Yep, and we've always loved it. It's just delicious, and their sauce is a little bit sweeter than normal. But it's one of the only pizza places we've ever been to in Nicaragua that we're actually like, oh, we really like that place. Everything else is like, I would never go back. So that's Pizza Valle, which means my old house was right here. That's it. Casa de Arcos is my old house. I didn't own it. This is where I used to live. My first time living in Nicaragua, that was my bedroom. That was my bed. Oh my God. It's so funny to go on Google Maps and be like, there's my bed. I did really like having the swimming pool in the middle of the house. And this was a fountain right here. That was really nice. This is the kitchen. When I tell the stories of when we got smoked out, this is the house we were in. This is the one where our fruit fell into the pool and we were trying to cook. This is a shot basically taken from where my desk was, where I'd work from. My wife would sit over in these chairs and just hang out and read a book or whatever. My kids would go in the pool or hang out. This is an outdoor bathroom, which is kind of cool. This was actually a garage when we had it. They converted this with a new floor and leveled it out to make it not a garage anymore. I think it's nicer not having the car and making it a lot more space. This is oh, they flipped it around. Well, they changed it a little bit. It's a 2-bedroom. There's the fruit. Those were not there. Oh no, they were. It is what we had, I think. That is the kids. That was my kids' bathroom. Yeah, this has to be my kids' room. That was the kitchen. Boy, that brings back memories. This was right after we had lived in Panama. This is right when I retired. I decided to retire and we moved here. It's the same table that I worked at. That is the table. Well, I mean, this is not a new picture, but oh yeah, they put in this stairway, and it used to be the car used to drive up there. Oh, this was open before. They made a few modifications. But it was a nice place. Wasn't huge, but it was definitely adequate space. It was comfortable. This is the outside. And it got us to move to Nicaragua, so it was perfect. I really liked the little upstairs. Like, you would come out of the bedrooms and you'd look down at the pool. Having the pool in the middle of the house really was magical, right? There was something about it that we would... So the bedrooms upstairs were air conditioned. Nothing else was. And it was a small house. And of course, part of the magic is just my kids were little. It was our first time in Nicaragua. Everything was, new and cool. And we had it was our big year of moving. We had just hopped from place to place. So much stuff was in flux in our lives. That year was wild. And we had finally just had enough with everything going on in the U.S. And I was like, the job I had was so toxic that I'm just like, no, absolutely not doing this anymore. This is funny. Hakuna Matata fast food was just a lady sitting on the street with a plastic bin full of potato balls when we lived there. Now it's like a thing. That's so funny. I probably know her. And getting to Nicaragua was the first place that we went that I was done. I had retired. I was a writer. All I was doing was writing and had time to relax with the kids. And we were mentally checking out and like we're changing gears. And of course, things all fell apart eventually. But it was an amazing moment in our lives, and something about the way those rooms felt, the air conditioned rooms. And they were quite comfy in some unique way. Every country you live in, every place you live, has such a different feel in such a unique way. We would come out to the balcony and you look down at the pool, and the pool always had a fountain going or the light shimmering or whatever. And it just... we didn't have to do a lot. It was a great time. It was just our family, and life was quiet, and it felt really magical. And it was when my kids were getting into video games, and so we were doing a ton of playing video games together for the first time. That like my youngest was really like getting involved, not just watching but actually doing it. The game that we played the game that we really identify with that is Telltale Games, Back to the Future. The game, fantastic. I don't think it's available anywhere anymore. But what great memories that had. And we could walk everywhere, right? So let's go back to the map. We would walk up to Pizza Valle. That was more or less the farthest to the northwest we would walk, but that is the same plaza as our La Colonia. So I would just go down here and over and up, and then you're in this plaza. So we would do that a lot. And we felt really safe in Granada. Like, it was really nice. And then if you walked this way, you would come down to Hotel Real La Merced, the really famous landmark in the city. But more often we would walk up and come down this way. And we had Taco Stop was there. And then you would turn and go down to the Calzada and all that down here. And so all of the famous stuff in Granada was all available walking distance away, right downtown in the middle of things. And that was really cool. It was. And the reason that we didn't like Granada was because we always felt like tourists. But for that first little bit, that was perfect. Now, the problem is there isn't a ton of nightlife going on in the city. So if you're, you're looking for clubs, there aren't many. You're looking for bars that are open late, there aren't many. If you're looking for that evening-ish stuff where a lot of like restaurants and like you can go, maybe some live music, probably just a restaurant, loads. It's fantastic for that. But for real nightlife, for things going on, it's very light, very little. Is available there, so that's too bad. I think, and I think there's more. I think it has improved, but bubble tea Dos Panda. Checking this out. My kids like bubble tea. They'd want to go. I feel like I need to take my kids back to Granada sometime soon. We take them to Managua all the time. We go to Matagalpa from time to time. We used to live in Granada. They have not set foot in Granada in a decade because we're never that into it. And when we go, we're always just, with friends, taking someone there, doing something weird or whatever. But so we never really have this chance to hang out. And I think my kids would appreciate seeing it again, especially my youngest, because she will just constantly be like, yeah, I don't remember this. I don't remember this. I don't remember this. And she's always very sad because we did so much traveling when she was really little. She does not remember Spain other than like the tiniest little tidbits of it. She doesn't remember Panama at all. She really doesn't remember much of Nicaragua. That's the first that she remembers something. She really struggles with Romania. She has glimpses of Greece. And then by Italy, she really remembers. But we did so much cool stuff. And when she was a baby, we went and did our grand tour of Europe, which my eldest really doesn't remember either. But my youngest has nothing, right? Not a single memory. And so that's very sad for her, because she's like, you did all these great things when I was so small. She doesn't remember France. She doesn't remember Germany. She doesn't remember Northern Italy. She doesn't remember. And they made friends and like did all kinds of cool stuff. They went to Portugal. They went to Austria. You know, they went to Switzerland. They don't remember any of it. And that makes them very sad, because it really was cool. And now, right, so much of Europe isn't the same. It's not like we can go back and be like, remember this? It was just like this. No, it's changed, and now it's expensive, and it isn't safe like it was, and just it's unfortunate. So she's very sad about that. But I think going back and spending some time in Granada would make her feel better. It'd be cool. Where is the best place in Nicaragua for singles to mingle? Managua for sure. Well, it depends. Are you looking to be around backpackers? San Juan del Sur. Are you looking to be around singles in general? You really want to? Then Managua is definitely number one. Leon is definitely number two. Right? We're the big places for getting out and doing nightlife. Right? Granada is mostly touristy, but not the big backpacker touristy. Still backpackers a lot, but and then San Juan del Sur is the young backpackers. Both, you still get the just get wasted passing through party crowd in Granada, and you'll get a little bit of anywhere. Really though, if you're looking for big numbers of singles, right? I mean, Managua is going to be just so much more. Once you've been to the Zona Rosa, the Zona Hippo in Los Robles, once you've been to Boca Chica, once you've been to the Reef, once you've gone to Roncon Rolas, you do some of that stuff, you'll be like, okay, I see. Loads of people going out all the time, and there's loads of places to go. You hop on nicarumba.com and you see what's going on tonight. There's just so much stuff. Yeah, Dale's got the one. Expat says if you search for the nightclubs in Managua, you'll see a cluster. That's the Zona Hippo in Los Robles I was mentioning. El Patron, Embassy. That place is wild. That's of those, El Patron, probably the place. The place I used to like to go, Gara, is gone, but that zone is really happening. And now there's a more expensive zone at the Edificio Central America. I don't like that as much, but it's wall to wall young people. Can you find that stuff in Granada? There's like one little club that's supposedly pretty nice, but the difference is, in Leon, you've got a couple options, but not too much. 23 Bar is really your dance club. There are some other dance clubs, but 23, you're going to have people every night of the week. Some places just like Friday, Saturday night, but you'll find them. Saturday night, you can even go out to Las Finitas and get a good time. But you can be especially on a Friday, Saturday, anywhere in the country, any beach, any city, remote areas. You can go to Jalapa up on the Honduran border in the middle of nowhere, and you'll have clubs, right? Young people go out all the time. But Managua, you just have so many more people, such a concentration, that'll be different for sure. Dale says, yeah, it looks like a polo grounds. Have you tried the Indian place in Granada? Yes. I want to try it out, but haven't yet. It's such a problem because you have to do delivery. There's no restaurant, so that makes it pretty difficult. I hear voices outside. Yeah. How are we doing on the live stream? I don't need that map up. Can you guys hear the voices? Maybe they're talking to the cats. I didn't hear a car pull up. I'm getting kind of hungry. I should probably track down those. I'm going to go and look for old tacos. I will be right back. Ask some questions. We got 18 people on. I expect 21 by the time we get back, and some thumbs up. So I'll be right back. I need to stretch and see what's going on outside. I am back. Everybody remember to give a thumbs up while I was gone? We're still at 18 people. You did not recruit more people. No voices, Scott. It's just you. No, my daughters are out there playing with the cats. What was that website? Nika? Oh, come on. Nicaragua. Nicaragua.com. That tends to have a lot more in Leon and Managua, but that's also because there is a lot more in Leon and Managua. So it's definitely heavily weighted that way. But that'll have like live music and some other cultural events and stuff will show up on there. But going out, like that's one of the big things, right? Going out dancing, karaoke, things like that are like generic every night things. Not generic, but you know what I mean? Like a club will just have dancing every night. A lot of restaurants, sometimes hotels, will do live music. That can be a really good time to meet people. It can be difficult because they're watching a show, but people get up and dance. It's a country where it's really easy to talk to people. So for example, tomorrow night is Astruel is playing at Via Via. So a lot of us here, now we're not young, right? We're not who you're looking for, but we're going to go to Via Via. And I can tell you there will be hundreds of 25 and unders at Via Via as well. What may seem like stodgy rock and roll shows to an American will be very hip events for a younger crowd here in Nicaragua. So don't be surprised. I mean, there'll be tables of under 18s who go without parents, right? Because it's not the United States, so people go out and do things. Like I know there's whole tables that will sit right up front and they'll get up and dance and like having a good time. And they're like 16 to 18 kind of age range. And then you have huge numbers of the 18 to 20, the university crowd, right? Because we're a university town. So we have tons of those. If they're younger than that, they're locals who are out. And because they're, real restaurants and live music, right? Like you're not, it's not like an 18 and over club where you can't have kids. So sometimes you'll have kids there. But it's really common, like nearly everyone I know that's under 30, like those are the kinds of things that they go out and do. So you'll run into the more normal people when they're out, not getting wasted, not going out dancing, when they're just doing normal things. But tons of the people from Via Via will empty out and go to 23 Bar. And so at about midnight when the shows wrap up at the rock concert. It's only a few blocks walk to the dance clubs, and so people will end up there. A lot will take a taxi, obviously, but a lot of people will work their way over there, and then the place gets really busy from about 11:30 on, and then you've got a place where and you just go dancing, right? And again, it's not like the U.S. where it's like, I don't know anybody. No, just go up and make friends, and it's incredibly social. So I'm going to bring up Nicaragua so you can see that, mostly while I'm eating my last taco. So you can see this is events. Oh, it did the same thing. It resized again. Why is it resizing? There we go. So you can scroll around. You can put it in dark mode if you want, because that's cool. Or whatevs. This is the event. Astorel Castillo is playing at Via Via tomorrow night. You can see this one. This is Jueves Residentes is playing at Mammoth Pub tonight. So it's a good place to come and just find different types of music. It really is heavily weighted towards music, but there's a lot of different things. Sadly, a lot of places in Nicaragua think that it's better not to announce their events and keep them secret. That's a real problem. Why is this like this? You can see me down here. For some reason, it doesn't let me move anything. Ah, there we go. Now it's working. All right, I've eaten the tacos. Yeah, Brian says chirp chirp. It is. It's very quiet on here. What's going on, guys? Do I need to go through old questions again? Without the streets full of cars, it would be way easier for creating transportation infrastructure. Unfortunately, humans love cars. Lisa Compton 5 months ago says, why is my mom always telling me in Nicaragua air conditioners are so expensive? Is this true? Buying them is very cheap. We get really good ones way under $450, sometimes like $350. But electric can be expensive or super cheap and sometimes free. So for some people, operating AC can be pricey. For some, it's ridiculously cheap. It all depends. It's not a flat rate or common experience like other countries. So it is both the cheapest and most expensive option depending on a number of scenarios. It's hard to write these things in while doing the updates. It'd be nice if I had a topic that I could really, I think that the perception mattered to a great degree that both Americans and Nicaraguans perceive the U.S. is a first world and Nicaragua isn't. So in reference to defining the third world, someone said, I think that perception matters to a great degree and that both Americans and Nicaraguans would perceive the U.S. as first world and that Nicaragua isn't. All right, so I'm going to link this. I think this is a great topic. Discussing on the live stream right now at 6 hours, 55 minutes. I think the point is to provide a context for perception. We don't need the terms if they are not based on reality. So, what engine does the Cherry have? Well, mine's a hybrid, so it's like a 1.4 liter or something like that. So JH72, I think that the perception matters to a great degree that both Americans and Nicaraguans would perceive the U.S. as first world and that Nicaragua isn't. Yes, of course, if you're going off of propaganda, you would think that. But if you were to make a list, this is my point in defining the third world video from 5 months ago. If you sit down and actually list the things that you would normally expect to mean it's part of the first world, if you're using the poverty and development indexes rather than the political one, right? Because first world means just aligned with the U.S. regardless of anything else. Third world means unaligned. Second world means aligned with Russia. But when we're talking about poverty and such, right, then we break down and say the first world must include certain things, right? So to be first world, obviously you must have universal healthcare. Like, you can't possibly think you can start to talk about something being first world without the most basic things. You got to have food security, you got to have water security, you got to have shelter security, you got to have healthcare security, you got to have security. Those are kind of the basics, right? So the US right from the start, Canada right from the start, UK right from the start, not even in the ballpark of first world. The problem is that the places we often associate with third world are often ahead of them. So that's why we start referring to the US as the fourth world, because it's in the things that matter so far from being first world. There's very few places that actually fall as short as it does if you start from trying to define. And I think that's worth typing in here. I think if we start with propaganda, sure, the US seems like first world. If we start by defining what would make something first world and then evaluate the US, we immediately realize it can't be first world and doesn't make a good showing in the third world. It's why we use the expression fourth world to refer to falling so dramatically short. If we don't start with a useful definition, then the terms are only for the purpose of propaganda, so would have no value. And if propaganda is needed to make them seem that way, that's a clear indicator that it falls very short and it is not felt can earn the recognition on its merits. Ta-da! All right, there we go. Because it's very important to understand that without good housing, good food, like all the things that are going on in the U.S. right now, the U.S. only qualifies as a developing nation. It is not a developed nation. It doesn't have the things a developed nation should have. And it's easy to say Nicaragua is a developing nation, yet it has more of most of those things, right? We have better food sovereignty than the U.S. We have better water sovereignty, or about equal. We're expected to be better by 2050, like not because we have to do something because the U.S. is going to lose it. Much of the U.S. is now facing drought, which of their own creation. All right, we have cleaner air. We have the healthcare thing figured out. We're safer. We have a democracy that functions. Like all these things. We actually have a vote, and it actually does something. And we actually have rule of law, and the courts are actually in charge of things. Like things actually work, right? It's a completely different experience. So starting from that. Right. It's like, well, what thing is Nicaragua developing rather than has? Right. Size of economy. Yeah, true. But stronger economy for the last several years. Just total size. No, but it's also not a colonial power. Right. And one has to wonder, does being a colonial power give you extra bonus points to be considered first world, or should it take them away? Because it means you didn't earn the things you have. You had to steal them. You weren't in a position to create. And so that's a really interesting question. Who is the more advanced, right? The person who's walking down the sidewalk or the mugger? Right? In normal society, we would be like, well, if the mugger has to take from someone else, it doesn't actually mean that the mugger has no advancement or whatever. But we generally would assume the reason you're a mugger is because you're not able to be at the level of the person you're mugging. In Should I Give Up My American Citizenship, also 5 months ago, Pro FK21 says, nice video. Only thing is slightly inaccurate is the exit tax. I'm currently looking into expatriating, and the exit tax does not tax your projected future earnings. If you are considered a covered expatriate, you'll be taxed on your global net worth at the time of renouncing. However, this does not include a tax on future earnings. The only U.S. taxes you'll be liable to post-expatriation would potentially be on distributions from U.S.-based pension accounts and on U.S.-sourced income that you still might have, such as rental income from U.S. properties or royalties. Additionally, depending on which country you're a resident of, such royalties are likely to be zeroed out due to tax treaties, as you're likely to be paying taxes in that income of your country of future residence. The thing that I don't know is, in most cases, people who are doing that have businesses, and it needs to be Expossess says, it is hard to believe you can actually go to an emergency room without even seeing a doctor at all. Do you mean in the US that you go to the emergency room and they never provide you a doctor? I have not had that experience. I've had some pretty crappy experiences in the US with the healthcare. I have not had that one. I don't know anyone who's had that one. So go ahead and tell me what you mean while I read this older one from James. James might be on. I can't remember if he's actually here right now. From the Bay of Fundy. Nicaragua has changed how I see poverty. This is also 5 months ago. I have a hard time commenting on this subject. The decay you are seeing in North America has always been there. I call it the China effect. The middle class has been eroded by deep foreign product flooding into the economy. Purchasing power has become distorted. If you fix up outside of residence, the taxman will raise property taxes. Nicaragua prosperity is most probably tied to Belt Road Initiative. Okay, so that's impossible because nothing from the Belt Road Initiative has happened yet. We don't have any of that. Of Central American countries, Costa Rica has highest debt, followed by Nicaragua. Debt to GDP ratio, Nicaragua debt is largest by far. Something's wrong there because our, that may be to GDP, but our debt to cash holdings is so dramatically small that it's why we're ranked one of the most powerful economies in the region, is because our debt is so inconsequential. We have so much cash hoards that the country effectively has no debt. It has more cash than it has debt. With a downturn in China's economy, they have become the largest debt collector globally. Now, so that's not how debt works. The status of your country cannot change how you collect debt. That phrase doesn't compute. Now what it's all about is the experience of life. Does the Bentley owner's trip make them feel better than Corolla owners at the end of the day? Who sleeps better? Who has the better life? I don't know how China's cheap products flooding into the economy does anything but lift up the economy. I understand purchasing power has become distorted. But it can't erode you, right? The middle class was eroded and displaced their ability to maintain first world status by buying lots of cheap products that the whole world has access to. It's a little bit different. So it is not the availability of low cost products that make the middle class go away. It is the lack of things that matter going away that we've had to replace with being able to buy cheap products, right? That's a key difference. China in no way has played any negative role in any of these countries. It has, in fact, only made things better in that regard. Hey, Brian, have a good night. Exposé says PAs and NPs are all patient C. That I could understand. No wonder life expectancy keeps dropping. That's far from the real problems. Those are crappy, but the utter disregard for care and making it private and making people make money on people dying, it's going to make it bad. Physician assistants and nurse practitioners don't even have professional degrees. Actually, that's a good thing, right? The US actually just changed a bunch of stuff. Professional degrees are a negative. I work in engineering. We are ashamed of being called professionals. I've been saying this for 30 years, right? Professional means you work for a government. I'm really passionate about this, right? Being called a professional in the United States is offensive. That doctors are considered that is actually a mark of shame for them, because a professional degree in the United States is basically regulated to just careers that do not depend on performance, but instead depend on your family having enough money to buy your job from the government. So they're heavily regulated, and they are what we call can't fail degrees, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But doctors, as an example, are not graded based on the quality of care they give. They are only graded on, do they commit malpractice so horrendous that they can be sued for it. Right. Now, if they were in Nicaragua, one of the things that they say in Nicaragua is that they would arrest the doctors in America should they try to practice here because they are so negligent. They do they do things intentionally that are considered crimes here. But coming from an area, there's a reason that we call ourselves practitioners of IT, not IT. The public calls us IT pros because they just throw the word around. But there's a reason why we don't want to be called professionals, because it's offensive, right? We take our jobs seriously, and like CEOs are not professionals, right? Architects are not professionals. IT practitioners are not professionals. We are degrees that work based off of performance. We are judged based on results. We are a level so far beyond doctors. It is really rare that you find someone who is willing to become a doctor. It can happen, but it's really rare in the United States. Outside the United States, it's completely different. Inside the United States, someone who's willing to become a doctor is extremely rarely capable of working in other fields, because it's a job based off of memorization, hazing, rote work. It's who can manage to pay to get monopoly access to other people's healthcare and extort them for money. It's organized crime, right? It's corruption in most cases. Not that some people aren't willing to do that and still really care and do it because they care so much they're willing to put up with all of that. But the standards of education, the standards of assessment on professionals is so low that if you did that in other fields like IT or architecture or business, it would be considered not doing the field, right? It's not comparable at all. So that PAs and NPs are not professionals is actually one of the biggest things. It not being professional, right, doesn't necessarily mean something, right? Small children are also not professional, and it doesn't mean that they're better than a doctor. But a degree being considered professional is a setting of a bar extremely low. It is the lowest bar that we have for education. It's where you don't think broadly, you don't think critically. Anything that's professional means that the government recognizes it as about to be replaced by AI, right? And not real AI, LLMs or just basic algorithms, right? Because those fields are not allowed to make real decisions, not in reality. They are, right? They are puppets that have to work within insurance rules. The insurance people are not professionals nor practitioners, right? They're just random people who have access to people's money and oversee trying to maintain that it doesn't get spent. So if you are working as a doctor and your job is to basically sell drugs for like, quite honestly, how many doctors, if you really look at what they do, a huge percentage of their job is drug dealing, and a huge amount of it is working as puppets for insurance companies. Well, if that's what professional is, that's a disgusting level that I would never want to be associated with. And it would make me seriously angry if someone compared me to a doctor. Now, luckily I work in a field where no one would ever do that, right? Like, that is very accepted as one of the, it's a way that you mock people, right? In real technical fields, in real performance-based fields, right, is to compare them to doctors. Oh, yeah, your job is so trivial, you could just memorize how to do it. You could go to university and they could just teach you the rules you have to follow, and then someone can just tell you that. But you can't do that in IT. You can't do that in business and such. And so it's a very, very different thing. So in that regards, there's a reason why quite often NPs are in the U.S. regarded so highly. Outside of the U.S., all of those things, the things we call NPs, the things they're all doctors with different degree paths. But don't look at professional as being a positive, right? That is not at all what that is. And if you ever worked in medical, right, one of the first things, we use doctor quite often as to denote where the clueless people are, right? Oh, don't act like a doctor, right? You need to think critically. That's, and of course there are smart doctors out there. There are doctors who can think critically out there, but they tend to be very, very frustrated because they're generally not allowed to think critically in their role, or very minorly. Right. And if you think about famous doctors, right, Dr. Oz, or whatever the hell that guy's name is that ran for president, that thinks aliens built the pyramids and that they're big grain stores or whatever. Right. These people made it through the education system and became not just doctors, but well-known doctors. Right. If this is what success looks like, use that as a baseline. Like, you never see an actual successful IT professional or an actual successful CEO having conversations like that, right? Because doctors are known as being prime targets for scams because they tend not to think critically. They're much more likely to fall for simple tricks. They're very likely to fall for conspiracy theories. They're very likely to be easily manipulated in politics and stuff, right? So they're actually a target category like the elderly, where it's like, oh, okay, this is a group we can statistically look at. And again, it's just statistics, but statistically, it's one of the least bright groups. Right, it's the entire education program to be called a professional in the United States, right, requires that you have to go through a very lengthy, very costly process through which you are judged completely on your willingness to not think critically and just ignore and just memorize, right? And it's important to memorize a lot to be a doctor, of course, But there's a difference between I'm judged on my ability to memorize or I'm judged on my ability to actually understand the material that's being given to me. And that is just not how it works, right? And that's why doctors have to work 24-hour shifts and all kinds of things, right? Because they're physically hazing them. They're not treating them right. If you think about what you think professionals should be, and then you look at how doctors work and how they're treated and stuff, you go, wait, that's incongruent. So is it that a doctor isn't professional, or is it that I'm using professional in the outside? Actually, pretty much nowhere uses professional. It's very much an American thing to have promoted the idea of profession and to have tied doctors to it in that way. It's just outside the U.S., like all that goes away outside the U.S. And you're like, oh, wow, it's just people don't think of either in that way. Private practice doctors have been wiped out by urgent care centers. Here, too, honestly, right, there's very little reason to have, because you can just walk into any hospital and do it for free. Why would you go to a doctor and pay if the ER is free? And it amazes me because like Marcelo will be like, oh my gosh, I have a cold, I'm going to the ER. And you're just like, what? But they just provide these urgent care centers everywhere for everything. And everything's free. So that's just where everybody goes. And I'm like, I don't understand the system, but it really works. So what do I know? Not a lot. I don't have the experience in it. Gooch 5 months ago said, I have sweet orange trees, also mandarins. I also eat pomelo. The oranges don't turn orange, though. They stay green because it doesn't get cold at night. Same for me. I haven't seen mandarins growing here. I'm so far behind on all these comments. Someone posted Joe. I think I'm getting back to where... No, still at 5 months. Wow, 5 months ago was a really popular time for comments in the show. Oh, we got more people on. Hey, everybody. I said we needed to get up to 21. We're up to 23 now. Like, you guys heard me. It just took you a few minutes to get on. I have mandarins growing at my house, I believe Jessica says. Really? I have not seen a mandarin tree here that I know. I mean, I've probably seen one driving by on the road, but I have not seen one and seen someone be like, look, a mandarin, you know? That would be cool because we don't have oranges. Mandarin is orangish more than other things we have. Why don't we see more people selling? I never see them being for sale either. Like, I know I can get them, but I never just go by and see like a big pile of mandarins. Like, you want a mandarin? I would like a mandarin. That sounds good. All right. I'm responding to HSVL 4848 5 months ago from What's Nicaragua's Secret. And I'm going to post this on there. Oh my gosh, 7 hours, 15 minutes. Very nice. 18 minutes. He says, hi, Scott. I'm a Nicaraguan guy living in the U.S., living with my wife, who is an American citizen, and we have a 7-year-old. We both are almost in our 40s. We've been talking with my wife. He and his 7-year-old must be wife during a couple years about this issue. And when we talk with other people, they don't seem to understand this reality. We've been struggling with an important decision between taking our savings to build a house in peace, on a piece of land that we own, and taking a 30 years loan, or moving to Nicaragua and start there from zero and probably find ways to invest. Your video is not just real, you're also giving hope to people like us that we can't see a future without being a slave of a broken system. Thanks for sharing your experience in that beautiful place. Sorry that it took me so long to respond. Hopefully you find your way. health. All right. So in this case, yeah, taking out a 30-year loan is very, very hard. That is rough. But in theory, they could sell their piece of land in the U.S. and get pretty far along here in Nicaragua. It is really tough that you can't take out a loan for building a house. Really, it's not 100% impossible, but it is essentially impossible for all intents and purposes. And so it's when you live in Nicaragua, the issue is mostly solved because you live with family and you save and you're able to buy a house. And obviously, if you're super poor, you can't be. If you're super poor in the U.S., you can't either, right? But in that in between, it's pretty easy in the U.S. to take out a loan to do it if you're in Nicaragua. The problem is if you move from the U.S. to Nicaragua, then very, very hard because you're missing that support piece. Now, if you maintain a U.S. job, you're going to bring in money so fast that it doesn't matter, and you'll be able to build up the equity that way. There's ways to do it. But some people do get caught in the middle as it is very difficult. Actually, says, when a patient goes to an emergency room in Nicaragua, do they see a doctor? I'm going to say in every country in the world except the U.S., they see a doctor. Like, we don't have nurse practitioners. There's nothing else to see, right? Of course you see a doctor. That's... Is it even a hospital if you're not seeing a doctor? It's just kind of a medical care clinic. That's actually a good question. Without doctors, is it a hospital? I don't know. But we're the top healthcare in North America. So it's really hard to find a negative about Nicaraguan healthcare. Now, obviously, if it was just it's better than the U.S., you could find loads of negatives, but we're better than Costa Rica, right? So it's pretty good. Also on what's Nicaragua's secret, hold on, I'm going to respond to this one as well. How many minutes in are we now? 21 minutes. Gulf Coast Trucker says, interesting analysis. This is also to what's Nicaragua's secret. As catastrophic as we make a young pregnancy out to be in the U.S., all the children I know of that were born in these circumstances turned out fine. This is largely contingent on grandparents being able to help out. It also seems like it is the catalyst for the parents to enter true adulthood rather than aimlessly extended adolescence as we so often see in the U.S. That's really an interesting take. I think that's probably very true. I know tons of, especially millennials and younger, who really became listless in their 20s and extended university as long as they could. And to give some, being Gen X, a lot of us were like, we're not going to university. We're going directly into work, directly into careers or building businesses or whatever. And tons of us just skipped university or whatever. But my friends who are millennials, often, obviously these are very anecdotal and everyone has their own story, but we're much more likely to milk the university system. We were all like my father. How fast could he get through university? He did all of his stuff in 3 years because he's like, this is in the way of my life. It was like, get out of university, get married, get a job, get started, right? And then he had a really long career. He was the youngest engineer ever hired at Eastman Kodak until someone else came along. And same for me, right? Like, yeah, I tried going to university, immediately dropped out, was like, this is just a waste. Oh my gosh, my professors were a waste of space. A few were great. I had some that were excellent. But for the most part, above 50%, they had no value in the universe, right? They actually made education, they sucked information out of your head. Like, they actually managed to make you dumber. And I went to the #1 ranked program in the world at the time, right? We mocked Harvard and MIT because we had blown them away by so much for the years while I was there. Like, we took it really seriously. And I was still like, this is just a waste. Holy cow. And so glad I dropped out because I was so much more awesome life experience, had a much better experience, and got so much farther, so much faster, and was able to then get into real education, right? Instead of the hand-holding. It really was a life changer. But I'm also glad that I went to a top school, and so when people are like, couldn't cut it at some crap school, no, I'd cut it pretty damn well at the number one school at the time, and I left because they were wasting my time, and they were horrible racists, like really bad. It was really offensive. But as Gen X, like almost all of my friends either were like in university and pounding their way through to get out. Everyone was working to pay their way through at the same time, so to minimize their debt. Everyone was thinking about the economics of it. Loads didn't go. Very few went. Those that did, right, treated it pretty good. And we were working really, really hard by 22 to 25 to be doing something, right? Some more than others, but it was a lot of that. And everyone I knew that was a little bit younger, because I ended up going back to university at some point, which was what a weird thing to have done. But I had a career going on. I was able to do it on the side. And so I went to university again with millennials, and almost all of them were milk it for as long as you could, because it was the vacation and they were avoiding real life. And somewhere in that very small time, there was a shift. And my my best friend is much younger and at the very trailing end of millennial, and she managed to push university till she was like 28 or something, right? She was really old when she was done with being in university, and I can't remember if she actually graduated or not. She never used it, right? And she knew that she was doing a degree that had no job at the end. Or it was a very strange degree. Once she was done, she immediately just became a wandering couch surfer throughout Europe and just did that until she became a bartender, and then that was it. But that attitude of like, oh, real life is not so fun, I want to avoid it, not an invalid opinion, but very different than how we approached it. In that my experience was with boomers and Gen X, we had a tendency to be like, use university for something that makes sense when it makes sense and get it over with. Don't get stuck there, because every moment you're stuck there, you're falling behind, right? And right after us, there was some change in thought process, and people are like, you never have to do anything as long it's the get out of jail free card. You're not responsible, right? But boy, did it hold people back a lot, in my opinion. So that was a huge difference, and it's true. The age at which you're having kids extended a lot, to the point where it's completely changed the demographics, and almost all of us who had, now my kids were, I was older, right, but not for lack of trying, just because we weren't able to. It really did push us forward into a different life phase, and did make us. Now, my wife and I feel we were decently mature as non-child married couple, right? We had a dog, we had luxury apartment, we had both had incredibly good career options. We were way past what Expat calls professionals. And owned a company on top of it, were published, had, both of us had been through multiple careers that we had excelled at, right? We had taken the time to sample things, and like both of us had run hotels, both of us had I had a career as a musician and as a restaurateur. My wife had a career as a biochemist and forensic scientist. And then both of us ended up working in IT, her in pharmaceutical and me in global finance, and in healthcare and in manufacturing and in education. By the time we were in our early 20s, I was lecturing at university without having gone. I was heading up New York State's IT and CS programs from the professional oversight committee. We were doing tons and tons and tons of things, and everyone we knew was, right. This is not like, look at the things we were doing. This is what people looked like, right? We were all super active. All of my roommates from when I was starting the company were all heading up music programs for school. Some of them were teachers, right? They were not like wait until 30 to try to get in and then doing minimum. No, they were teaching at 23 and running programs by 25. They were all like super impressive and moving really fast and working really hard and doing extra things on the side. We all had professional bands. Like a lot of my friends were music teachers, right? We had pro bands. We were putting out albums. And were we that good? No, it was just everybody was working so hard. We had done so many things. I don't know anybody who's a couple years younger than us who did anything like that. Right. And obviously they exist, right? Obviously. But it felt like the difference between almost all of us were doing one thing to almost no one was. And it's a wild difference. So I think this is true. I think this is a real thing that, or this points to something, right? That, people I know who had kids young often were people who were struggling. Not always, right? This is in the US. They tend to be more struggling when they have kids young, but then they tended to leap forward because they had this kid to take care of. They kind of had to. It was like, oh, I gotta snap out of it and like do something, right? And so maybe that's the impetus, and that's not a great timing for that, but sometimes forcing family to help out, and often when you have kids younger, you have more family to help out, right? Had I had kids when I was first out of high school, my grandmother would have been there to help. But by the time I did have kids, she was gone because I'm 30, right? Huge age span. And in reality, for me, my mother was long gone by the time I had kids, which was very sad. But because she would have just loved being a grandmother. It would have been really cool. It's so awful for me to think of my kids having never gotten to meet her, and she would have been such a huge part of their lives. She'd be here in Nicaragua for sure, like no question. And similarly, my grandfather died a few years before I was born, and I only know him as this shadowy figure from stories, and it's like, I'm pretty sure this would have been someone I was really close to and would have grown up around and would have had this would have been a really significant part of my life, and he just wasn't there, right? Because he had passed away, and so you miss those things. Sometimes it can't be helped, but sometimes because you have kids older, and here, people having kids young here, there's so much familial support. It's so accepted. There's so little stigma associated with it. It does seem to create a maturity. And the same thing, I know people who are not having kids and they're in their early 20s and they're just floating along. Why do anything, right? There's no end goal. Careers seem depressing, whatever. And those with kids are like, well, we gotta make this work. We gotta do things. We gotta move forward and create a foundation. And it does tend to, I think, create some urgency but in a good way. I think a lot of people who do this listless kind of thing, and my best friend included, I think she would agree that it created a time period in her life that was fun, but kind of all runs together into, this was just it was cool. I played a bunch of Dungeons and Dragons. We went out to the club a lot, but now she's like building a future and doing interesting things, and she did lots of cool stuff. But I think she would agree that she could have done more that would have gotten her farther and made her feel better about it. Like, I really like the things that I did. There's a lot of things I would change, of course, but there's a lot of stuff. I mean, I loved working on the road. I loved being a consultant all over. I loved jumping from career field to career field. I love the memories that I have of my office in Washington, D.C. My offices in Washington, D.C. I love my memories of, designing software at 23 years old with major hospital systems, and like, I have these great memories of working with my friends, which was really great, and of having built this career and putting these things together like that. Everyone has great memories, right? You look back and it's like, well, I went to this party. That was great. I could have gone to work that day and done something fantastic. That would have been great too. I could have written a novel that day. That would have been great. Like, you can do a bunch of different things and have it be great. It could be I just napped all day and I loved it, right? That can be great too. So whatever memories you have, and this is something my wife and I talk about a bit, she has these amazing memories from university. I do not. And she has this, but university was so good because it created these memories. But I, at the same age, didn't go to university and have great memories of not being at university, right? It's not that hers aren't actually great memories, and it's not that mine aren't actually great memories, but it's often you're at an age that makes great memories as long as you do something, right? Go to university, start a company, get into a career, start a band, figure something out. And it's easy at that age because of the things you do and the age you are and just what's going on in your life to form amazing friendships and memories and stuff. And then we both did, right? But it's important to understand that there's not just one path to that. If you did something else with your life, you'd probably also form, as long as you were doing something good, you'd probably also form these great memories too. And so you have to kind of look at that context. I do want to, in 5 months ago, Nicaragua doesn't have oranges. No, really. Everybody remember that episode? I'm like, look at this orange. Roland says, Naranja agria used in carne asada marinade. Why is it that carne asada is always cooked until the meat turns gray and is well done, which comes out as tough as shoe leather and quite hard to chew? Tangerine mandarins are quite edible. Nope, just gave him a thumbs up. Not much to... Okay, I don't know what that's James says, how many bitter oranges, this is the same, do they have, how many bitter oranges can you juggle? Now, blueberry tastes different also. Tall plants that mostly commercial for mechanical harvesting, right color but no taste. The good berries are short bush, lots of flavor, hard to find, quite expensive due to manual harvesting. Oh, just talking about lack of produce in general. Someone else, Estrella Calero 7718 said, in Nicaragua, the sweet oranges grow up in chantales mostly. Yes, Nicaragua has a lot of oranges. I'm just going to comment. Why do they import them if they grow them here? That's what I really want to know. Okay. Jessica says, the ER I work at in the U.S. has doctors and PAs. The PAs work under the doctors, and if needed, the doctor will see the patient as well. Expazaz says, it seems to me that the PA is doing the physician's entire job. The physician is not present at all. My point is, when I go to the doctor in Nicaragua, it'll be the first doctor I have seen in years. If I was to see a doctor in Nicaragua, it would be the first one I've seen in decades. That's not quite true. I did see completely incompetent doctor in the U.S. just before I came down, and I wish I just hadn't skipped it. Jenna says, I never got to meet my dad's parents either. We had just one black and white photo of them too. That was kind of funny. What was kind of funny was my grandfather was a super tall, thin Scottish guy, and my grandmother was this very short, plump English lady. You know, it's funny. My grandmother was a very short, plump Scottish lady, and her husband, my grandfather, was a relatively tall Swiss farmer. How are we doing, by the way? Let's just check in. 7:37. We got 20 people on. That's awesome. We're currently up to 366 views. Our average view duration is 28 minutes, which I know you're going to be like, is that long? That's long. That's really, really good. That average duration is an important measurement, and we're doing really well. So that's pretty cool. I'm going to read from Ty Ridge 7714. This one is old, on the episode Seasons, Weathers and Climate of Nicaragua. You know, it's funny when you have as many. When you have as many episodes as I have, it's like, oh yeah, I remember this episode. Oh yeah, and a lot of times I don't remember the episodes. I don't know when some of these are from. Are these from 5 months ago? Are they from 5 years ago? Probably not, but they get pretty old. Okay, my friend and I are thinking about visiting in July for a week or two. A few questions for you if you don't mind. I really hope he means July 2026, or I horribly missed this. But 5 months ago, right? I think he asked this in August, but it could have been June. I don't know. It's not clear because it just says 5 months ago. It doesn't give me the date. So I don't really know. 1, what are the best areas for first-timers to visit if we want to see wildlife and go on a lot of nice hikes? Don't care as much for beaches. I think probably Granada does have a decent amount of hiking. You can go around Apoyo. You can go up Mombacho. There's some hiking along the lake. Not a lot, but a little bit. You can go to Masaya, depending on the situation, the volcano. You can get into a lot of decent stuff nearby. Nicaragua is not a hiking place, but it will do. And then, of course, Matagalpa, the city itself makes you hike, but easily you can get out of town and there's waterfalls and different areas to go to. I think Matagalpa probably is the hiking capital, or at least of the large cities is the hiking capital. I find hiking here difficult. Of course, you can go to Ometepe as well and hike the volcanoes there. It's famous for that. Lots of hiking on Ometepe. Those are kind of the highlights that I know. I don't find Nicaragua has a lot of good hiking options that I'm aware of, although I'd love if someone was like, oh, I know some places. Like, let us know. We need a map. But 2, I really like road hiking. I like walking on the roads and seeing where people are rather than getting out into the wild, right? Not that I mind getting out in the wild. I grew up going to Mountain Desert Island and hiking really big hills, but they called them mountains, as my entertainment for the summer when I was a kid. Like, loved it. I loved doing that stuff. I used to hike in Letcher State Park all the time and Allegheny State Park and all kinds of stuff. When I was young, I liked getting out in the wild. I enjoy that, but I like seeing how people live even more. And so for me, that's the way I lean. But so for me, Nicaragua is very hikeable in the ways that I like. Whereas for a lot of people, it's like, oh, it's a lot more difficult. It doesn't really have like the European trail system, for example. We definitely don't have anything like that. Do I recommend that we hire a driver to take us around the country? In most cases, I would say yes. Budget's not an issue. Plus, I'm assuming it's not super expensive to do here on the American dollar. That's correct. I would, especially if it's your first time, especially if you are not on a tight budget. Hire a driver, well worth it. We just have it hasn't come out yet. I have one recorded that'll be out in a few days that talks about exactly that. And so I think that'll be a good one. But we definitely say there's a load of reasons to avoid driving yourself. And if you're going to go out and do hiking and stuff, like that's perfect. Have him drop you off. He can go pick up supplies, do whatever while you're hiking. He can nap in the car while you're hiking. And you can get back all exhausted, have some snacks. He'll have the route mapped out. He'll have 2 hours of sleep. You wake him up. He can drive fresh to wherever you're going. And it won't cost that much, right? And then you have a guide, right? Sometimes they'll actually know their way around to do a bunch of stuff. July, good time to go. Yeah, July's very good. It's part of the rainy season, but not very rainy season. So it works out okay. I'm assuming we just want to pack a bunch of rain gear and expect to get soaked. Yes. Don't expect to get that soaked probably in July, but it will rain, so there'll be times. Will we have a terrible time if we don't speak much Spanish, or is it doable? Absolutely, you do not need to speak Spanish, especially if you're hiking. But in general, loads and loads of people come down and don't speak Spanish. It is possible that I answered this in some video and I'm just now extra answering it on a live stream, but whatever. You really don't need to speak Spanish. There aren't many people who speak English. You're not going to just magically get to speak in English because you don't speak Spanish. But being able to communicate by pointing or whatever, people are friendly. They're clued in. You've got translators on your phones. There's a million ways you can make it work. I say this all the time. I've lived in places so much harder than Spanish-speaking countries. I've lived in Ukraine. I've lived in Romania. I've lived in Greece. 3 different non-Latin alphabets with 3 different types of languages. And yes, one of them is still technically Latin, but it's Eastern Latin, not Western Latin. It's wild trying to put all those things together. And all of them, I never was like, oh no, I don't speak the language. Absolutely fine. So don't worry about that. Don't let that hold you up. Come down and enjoy. Hopefully you mean next July and you make it. Soil Tonka says regular oranges 100% grow in Nicaragua, but they have a few variations. But yes, including regular oranges. That's what they were talking about. Must be in Chantales. Very hard to get there. All right, so this one from What's Nicaragua's Secret? I'm more going to just read it because I'm trying to mark it to make it go away. Brown John said, hello, Scott. The fertility rate in Nicaragua is barely above replacement level and still going down. They're not doing very well. So, what? Nowhere in this region is like that. Pointerish, whom I don't recognize, says, yep, in a few years, if the trend continues, we will have the problems too. I'm married and my wife and me are not having children. I know many couples my age that are in the same page as we are. Of course, it's anecdotal, but it's supported by the available public data. Young people don't want children because it's getting harder and harder to support them. None of that is true at all. Actually, I'm going to answer... I said, actually, the economy is booming. The middle class is rising hard and easier than ever for young couples to support kids these days. Where are you getting that impression? I answered, according to macro trends in 2024, the last year recorded fertility rate was on the increase, so dramatic that the rate was higher than in 2023, which was the lowest, and higher just barely than 2022. How 2025 will play out, we will have to see, but it's true. The entire world has seen birth rates decrease dramatically as the world has changed. Nowhere has intentional spare disposable children like in the old days. All cultures are coming to terms with children being expected to survive. We're not considered the level of births to directly tie to replacement level, rather than say in the Middle Ages, we're having 10 kids, you still left, you risk none making it into adulthood. So we expect healthy numbers to hover just above replacement. What's amazing is that Nicaragua remains above and is increasing while most places are decreasing. Of course, the increase is very momentary and might not last, but it's pretty amazing in a world where everyone else is decreasing. You feel that it's harder to support children today than any time in the last 50 years in Nicaragua? ? It seems very much the opposite. Kids have so many more jobs, still not nearly enough, but more. The middle class is booming. The economy is exploding. Infrastructure is improving everywhere. Isn't it easier and safer to raise kids today than any time in the last half century? Maybe not as easy as long ago, say 1870 to 1905. Things were better, yeah. But one has been easier other than that time period since the early founding of the country. So I don't know why people are so down on stuff, because it's so clearly not what you see on the streets, not what you see in the statistics and so forth. Xpazaz says, where is the worst place to go in Nicaragua for total immersion in Spanish? San Juan del Sur, easy, right? The place where you won't be forced to speak Spanish for everything. Second worst, Granada. Basically, you want to avoid tourists. If you want total immersion, you want to go to the Buacos, the Huicalpas, the Hinotegas, the Chinandegas, the El Viejo, places where all they speak is Spanish. Acatal, Somoto, right? Find a place where you don't have other expats, you have no crutches, you've got nothing to do but go out to the club and try to pick up a girl, and you don't speak Spanish, and so try your best to communicate with her. And that will push you farther than anything else, right? You have nobody to walk over and speak English for you. You have no one to hang out with and pretend you didn't want to meet people. You're in a out of the way place. So everyone will want to talk to you and put in an effort because nobody ever goes there. Make sure you're doing massive amounts of Duolingo every day. Make sure you're taking classes wherever you can. Do whatever, and just force yourself to do stuff. That will launch you forward. But going out and trying to mingle as a single will be the big leap, because you will meet people and you will want to go out, and then you can sit at dinner and just be like, look, I'm learning Spanish. suffer with me, right? But they'll be generally happy to, because you're the interesting person from somewhere else, which they never see because you're in some out of the way place, right? Jalapa or whatever. Francisca Bendon 76733. Nicaraguan people know how to live with nothing but make the most out of life. Cool. That was just a nice comment. Janet says S. Okay. Hey, Tesla or Edison, lobster and oranges are plentiful in Nicaragua. Haha. Are you still on, Tesla? She says, haha, so I have to go to sleep. I can't type. Man, I missed so many comments over so much time. Oh, class at 2:30 a.m. Yeah, you need a nap. Nap. I'm a drunk guy still here. At your comment from Franciscans, that's what I love about Nicaragua. Most people have a great outlook on life. Most. There are some grumps. For sure. But yeah, the overall outlook, people are just happy. They have hope. There's things looking forward to. All right. So in response to new suicide shower heads installed, on-demand hot water electric, what a title, easy mode 7947, still 5 months ago. We've been doing the 5-month-old comments for so long. I haven't seen a 6-month yet. Electric showers are very cheap and can burn, explode in a gap of 3 to 4 years, but nothing serious, so they're pretty common. Basically, the discardable versions of showers. Mine rarely make it over 3 months, and most are broken in the first week, for real. Okay, in response to Nicaragua's new speed limit, hard to believe that's been 5 months. I travel twice a year from Managua to Palacagüina. What was about a 4-hour drive will now be 6. The government is making decisions based on reaction, not science. We still have the decreased speed limit, for those who are wondering. Our national speed limit is 50 kilometers an hour. However, part of that is very hard to tell. We have so much construction going on between here and Managua that the only time we can ever get up to speed is in construction. So the 50 kilometer limit rarely impacts you. You barely can do that anyway. Eventually, it may really impact us once we get there, but in many cases, people are worried about it becoming so much longer to get places. I don't think that's really happening. It does get longer, don't get me wrong, but there's so many times that you have built up areas that you had to slow down and so much traffic was causing problems. I don't think it's having the long effects that people think that it would so much. We don't like it. Let's be fair. None of us like it. No one. Absolutely no one likes it. But it may be saving lives. It's probably protecting animals, and it is lowering the fuel consumption, and it's making people rethink extra driving. I don't know very many Nicaraguans who have even mentioned it, but the expats are all like, I don't get to just drive all over. Well, that might be why they're doing it. right? That's a very real thing. If all the expats are using up the highways and doing extra driving, this may be one more piece of, hey, maybe you shouldn't drive. Let's make it painful in different ways until people stop doing that. I'm not saying that's true. I'm not saying that in any way that was a thought process, but these are things that cross my mind of, well, depending on what your goals are and depending on what problems they're seeing, this could easily be it. And as someone who would like to see all the cars taken off the road and be replaced with trains and public transportation and elevated things and have much less on the road and get people out walking, biking, and public transiting, if the government was listening to me, and I'm not saying it is, but if the government did listen to me and was like, how do we build the Nicaragua that Scott wants? This could be one of the steps that they were taking to discourage additional cars. I'm just saying, right? If you were to make the assumption that I am brilliant and have great ideas for Nicaragua, and you were to make the assumption that the Nicaraguan government was brilliant and wanted to do good things for Nicaragua that were the same things that I wanted, either because we're both brilliant and that we just happen to want to do the same things, or they look at my show and say, he's brilliant, we should do those things. Either way, this could be a result. I'm just saying that might be where it's coming from, right? So, Expazaz says, great answer. I can speak enough Spanish to speed through a good deal of Duolingo, but I've only learned from books. I need total immersion. Classes, definitely, yes, I enjoy that. I have not done classes. I did a little bit of online classes. They were fine. I enjoyed them. For me, my schedule is so terrible that was not really something I could do, but it can be really beneficial. Find a smaller town, or consider this, depending on your budget, I don't know what kind of money you have, it's totally plausible, right? And remember, like, weird economic things happen when you're spending American money in Nicaragua. You could go find an English teacher who's out of work or wants a change, and you could come up with an amount of money that they just follow you around, and you've got a full-time Spanish teacher that just goes places with you and is both your guide and a Spanish teacher. And just you're riding in a car, they're teaching you Spanish. And you have questions about Nicaragua, they're teaching you Spanish and Nicaraguan culture or food or whatever. And that may, if you're like, I don't know how much an immersive class would be, but you could be like, well, I'm going to spend $200 a month on a hardcore class at a school, or $300 and have a full-time person that goes with me, right? Like, think about those numbers. Weird things happen. There's a reason why I have a full-time cook. There's a reason why I have, 6 full-time security guards. There's a reason I have a full-time handyman. There's a reason I have a full-time major domo, and on and on and on, because at some point it's like, this thing makes my life so much easier, and it creates a job. Like, I'm helping someone out, and it makes my life so much easier and lets me get so much more done. Why wouldn't I do that? Right? This could be like solve a whole bunch of your problems. Maybe you can find someone who has a car that can teach Spanish, right? You're going to pay more, right? But what if you pay $500, but you've got a full-time driver who's going to bring their car with you. They're going to teach you Spanish. They're going to teach you Nicaraguan food. They'll drive you around. They'll even tell you where to go, right? Let's go do stuff, right? If I was an out-of-work Nicaraguan with access to a car but could teach Spanish, and you came along with that, I'd be like, this... if I was young, right? If you have a family, you'd be like, no, I can't be away from them. But if you're just like a young guy, you'd be like, we're going to go cool places in the country. And, maybe you end up getting, get a 2-bedroom rental so you can both live in the same place and they're around all the time. This could be like the best thing ever. I'm going to go. Okay. Things Nicaraguans rarely get to experience, from Maelstrom Fonseca 5 months ago. Put a smile on my face what you said on the cheeses. I still tease my parents for thinking white cheese is a category of cheese despite living in the US for a quarter century. Like, you live in a place with at least 10 different types of delicious and affordable cheeses available easily, and plenty more if you're an expert, but you still buy queso blanco. It's like the idea of even bothering to learn the different names of the cheeses is too much work for them. The corn flake thing is not unique. Plenty of Hispanics will also call all noodle foods spaghetti, and it's like they refuse to differentiate between lo mein, udon, and angel hair. The reason, of course, is in large part economic. The U.S. is both rich and multicultural. Even the working class can have really exotic diets if they truly want them. In Nicaragua, you usually eat what's locally available until you start approaching middle class and beyond. All these cheeses we take for granted in the States are imports in Nicaragua. Not quite all. They do make cheddar here, but I'm not sure where. They make plenty of goat cheese here. They make Parmesan, I think, here. I've heard rumors. I know they make mozzarella here. Pretty sure they make Swiss here. There's not a huge variety, but there's more than people think. And we make a point of buying Nicaraguan cheeses when we can, and it does show up. Obviously, Nicaragua makes American cheese. We talked about that earlier. But even like mozzarella and stuff, they make pretty decent ones here. And then Costa Rica makes manchego and some stuff. So there's a lot of foreign imports for sure. But looking into Nicaragua, there are some things, and I'm going to do more research on more. But what's interesting is that I think this is a very peculiar social consequence. The white cheese versus specific cheese thing I mentioned is one example of a broader phenomena. In developed countries, we develop a hyperfixation for a lot of detail in our products. We really care about models and brands and specific little details that someone from a less developed country would find borderline fanatical in their products. I think this even crosses over into other domains like naming. One thing I notice is that Americans, when talking about someone, will often introduce them with their proper name early on, as if expecting the listener to keep track of this very early. Whereas with Hispanics I have interacted with, including my family, you are more likely to remain at the level of general description for longer until, say, they are introduced to the person. I think it manifests, too, in many other peculiar ways. For example, Americans love their acronyms. They don't mind having to memorize all these extra shortcut words if they can shorten a description, whereas this is not nearly as common in Latin American Spanish, and I think really confuses ESOL, English as a second language, learners. Okay, this was a really good write-up that I'm sorry I didn't do for a long time, but I'm really glad that it got put here. And I'm going to, where are we at? 8 hours on the nose. All right. So this is, I think some of this I actually had said, but a ton of this is really good insight. I think this is very, very true. And this is amazingly true. Now that he describes this, speaking with, for example, Marcella, she very carefully, and this drives me nuts as an American, I want to know people's names because I can't keep track of my friend, this guy, the person who this. And I'm like, these are vague descriptions all the time. And it's like, she'll tell me about a person 20 times. And then at some random point, give me a name. And I'm like, okay, now I have to shift from thinking of this person as this to this person as this. And I'm not sure if we've been talking about the same person. Like the mental pathways that we're used to using in North America are different. I'm used to, this is Roger. From now on, Roger is this person. Then I build up. Roger is the mayor. Roger likes cheese. Roger is 54. Roger drives a Mazda, right? I associate things with Roger. But here, she'll be like, this is my friend. And that will go on for months. And then it'll be, this is my friend who, and it's a little bit more information. And you're like, is this still the, and then when there's a new friend, you're like, but is that a different person? Like, it's very ambiguous. And then at some point, she'll be like, this is Roger. And I'll be like, have I ever heard about this person before? And it'll be like, yes. And then it has to like go back and reconstruct all this stuff. It's really weird to me. But that's exactly this thing that he's describing. Absolutely. I don't expect people's full names, but I expect a name. I expect some way to re-reference them. And the majority of the time, I get annoyingly vague, no way to repeat descriptions. And I don't know why. But yeah, it really impacts us. But this is a good, like, I totally get the Nicaraguans have so little access to cheese that they don't take time to learn that they're different foods. The same thing, they don't learn that fruits are different things, or what meat is. Like, there's all kinds of things that we're very discreet about, right? Chicken is a meat. Here they're like, nah, it's not a meat, it's chicken. Why do you have the word meat? Why do we have carne if we don't use it to mean carne? If it's just a random word that can mean anything, right? Why do we call limes lemons? Why do we call cranberries blueberries? Why do we call grapefruits oranges? Why are there no words to reference anything? And often they want to be specific, but they refuse to be. It's very strange. But also, likewise, refuse to use maps. There's a ton of these like informational processes that are refused on a regular basis. Speed limit is crazy, but needed on some roads with curves and up down hills, in my opinion. But we go over it. Waze will tell you when cops are present and can go above that, and don't want to, not now. But I know you know the roads. You don't know the roads, though, yet. But I don't know the roads, though, yet. Okay, there you go. Yeah, that can be. Let me hear it. Expat says, I took Spanish classes in Venezuela. The school asked me to answer the phones to talk to new English-speaking students. I was happy to help them out. The problem there is you're speaking English, so what good does it do? Expat says, Scott, you have a high IQ, obviously. Well, thank you very much. As someone who struggled all through school, I appreciate it. I'm a drunk guy. Expo says, that's great. Nicaragua doublespeak and slang is crazy different than other Spanish-speaking countries, in my opinion, and I have a hard time sometimes. Nicaragua gets very unique language in a bunch of cases. That is true. So be aware, I'm sure Expo knows this, Nicaragua is colonial Spanish. It is the oldest Spanish spoken in the world. It is the farthest from Spain. It's not necessarily the farthest, like Chile is going to be really far. But it's pretty far. Oh, hey, I just noticed that we hit 6 months. We're not up to them yet, but I can see them on my screen. So that's somebody asked, if the maximum speed limit is 80, does that mean everyone drives at 120? That was Boink 800 long ago. And Game World Engineer said, no, everyone drives at the speed of the slowest vehicle in front of them, which is often a brick truck or other heavy truck going 20. That is so true. That is definitely the big thing. Dale says, I just took my first 2 hours of classes today. Was good. Best thing was just having a conversation with him and getting correction and explanation about tenses and usage. Paid for 10 hours, $80. Not bad. Yeah, that's the big thing. And like Marcella, because obviously I talk to her all the time, she's annoyed. She's not annoyed that I try to speak Spanish. She's annoyed when I don't speak it well and just ignores when I get things wrong. And that makes it really hard to learn. And that's why you want a teacher, because a teacher will be like, okay, I get what I'm following, but that's not how you say that. And then they'll correct you and you'll be like, oh, now I understand. Right. But non-teachers will often just be like, either you're dumb, I don't understand you, or I can figure it out, I'm not going to correct you. And it's like, well, how am I going to learn? I'm not going to get better because I keep reinforcing the wrong thing. Okay, someone 6 months ago on price of Claro, 250/30 internet in Leon. Thanks for sharing. Does TV also use the same internet? Yes. Everything would be shared. Asymmetrical is safe to assume is cable. Fiber is almost always symmetrical. Claro offers both, but these are cable speeds. Teco is the fiber provider in Leon. Can't believe we've worked our way back to 6 months old stuff. Expat says, to clarify, I've learned Spanish through books, college textbooks. I have 8 credits in Spanish in my college degree. Nice. I did 4 years of Spanish in high school. You can see, I'm magical. Catastrophic, lol. Why do you all have such hard names? Dale says, the teacher speaks some English, so when I'm searching for words, he can help out. Yeah, that helps. Expat says, I missed that. Who? 10 hours for $80 is a pretty good rate. I'd say it's pretty normal. $8 an hour is really high here. So, oh, my cats are talking. That's our tomcat. That's not really our cat. That's the cat that visits. But we've got a whole bunch of cats. I need to get some video of our adorable kittens because you guys will be like, oh my God, they're so adorable. They're just good kittens. That's what you'll be like. In Nicaragua, life is like the 80s in the U.S. Wow, I do not remember that episode at all. Wenham Brent, could be Wenham Brent, it could be Wenham. Could be Wenham, Brent, I don't know. What I noticed was the maintenance of the family structure. Grandparents and aunties, uncles, and cousins filled the role of social support, unlike in North America where bureaucracy has taken that role. Yep. All right. Every time I do a different question, how far in are we? 8 hours, 10 minutes. We're not at a record yet. It's true. So Nicaragua really does maintain a bunch of family structure across the board, just all over the place. It really is refreshing to see. And there are government agencies when emergency stuff really does happen. In North America, it really is. The government agencies function as the family in just an incredible number of circumstances, including schools, right? We were talking about schools earlier. In the US, like school takes up all your time, and it was plenty of time for me, but my nieces and nephews, you know, my kids hang out with them all the time. They're about the same age. And for us, it's like, my kids are home with us all the time. It's always family time all the time. My kids are popping in here. My kids are out there with the cats. As soon as I'm done with this, I'm going to hang out with my daughters. Like, we're together all day long. Even if we're not like hanging out, they're never more than a few feet away. We cross paths whenever we're going to get a glass of water, going to grab a snack. If my daughter's making snacks, I half the time it's with me, half the time it's with my wife. We're like always in family mode time. I go out at night and people are like, are we going out dancing? I'm like, no, I got kids. I want to hang out with them. Why did I have kids if I'm not going to hang out with them? That's not what the point. I'm not going to waste. Like, I like dancing, but not as much as I like hanging out with my kids. So, and people understand that for the most part. They like to go out all the time, but they're like, yep, family. And their cousins have this. They get up early in the morning at an unhealthy time, right? Scientifically studied, not particularly a good time for teenagers to get up, and not conducive for education time. They make them get up at that time and then send them to school, where they spend the whole day being put through what is basically some kind of pseudo-educational torture. And then they have to, because of the way that the education system works, that they're basically graded on extracurricular activities rather than the academic activities. And so they have to spend every moment doing this extra stuff, band and sports and special things and whatever, and they don't get home until like 9-10 o'clock at night. They actually don't have enough time to get a full night's sleep, and this just goes on and on and on. And it's like, okay, but they're not training to be in the military. This is not, we're hoping you can survive an encounter with hostile forces. We're trying to make them productive, healthy adults. We're doing, from the moment they wake up until the moment they quit during the day, everything is be as counterproductive as possible, keep them from education, keep them from sleep, keep them from healthy living, keep them from socialization, keep them from discussing politics, keep them from their parents, keep them from their families. Like, holy cow. And it's become a government institution. And for them, 6 days a week, not 5 days a week. They've found ways to extend school to 6 days a week in Texas and most places, I'm sure. And then even, right, if that's not where you are, if anything goes wrong with your family, if your parents, something happens to them, you're going to end up in social services almost certainly. Obviously, a lot of people end up with other family members, but there's so many government institutions watching over you, checking in on things, whatever. It really is this completely different feel. And yeah, we're extreme here, but our friends who have, kids in public school, kids in private school, they still are with their kids 20 times as much as their American counterparts. And when they're not with their parents, they're with their grandparents, with their aunts and uncles and all this stuff, like he said. Very, very true. Ours are extreme that, and I said this, it's interesting that like, I have spent more time with my children who are still children than I spent with my parents. My dad's still alive, right? And we're very close, but the amount of time I have spent with my children is already more than the lifetime I had with my parents. I have spent more time with each daughter than I had with my mother. She passed away a long time ago, but she passed away when I was an adult, right? She was at my wedding. So she made it until I was in my late 20s. And we were very close and we spent a lot of time together, but I have more time with each of my daughters. A lot of it spent the three of us together, but it's a little bit weird for me to think of how much more time we've had together. I do want to point out, I just noticed this. So we're at easily our third longest live stream ever right now. We're at 8.25 hours. And I don't know if any of you have noticed, we've not changed the battery on the camera. It used to be when we started doing this 2 years ago with the same camera, it only made it about 2 to 3 hours before we had to change the battery. I've not upgraded the firmware. The only thing that's happened is regular, proper charging of the battery. We are at half charge at 8.25 hours. People ever tell you that training a battery is not a real thing in the modern world? It really is. But that's, it's something I've taken so seriously, wanting to spend time with my kids and putting in that time with them. I don't know anybody who has had as much time with an individual child as I have with my kids. I know some that get pretty close, but only a handful. And it's interesting for me to be like, wow, I've had so much time with my kids. And it doesn't feel like that to me. It feels like, boy, I sure wish I had more time to spend with my kids. And every moment I'm not with them, I miss it. And I'm like, wow, I could have spent time with my kids. But it does give me a certain amount of, okay, but nobody gets as much time with their kids as I do. Because when my eldest was born 17 years ago, my job called me in the hospital and was like, stay home. We don't want to see you. Like, family time, give us a year before we see you again. And so I got that whole first year completely with my daughter. And then we ended up moving, and I worked across the street. So I'd go to work, but I'd come home at lunch, right, and be there because she could see my office door from our apartment building. So it really was, and then she would like often sleep in. So I'd only miss a few hours of the day with her. And we didn't go out much then. We were always home because she was very little. And then in all of my career since then, I had a little bit more than a year, about 15 months that I had. No, that's not right. It was a year. I had 1 year. It depends which thing you're thinking of. The amount of time that I had to go to the office was 1 year at a job where I was quite busy, and they think of it as the year I wasn't there. But when you actually look at it, it was the 1 year, and they were quite little. 1 year when I went to the office like a normal person. That was it. Their whole childhoods. Other than that, I was always home. during the day with them. I mean, sometimes I travel for work, like I'll be gone for a few days, which is nice that I can do that and not be like, oh no, I'm not with my kids. I'm missing, the 1 hour we were going to get together. No, I still saw them 100 hours this week, just not this day or whatever. So that's been an interesting experience. But yes, Nicaraguans in general, they have so much more time with their kids and their grandkids, and it's so different than what we're used to. Expossess says, Scott, I started Spanish in middle school. I wish I wanted to start Spanish when I was much younger. They just didn't offer it. We weren't allowed to take it till I was in high school. I was terrible at it, but I did not care at all. I wanted to learn it no matter what. I was terrible. I wanted to learn. I took every bit I could. I took all 4 years in high school, which was not required. Only 3 years was required. And I learned very little. But I did it at a time where I had no access to a Spanish speaker. My teacher didn't speak Spanish. All we had was books. We had no recordings. I'm older, right? I'm from an age where we had no Spanish television. We had no Univision. There were no channels in Spanish. There was no translations in Spanish. There was no tapes in Spanish, no CDs in Spanish. I had no access to the sound of Spanish except for the 5 words they taught on Sesame Street, right? That was it until probably in my late 20s. I finally had like the ability to get like learn Spanish on CD and stuff like that, which I did, and that helped a little bit. But we didn't have the apps like Rosetta Stone until I was older. I practically didn't have real access to Spanish until I was in Madrid in 2012. And it was like, okay, I'm hoping that my 4 years of high school Spanish and my wife's 4 years of high school Spanish kick in as adults, and we can get, and it did, right? And you're like, oh, okay, I know way more than other places I've been. Okay, cool. This is neat. This is neat. But yeah. Catastrophic says, I thought Corn Islands would be easier because they speak English, but nope, it's Creole. They speak with the dick accent. Yes, it's the same as Belize. No, she doesn't know. This one's from 2 months ago. We've been going through the list. 5 months. Then we hit 6 months. And now, randomly, a 2-month-old comment is in the middle of the 5 and 6 months. Why, YouTube? How am I supposed to ever figure this out? How am I ever supposed to make this happen? Hi, Scott. Sort of off topic, but I don't even know what this is. I'm just reading it. It's been buried because it didn't come up. And this is on Flying to Nicaragua from Canada 2025. 2025. Hi, Scott. Sort of off topic here, but I have decided to pursue residency and would enjoy your take on and benefit by your experience of just having gone the process, perhaps some do's and don'ts along the way. If you could do a video on the process of obtaining residency as well as what is necessary every 6 months hereafter, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Okay, I don't think that's something we need to answer in the live stream, so I'm just going to add it to my notes. That's something to come back to. Oh my gosh, I have so many notes. All right. Douglas made the comment, rich people own businesses versus I own a business and it'll make me rich. Good statement. I copulated status number 2, and yes, shit. I do appreciate your engineering sense per... Sorry, okay, I don't know what he's... That was from Nicaragua Live. What a week. I'm a programmer again. Oh, that was... It's neat seeing some of the lives and like seeing what I'm doing a little bit at different points along the way. Being like, oh yeah. Life moves along. Oh, hello, Diego is on. Diego, we've been waiting for like forever. We said we're not finishing this until Diego's been on for a while. We're at 8.5 hours. What the hell, man? Do my kids speak Spanish? My eldest does not. She gets a little bit here and there, but she studies German. She really just we're German. Like she's my very Swiss daughter, and so I always wanted to speak German. She's studying that. I don't know. She's just rebelling against Spanish. My youngest does speak Spanish. She will tell you she doesn't, but if I'm not here, she secretly goes and has Spanish conversations with Ida, and Ida will be like, "She totally speaks Spanish." Like she's not like fluent, but she speaks a lot of Spanish. Like she just doesn't want to talk to anybody about it. But she's on like a 1,500-day Duolingo streak. She's lived in Spain, Panama, Nicaragua. She's spent so much of her life in Spanish compared to the rest of us. She's let me actually just do this. It's as early as next year she will have spent half of her life in Spanish-speaking countries. And if you eliminate the first, 2 years of life when you really aren't speaking, then most of her speaking, or she's about to have most of her speaking life in Spanish-speaking countries. So she does actually get a bit of it. An excellent tool for learning Spanish faster is ChatGPT. I'm sure that it is. I'd be interested in how people use it in that way. Like, what do you use? Like, how do you use ChatGPT as a language learning tool as opposed to a language like assistance tool? You may be interested. I do use ChatGPT because some of my daughter's school curriculum we do ourselves, and some she gets from a school in Texas. And we mix things together as for what makes sense. One of the things is neither of my kids, this is totally to my wife's chagrin. My wife is an avid reader, one of the most avid readers I've ever known. I'm a casual reader. I do like reading. I enjoy many a book. I rarely read them. I much prefer audiobooks because if I'm driving, I love listening to books. If I'm out for a walk with headphones, I love listening to books. That part's great. But if I'm actually going to sit down and read something, no. Not. And I like pretty deep novels. She reads pulp stuff. I read, if I'm going to read anything, it's got to be absolute classics. It's going to be Jane Austen. It's going to be Dostoevsky. It's going to be Mark Twain, something classic, something deep, or a really deep fantasy, Margaret Weiss, Tracy Hickman, something like that. My childhood reading is all Asimov, Irene Hunt, Louisa May Alcott, Ellen Montgomery. As a teenager, I drove to Green Gables and went through all the places that in the area around Cavendish, Prince Edward Island, where Anne of Green Gables took place. Very, very, very into classic literature and really care about it. I've read everything by by oh my gosh, my brain is just the person who wrote A Wrinkle in Time. I can't believe that my brain just shut down on that. The Meet the Austen series, the end of Circle of Endless Light, Arm of the Starfish, so many. Swiftly Tilting Door, Many Waters. Why can't I think of her name? Wow. So my wife loves to read. She just reads, but she doesn't read the classics like I do. I've also been to Eric Maria Remarque's house, right? All Quiet on the Western Front. I've been in his house. I really have taken a very serious look at literature, and she just reads a lot. Neither of my kids want to read at all. Absolutely hate it. So my eldest really dislikes reading, but does like cinema. And so we're doing the history of cinema together and use ChatGPT to create a curriculum and come up with target material and which movies. And we did it back and forth, right? ChatGPT gave me a list. I'm like, this is garbage. No. This, yeah, but where's this movie? I really want to make sure that's in there. And it's like, okay, so it adjusted things. And I think it did a pretty good job. And it came up with some that I hadn't seen, and they've been really good. And my daughter gets really into them. She was amazingly excited about about Rear Window, for example. Now, it turns out what she's into way more than movies, which I knew, this is not a surprise, is video games. And we had played through together, just she and I, The Flower Collectors, which is a video game about a injured police officer who is witnessing atrocities happening during the Franco regime at the during the Spanish Civil War, after the Spanish Civil War, and it was this really good learning experience about Spanish history and European culture and fascism and stuff. And so, she loved the game, and it turns out that it's a retelling, more or less, of Rear Window. Rear Window is the inspiration by far for The Flower Collectors. If any of you are into cinema, definitely check out Rear Window. It's a classic, Alfred Hitchcock with Jimmy Stewart. Really, really well done, and Grace Kelly, right? Who's pretty critical. And then if you really want an experience, play The Flower Collectors. What a great game! Just a few hours, very inexpensive. Really great. Yes, Madeline Langle. Thank you, Janet. Exposaz, the school is called Metropolis Spanish School here in Leon. Diego says, will you ever include them in some social activity for them to learn Spanish? They hate social activities. It would make them reject Spanish if I tried to do that. They would absolutely no. They do like they went to like a video game conference, but they were like, no, I don't want to do that again. Like, it just, things weren't organized enough. They were like, no. Diego says, how do you guys navigate living here without being fluent in Spanish, or are you guys fluent? I wouldn't call myself fluent. I was far closer to fluency when we moved than my wife, but she can hear much better than me. Like, she just has better hearing, and has picked up more Spanish, but I still can read more than her. I can read legal Spanish, and she cannot. So it depends what we're doing, but both of us speak a lot of Spanish. Like, I speak Spanish all day long, both here and with Bolivians and with Argentinians and with Mexicans, and oddly, my team in Portugal. Really, you don't need much Spanish here. It feels that way. It's not like the United States where you're like, how did you navigate it without speaking English? It was really hard. People wouldn't help me. People didn't know what to do. People were angry. You don't get that here. People are like, oh, you don't speak Spanish. You should learn. But you can't just magically learn Spanish. So, no one's like angry about it or anything. But I mean, I'm on a good, right. Where's my Duolingo streak? Bring it up here. Oh, there you can see it. 2,077 days, and this is not my. Oh, there we go. Right, that's a lot of Spanish that I've been doing. And when you think about the fact that I've had previous streaks of over 1,000 days that I've lost, I've done a lot of Spanish every day for more than 10 years, and I speak Italian, and I took 4 years of Spanish in high school. It does add up eventually, and there's, we still have a lot of problems with cases, and sometimes there's words we don't know for sure, but we do go around having Spanish conversations all the time. Like, I speak Spanish on TV, so it's not fluent, but it's enough that I can have conversations with live interviews on TV without someone to help me. So, and that was years ago. Like, I speak way more Spanish now than I did back then. Dale says, I went by when I'm about to go buy something. I know I need to ask a question. I'll translate it and practice it. The problem, of course, is when they ask questions or respond. At this point, I know some key phrases like, lo siento, muy poquito hablar español. Lol, despacio, por favor. Expat says, Portuguese is easier than Spanish? I've never heard. Now, are you talking Brazilian Portuguese? Brazilian Portuguese is mostly Spanish-esque. I think Brazilian Portuguese is actually closer to Spanish than it is to Portuguese. No one on my team in Portugal speaks Portuguese. That's how hard it is. When I was in Portugal, because it sounds like Russian, right? Because it's got this pacing-based grammar, which is, oh my gosh, hard. But It's so hard in Portugal that even Portugal is switching to Brazilian Portuguese. Like, they're like, no, this language is terrible. We're switching, and everyone's switching in one generation. So I will appreciate Portugal much more once they speak Brazilian Portuguese. I refuse to try to Portuguese. Hell no, not worth trying to learn. So hard, Can't hear it at all. Very little to speak Spanish. I think, Dale, you'd probably be lo siento, hablo muy poquito español. I speak very little Spanish rather than very little to speak Spanish. I disagree about which is easier. To me, Spanish is easier. I agree. I think Spanish is easier, but Brazilian Portuguese isn't particularly hard. Diego says, do you find Spanish hard, or is French or Italian harder? Okay, so so obviously I took Spanish in high school, so there's no way I'm not going to find Spanish easier in real life because of that. Okay? But if I was to break down having no experience, for me, I found Italian the easiest, then Spanish, then Brazilian Portuguese, then French, and then Portuguese so hard it might as well be Romanian, which is also outrageously hard. But Italian for me is very much the easiest, followed by, if you have the resources, Catalan, then Spanish. But they're all very close. Those three are super close. And then not far is Brazilian Portuguese. The leap to French, because of all the silent bits, there is a leap. Even though English has so much French in it, it's still a really hard one. But both Spanish, Italian, and Catalan, I find quite easy. My best friend dated a woman who spoke Portuguese, yes, from Brazil, and he bought me dinner to interpret. Bought me dinner to interpret for them. Gotcha. Jan says, next would be Japanese. I think Japanese seems really hard. Without using that list, I find like Dutch the easiest, then well, obviously Frisian is the easiest, then Dutch, then German. But not having spent time on Frisian and Dutch, of ones that I've actually put effort into, I find German really easy, just rolls off the tongue. I find it just absolutely easy, which is partially why my daughter likes it. And my cousin speaks German a little bit. Both she and I have done a little. Whenever we're in Germany, my wife cannot handle German at all. She's Italian, I'm German, so like there's some maybe there's some genetics to that. But when we're in Germany, she's just like, I can't. And when I casually speak German, like I only know little phrases like "Entschuldigen Sie bitte." But Germans, when they visit here, I'll say something and they're like, they're like, you only say a few words, but they sound German. And I'll be like, yes. But when we lived in Italy, I spoke Italian, but my wife did not, right? So, Dale says, damn, I have to relearn my most common phrase. I know. Xpizzazz says, I taught Spanish as a substitute teacher in public school. Oh, multiple times in different public schools. Very cool. Do I have a video on immunizations needed to move there? I do not. I'm not aware of any that are required. COVID was, but I've not heard mention of it in many a year, so I doubt it is still required. Does anyone know of any immunization requirements to move here? I literally don't know of one. But I have like the basic, I have measles and stuff. Like, is it a requirement to teach a foreign? I had students. Diego says, is it a requirement to teach a foreign language in the US? Do you mean to study a foreign language? Like as a student? Let's see how we're doing, by the way. 8 hours, 38 minutes. 24 people on, not bad. Our average duration is over 30 minutes. I don't remember ever being that long before. Coming up on 400 views, which is pretty awesome. Mr. Wright, no foodies in Nicaragua. Didn't see that coming. Yeah, it really sucks. Really not a thing. Getting there. We're starting to get a little bit more and more, but it's so little. Yes, in public school. So in public school, yes, you are. Well, it depends what part of the country you're in. Every part I'm familiar with, you have to take a little bit of foreign language in high school. But like me, the requirement was 3 years, and we didn't have teachers who spoke the languages. So we're basically learning from books. So it's not worthless, but it's not worth very much. In many cases, some people actually get teachers who speak the language, but very few. And they intentionally teach language markers to make you stand out as a foreign speaker, so that you can't casually learn a language and end up using it in an effective way. But at least when I was in school, it was so minimal what they taught. There were so few resources. And again, we didn't have a single teacher in the school who spoke the language that they taught. So, it's not like, well, okay, actually it's like here, right? Most of the when I interface with people who've had English teachers here, their English teachers don't speak English. And so a lot of people are being forced to take language classes from people who couldn't pass a language class. I'm not saying that I would pass a Spanish, like I would not be a good Spanish teacher, right? Because I don't speak enough Spanish. I should not be teaching Spanish, but I speak quite significantly more than my Spanish teacher did. Significantly more than my Spanish teacher did when I was in high school. And she was a PhD in language studies, and she didn't know she didn't speak the language. She thought she was fluent and didn't even have the basics. I lived in Spain for, I don't know, a month before I realized that I was so far beyond her and was not in any way fluent, but I knew she had not been able to figure out basic stuff. It's very poor. Whereas in like Canada, if you're going to take, now they don't tend to speak Spanish, they tend to teach French and English, but they teach both at fluency level. Like you are expected to speak both fluently. If you're in Mexico, they get taught English better than Americans, and I mean that. Way better than American, PhDs in literature in many cases. They have a deep language learning with deep practice. They start at very, very young, like second grade, and the entire way through school, they have to do dual language the whole way through. Like part of their day is in English, so they have absolutely fluent Spanish and English. Whereas, like, you go to Texas and you really struggle to find Spanish teachers because the language that is spoken on the street in Texas is Spanglish, not Spanish. And so they're really struggling. They can get them, obviously, but they still have this problem because their market is flooded with people who don't actually speak Spanish but claim that they do, and have lots of other people who claim they speak Spanish claiming that they speak Spanish. Diego says, I think it is TESOL. I have the TEFL teacher certificate from a wonderful school in China. Diego says, OMG, you must speak amazing Spanish. Expozaz says, I get rusty by speaking English too much. Expozaz, English is your mother tongue, am I correct? It comes back fast. I never forget all those years of Spanish training. Yes, English, yes. Thank you, my friend. So Americans are generally getting exposed to a tiny bit of foreign language in a completely useless way. We're given no exposure to use it in most cases and stuff. Diego says, I submerge myself in English YouTube and Netflix so that I don't forget my English. Chatting here is one of the ways I practice. This helps a ton. Expozaz says, you are fluent. Congratulations. Kaiser and ANS English education is really good. Most other schools suck. Yeah, there's very little access to, it helps that Kaiser's an English school. There's just so few English speakers in Nicaragua, and when there is... when there is someone who speaks really good English in Nicaragua, there's very high paying jobs for them. So teaching at the teaching rates is very difficult because there's just no money in it. So if you're good enough to teach English, why would you spend your time in a classroom where often you're dealing with, right? I know someone who speaks very good English and struggles with certain jobs. So she would teach English in the public school system, and she was the only English speaker that they had in the school. But because of school politics, right, people with seniority who spoke Spanish didn't let her speak English and beat her down, not physically, right, mentally beat her down and mistreated her. And she just quit teaching. She's like, fine, no one learns English then, right? They would force her, like she would actually put me on phone in the middle of the thing. Like, I can teach a PhD program in English Lit, right? I can, period, right? Put me up against an English Lit professor and we'll have quite a conversation. And here we go. I can speak English. I understand the roots of the words. I understand, I watch Rob Words for fun. Like, this is stuff that I can do. And I'm like, these are not English speakers. They don't know the basic sentence structures. This is gibberish, right? And they're like, we don't care. What we say, we teach. They were not there to teach English. They were actually intentionally blocking English from being taught to the students. So, like, it's really hard. Now, it's one school up in Chinandega, but that's the kind of experience that a lot of people, I guarantee, are getting, that there's very little support for someone who, and ability to identify, right? In the same way. So this is English in this case, but teaching information technology in the United States. You cannot find a professor in the United States who would qualify as a qualified IT practitioner in the workforce in the universities, for obvious reasons, right? The universities pay a quarter what the job market does, and the working environment is, you don't get any respect, you don't get as much freedom, you don't make nearly as much money, you don't have the job security, there's no upside to it. So why would you teach when you could go get a respected job and get paid way more money doing something else, doing the thing you actually wanted to learn? Because if the chances that you're a good teacher while being amazingly good at the thing you're teaching is hard as it is, right? You can be the best IT practitioner in the world and not be able to teach. Like, the two don't always go together. And you could be the best teacher in the world and know nothing about information technology. Again, no reason for them to go together. To find someone who's good enough to be a useful teacher and be good enough to understand the material they're teaching, it's 1 in a million. And the chances that they would bother or desire to end up in a university setting approaches zero, because especially in the US, right, professor pretty much comes across as, maybe retired, maybe just really like taking it easy, but mostly I don't know. I read something and zoned out. Diego says, technically, most of the Atlantic coast speaks English. Actually, technically, they don't. They say that, but it's not technically true. It's Creole, which is not English. To the best of my knowledge, a Creole is a Creole. Because it's not mutually intelligible. Right. Creoles are full distinct languages. So while it's English based, it is not English. So it's actually misleading that we say that they speak English on the Atlantic coast. They speak Creole. And someone had mentioned that just earlier. Oh, I thought it'd be easy to go to the Corn Islands because they speak English, but they don't, right? That was the expression that, I can't remember who said it. Catastrophic, I think, just said it. Right, and that's correct. I work in Belize. It is a different language, right? It actually has a different structure, different grammar, and so forth. To be a language, it must be mutually intelligible, which is why there is a solid argument that Spanish and Catalan are actually Italian, just extreme dialects, whereas Creole English is a different language and is not English, because most supposedly really fluent Italians can understand Spanish, and most really fluent Spanish speakers can understand Italian, but no amount of English fluency lets you understand Creole. I went to school Cornerstone, and that ruined my English to the point that my U.S. cousin was laughing at me because of my pronunciation. Yep. In high school, my English teacher asked me stuff in the middle of the class. The thing is, you can't really teach English because if you teach it really, some students will not pass, and we cannot have that. If you really teach it, so it's just you don't teach too much. You teach the right amount so that everybody actually learns something. Scott, it is rewarding to help children who really want to learn English. That can be true, but the problem is, so Expazaz, the thing you have to think of is, if you have students who really want to learn English and you really speak English and you're their teacher, but you're not allowed to teach them English, I don't know anyone who's going to find that rewarding, right? Like, if you were allowed to teach them English, I would be completely on board with you. That would be rewarding, right? But if you're not allowed to, there's no upside there, right? It's very, very discouraging. That's the worst. Right? If you don't speak English and they don't care, it's just a job, right? Just get a paycheck. But if you can and they want, and somebody gets in your way just to screw with both of you, that just takes the wind out of your sails. And yeah, in theory, you can go somewhere and try to fight for that, but how? Very hard, very, very hard. And the same thing will happen here, and this is kind of Diego's point, is, I think, sure, my friend could go and fight, and she could have brought me in places and been like, this is what a PhD candidate sounds like, right? And he's a published author and a public speaker and a published educator. And he's saying, this is what English sounds like. Maybe we should teach English. She could have pushed the point and maybe gotten somewhere. However, the thing that would have happened is that had she pushed the point, had she gotten to the point where she was allowed to speak English, you would end up in the position of it being a one-off. What if she retires? What if she quits? What if she gets married and leaves? Right, which actually is what happened. Then you're right back to where you started. None of the other schools have an English teacher. She was an anomaly. I'm sure someone does, right? But it's not every school. It's 1 out of some number, 1 out of 5, 1 out of 20. I don't know. So you end up with this problem of you can fight for it, but there isn't a supply to work with. The same thing with the universities in the US. You want to teach IT? Great. You find one university who manages to get someone who's willing to work with them in IT. Amazing. They decide to follow that person down the path, develop a curriculum. But if that person retires or gets sick or just doesn't want to do that, or some Wall Street firm comes along and goes, we're going to give you 7 figures instead of 5, right? The difference is so big. We're going to pay you 15 times more. At some point, they're going to go, yeah, I'm going to do that, right? And so then you're like left with this curriculum you can't teach. And it just exposes the fact that you can't teach it, right? Because now you actually have a curriculum no one understands. And students who now have studied a little bit with someone and are way beyond any of the professors they have access to. And all of them are like, why are we not being paid to teach? Why are we having to teach our professors, right? Which was my complaint all the way through high school and university. Why do I constantly have to teach the class for the professor? Why am I the one being graded, not giving out the grades? I should be grading the professor. I'm the one who turned in my professors and my graduate program for academic dishonesty, right? Because they were the cheaters. And the school had to admit to me that professors weren't held to ethics standards. They had to say it to me. I made them say it. They were corrupt. They were not professionals. They were not educators. They were just there to get paid and steal our money. That was their only job. Yeah, same thing, Diego, in the U.S. U.S. public school system mostly is horrific, absolutely horrific. You would, I think you'd be really shocked putting U.S. public school against Nicaraguan public school. It's far closer than you think. You were describing the downside to being a teacher. You're absolutely correct. But some things you can be a teacher in, right? It's when you're trying to teach in an area with a massive shortage, it becomes so much harder because until you overcome the shortage, you just have a gap. But if you want to teach, like, in theory, right, if you want to teach history, you can. There are history classes. There are history teachers. Now, the reality is lots of them aren't very good and don't know history and don't care. That's true. But lots of them do know history and do care. And there are people who know history and do care who would like to do that job. And so there's some way to have competitive for it. And there isn't some huge pool of history jobs looking to poach the historians from high school or college. That's not there. But in IT, there is a shortage of IT workers to the point it closes in on 100%. The average company can't produce a single person we would generally consider a true practitioner, right? There are people who may have learned enough words to be like, that's what I do. But if you were to actually put them in a room with people who are IT practitioners, they'd be like, is this person, like, is this their first day of middle school? What, like, that's cool. Are you interested in IT? And they'll be like, I've been doing it for 20 years. And they'll be like, then why don't you know the basics that you should have known before you decided you wanted to go into the field? How do you possibly, right? So it's a field that's so short that the average person calling themselves an IT worker in the United States can't identify the field. And I mean that for real, right? This is one of my favorite examples. We once asked people to name their heroes in IT. This is in a huge community with loads of IT practitioners, or supposedly, right? Not one person in the largest online community for IT could identify a single IT worker ever. Now, what they should have said is, I have no hero because, like plumbers, there's no such thing as a famous plumber. There's no famous people in IT. Not one, never has been, never will be. But instead of stating the obvious, that even people who weren't in IT probably should have been able to figure out on their own. I'm not blaming anyone who doesn't, right? But if I asked you guys, and assuming none of you are plumbers or electricians, and I said, if I asked a group of plumbers or a group of electricians to name a public hero from the space, other than the obvious answer of Super Mario Brothers, is anyone going to be able to produce an answer? And most of you would probably stop and think and say, no, I bet there is no such thing as a famous plumber. I bet there's no such thing as a famous electrician. It's just nonsensical. There's no famous HVAC engineers. There's no famous roofers, right? These are fields that require a certain level of expertise, but there's just no way to obtain fame. It's just completely unreasonable. IT is exactly the same. Unlike architects build potentially publicly visible works of art. And by doing so, they at least have the possibility, the theoretical value of being identifiable or memorable in some way, because there is something that they've done that can be attributed to them. But no one understands when you made toilets flush really well. No one understands when you kept a house from catching on fire because you made very good connections with your electric. No one can tell when you didn't cause an outage by making sure the right RAID level kept your data humming along. Right? These are not things that even other professionals can easily identify or discuss, let alone identify as very, very valuable or special or different. They don't even know when it's a good job or a bad job, right? And so it doesn't exist. But if you think about it, if you take thousands of people who work in IT and not a single one of them can identify, even if there wasn't a famous person, even if they weren't very good, not one person could identify a human who worked in the field, not one, nor could a single one figure out that you couldn't name someone in the field, theoretically. Like, it just doesn't make sense. They all named people from other fields. They named software engineers, they named marketing people, they named business people, they named investors. Not one of them was famous for what they did in IT. Not one of them ever worked in IT, right? You could, if it was the first and it was like, well, this guy's really famous for this thing, but he was a great IT worker. Okay, gray area. But not one of them did that. It was all people who had never worked a day in their lives in IT and probably didn't have the slightest inkling of what it was, right? Those people would have been mind blown that they thought it was IT. So that's how hard it is to find people to work in IT. I would say it's less than 1 in 1,000 people who claim to work in IT actually do. Likewise, here, it's not quite as dramatic, but the number of people who think they speak Spanish is really, really low. No. The number of people here that think they speak Spanish is, oh my gosh, the number of people who think they speak English is quite low. And of those, only a small number of them actually do. And of those, if you do, just like if you actually are good in IT, you can make big money, and places that actually know what they're doing, they're going to snap you up fast, right? They're never going to let you end up in a university. And the same thing, if you speak English here, right, even if the only thing you have is English, you're going to be snapped up by customer service, just like that. And I know this because companies like mine will hire you, right? And now, if you then have a skill on top of that, then you're even more valuable. Now it's English plus that skill, right? So it's a very, very different thing. And so those factors, those economic factors, that it's specifically a thing you want to teach, that has not a small, but a massive shortfall in the industry, so that every available person isn't just basically guaranteed a good job. They're guaranteed that they're going to have a good job that treats them well and pays them way above what makes sense, except for the shortage causing it. So that is a thing that when you get away from that and teach history, you have the theoretical possibility of having halfway decent teachers, but in something with a shortfall like that, you don't. A lot of people here teach in universities out of passion, like high-ranking executives. I'm going to say I don't believe that's true. Absolutely don't believe it's true. What you have is people who are in like, unless you're telling me that you truly believe people took a 90% pay cut, I don't think that they're actually really successful people. It's people who are limping by and tell you they're good. That's always what we see. Or retired, right? I've worked with some amazing people that were professors, but it's because they retired out of the field and they were burnt out and they're like, I just want to teach. Yes. And there is always that one exception. I guarantee the number of people that teach in universities out of passion is just so low because there's no way to pay them. And if they were actually really good, the amount of money they would have to give up and the amount of damage they would do to the economy to give it up is too much. I was a public school teacher, and they did evaluations 4 times a year. In the private sector, it was once a year. 4 times a year is crazy. I was about to be a programming professor, but they needed me to have a master's or a PhD, and that's just too much at this point, right? Which really tells you they don't care about the education, right? They're the same thing in the US, right? Everyone wants, in normal situations, they want you to have these advanced degrees. Why? No one who works in that field has those degrees. Only people who couldn't get into the field and had lots of free time to go get those degrees instead, right? Just having that degree suggests you weren't good enough in the field, right? So a university who wants to teach that would avoid those degrees. Not completely avoid them. Some people end up with them accidentally. Some people get gifted them. But expecting it, that is a means of announcing that they don't respect their program. You cannot respect your program if a degree is being used instead of the ability to do the work, right? We talked about this earlier. They're treating them like professionals when really they should be practitioners, right? They're treating them like doctors in the U.S. Expat says, I agree with you. A master's degree is super expensive on a student loan. Doesn't matter if it's a student loan. The time to do a master's degree is super expensive for someone who can program. Just makes no sense. 50,000 becomes 80,000 bad debt, and it wouldn't really teach me anything. That's the real thing from Diego, right? It doesn't get you anywhere in a real programming job. It would get you a, not good enough to be a programmer university job. But once you can be a working programmer, why would you want the university job? People will get the university jobs in the hopes of becoming a programmer, but most are like, well, this is good enough. Because the master's had to be in a class I would give. Nope, that's not logical at all. That makes zero sense. Why would you want someone who needed to go to university to teach at university? That makes zero sense. Whoever said that doesn't have the first concept of education. You want the person who didn't need to go to university to be a web application developer. As someone who hires, I don't want people who have a master's degree. That means you needed your hand held for a really long time. I want the person who learned how to do it in middle school on their own. And that's the person, if someone needed to be taught, that's who I want teaching. If you needed to go through and get a master's degree, I would never trust you to teach it, right? In something that can't, like that has 100% access to be taught without going through the program. And not only does the degree show a lack of ability to handle the material, it also shows a lack of financial acumen, just basic common sense, the ability to process. It's not for all fields in this particular field, right? And this is a well-known one, that this really highlights an inability to understand math. Is that really? Those are two of the most critical things in being a programmer, understanding basic math and being able to learn on your own. If you don't have that, and what's the biggest indicator of not having that? Graduate degrees, right? You have experience, but they want to ignore it. Exactly. Well, it's because they don't want to expose that they don't have the programs for it, that they don't have the curriculum, that there's nothing to actually teach. And that master's had a class in the second semester, Intro to HTML. Okay, so just to be clear, I taught Intro to HTML. We taught it to 11-year-olds because that's when you're supposed to learn it. It's not appropriate for anyone entering university in a technical field to be learning HTML in university. That is something that should be really established long before they consider going into the program. If they have that program, it means that it's not a master's program. That is not a university level program, right? And they're willing to advertise it, which means companies like mine know not to hire people coming out of university in Nicaragua because it's a fake university. It's not IT education. It's not development education, right? Those are really big indicators to companies, and don't think that those universities don't put them in there intentionally, right? Now, same thing in the US. This is not unique to Nicaragua. I would never hire someone who told me about their university experience in the US. Once you've told us that you went to university, we generally are done with your resume, right? Now, if you come through and are like, I went to university, but it wasn't, this is in development, right? This is specifically the field that we hire. Right? A lot of us went to university and we're like, what are we doing? This was a huge mistake. That can work. Or do what I do, just hide it, remove it from my resume. If people ask, I say, yeah, I went, it wasn't a good experience. I once had someone at a job that was like $600,000, like so many years ago. And they're like, you have to have gone to university. You have to have a degree. You have to tell us like your GPA and stuff. And I'm like, people are assholes. All right. Yes, I did PhD work. I have a 4.0 and I'm done. Like this, you have two choices, right? You can find out about my educational work or I can take this job, but I will not take this job if you find out about my academic work because it's embarrassing. And if you care about it, I don't want the shame of working with you morons, right? I walked away and that was, they didn't think I was going to produce master's work, let alone PhD work and a 4.0 and published work in my PhD work, right? And I'm ashamed of it because it was a complete waste of time working with a bunch of professors who were morons, right? Did I think it would be cool to be called doctor? Yes. Was that smart? No, it was incredibly stupid. I made absolute stupid mistakes, but at least I recognized it. The people that I was interviewing with could not. And that was, I want to work with smart people. I want to work with nice people, right? People who are dishonest and trying to cover up their own inadequacies. That's not a happy work environment, right? As No. And the last course was React. Absolutely worthless. Exactly. Your salary is buried in student loan debt. Yeah, we don't have student loans here, so I needed to pay it from my pocket. It's also a lot cheaper. No, they teach on the side, like only on Saturdays. Okay, that's different. Doing extra work as a teacher, that's acceptable. Absolutely. Student loans are net new. Scott, they want the money. Yeah, but who does? Once I passed the technology teacher license exam, and they will still wanted me to go to class to learn how to pass the technology teacher license. What? Technology teacher license exam, and they still wanted me to go to class to learn. Oh, I see. The master's was like $20,000 in a university in Mexico, and it was just stupid. I don't understand how anyone would pay for basic web knowledge. Yeah. They only want the money. That's the thing, is that it's all part of a government welfare program to fund the universities. Like, it creates all these jobs for people who have no value. It's so awful. Working in the field, I passed their license exam, and that made them angry. They wanted me to take their course to pass the exam anyway. Sounds crazy, but it is true. I mean, all of it's crazy, right? It's so blatant that they are incompetent and ashamed, but we all feel like we're not supposed to call it out, but we're doing everyone a disservice if we don't, right? It's important to call it out. It's important to point out that it makes no sense. It's important to point out that it's people trying to steal money and take advantage of people and beat them down by acting like fake made-up titles and degrees mean something. I don't recognize them as universities. I say, look, you're going to lie about what you're teaching. I'm not going to lie about your being a university. Don't pretend to me, right? Oh, Diego says, I mean, the university would pay me good money if I got it, but I can't spend $20,000 on learning HTML. Okay, I want to know, what does the university pay here, and is it public or private? Because if they actually paid good money, right? If it was truly good money, 20,000 learning HTML would be nothing, right? Stupid. And it would never make sense. But if it was really good money, then it would pay. They were paying like $3,000 for class each semester. That's pretty good here. Wait. So break that down. How much would you earn a month for teaching? And is this full-time or just on the side? Because $3,000 for a class is like teaching. That's like $1,000 a month. So private. Semester is, it's more than 4. It's like 4 or 5 months. And is that just 1 day a week? I'm trying to figure out the economics of this. Because charging you $20,000 to pay you $3,000. Okay, so that's on the side. That's not so bad. Andrew's here. Favorite football team? Real Estelí, obviously. 4 months, but just 4 hours a week. Okay. That's decent money then. So it's like $800 a month, but it's only 4 hours a week. So $200 a week for 4 hours. So it's like, that is $50 an hour, right? Assuming you don't have to do anything outside of class, just 4 hours. All for something that you can teach better without a class or a professor. Doing another one from 6 months ago on what money to bring on your Nicaragua vacation. Hi, Scott. This is Louise Hewitson. Maybe it's Louisa Whitson. That might make more sense. Hi, Scott. I'm from the UK and live in Mexico, so I don't have easy access to U.S. dollars in cash. Is it correct that when I arrive in Nicaragua, I need to pay the entry tax only in U.S. dollars? I will probably be entering by land from Costa Rica or probably by boat from El Salvador. Those are very different paths rather than flying in. Also, if you probably covered this in another video that I haven't seen, what is the standard tipping practice? Here in Mexico, it's 10%, but no one tips taxi drivers. And for street food, it's a few coins. Propina jar similar to Nicaragua. Yes, U.S. cash at borders. Tipping is also 10%, restaurants only, and most places seem to have the propina built in, so watch carefully. We only have to tip manually maybe 10% of the time, but it depends where you eat. Of course, never seen tipping on street food. Definitely not tipping taxis. For each class, each group of students, how do you travel there by boat? So there's a ferry between Nicaragua and El Salvador. Not the best ferry, don't get us wrong. Don't be like, oh, a fancy ferry like in Greece, like going to Santorini with like, do we get salmon dinner on the deck as we go through the night and get a nice berth? No, it's like 10 hours going across the Gulf of Fonseca. It's really rough in a tiny little boat. But it's a really interesting thing to do. It goes from Chinandega to La Union in El Salvador. And some people report that it's quite fun and an interesting thing to do. And it's the fastest way over. So definitely consider checking it out. Gecko, the shuttle company, they manage it. I don't know if other people do too, but I know that Gecko does. And I've not taken it yet, but I want to, and my kids want to. So it's pretty cool. So here's the interesting thing, though, from Diego's perspective. So it was Kaiser, and they pay good. Yeah, it's not bad, but charging you $20,000 to do it makes it way less good, right? Like it's on its own. If you could get that money for being good, it would be decent. How did your dean not have the power to hire you? That's insane, right? That sounds like he's not actually a dean. Like a dean has the power to hire. The dean sets how that stuff works. How is he the dean, right? Something's weird here. That's like, he's my professor, but he's not allowed to teach. Really? Something doesn't add up. But he says he can't because of the masters. Who is holding his hands? He's the dean, isn't he? Or who is the dean? And you need a certification. A what? And I don't know, we were both so frustrated. I would imagine he's frustrated because it makes him look, one, like not really a dean, and two, it makes Kaiser not look like a university, right? That statement, to me, Kaiser's not a university. It's not an educational institution. It's a money grab, right? That kind of stuff is exactly the stuff that makes hiring managers go, ooh, what the hell are they teaching? And if they're teaching HTML in a master's class, what are they teaching in the undergraduate classes, right? Basic typing, how to use a mouse, how to turn your monitor on. Like what could you be teaching if intro to HTML doesn't get hit until then? Because we expect HTML to be 6 years before university starts, right? I expect kids who are interested in programming to be doing that. Kaiser wouldn't charge me. I would have to get the degree from University of Mexico. So Kaiser wants you to teach a program they don't have, or they don't respect their own degree enough to use it, or it was just a gift to let you do it in Mexico. It doesn't really make sense. They need approval from the US campus. They need approval from the actual dean. Scott, you're a Superman. 9 hours live streaming is awesome. I do 24-hour live streams, but I use AI to control a talking avatar, which I wrote and sleep while I sleep. Oh, why C++? That's the big question. What makes that the fun language? I mean, sometimes it's just fun, right? Why would Kaiser want you to get a degree from elsewhere? Can you get YouTube? It's all there free. Get YouTube, it's all there free. Diego, none of it makes sense. So the definition of dean, just to be clear, is a title employed in academic administration, such as colleges and universities, for a person with significant authority over a specific academic unit or a specific area of concern, or both. In the U.S. and Canada, deans are usually university professors who serve as the heads of a university's constituent colleges or schools. What you have is a person who, by definition, isn't the dean. So that's right. As a hiring manager, as an American, if he said he was the dean and had that problem, I'd be like, so you just lied to me about being the dean. Just having a title doesn't make you the dean. Being the dean makes you the dean. So the definition of him not being able to have you teach that class makes him, according to the definition that I just read, not a dean. Right. HTML isn't really old school. It's still the standard today. You can learn it quickly, yes, which is why it doesn't make any sense. They don't have a web master's program, so I would need to get the master's from another university. But I thought you were having to teach... I thought you said it was so that you could teach the masters. You had to have the masters to teach the masters. Maybe I just got confused. Oh, you just had to have a master's in the class you would give, which is web development. I see. I misunderstood that statement. Well, HTML is really necessary if you're going to be doing any kind of broad development, right? HTML is the language of the standard interface, and this is really a big difference from, you guys are younger. I come from an era well before HTML, right? I was a programmer for, at least 10 years before HTML existed. Yeah, Diego, I get it now. It makes more sense. Still not good, but it makes more sense. So with we've tried 3JS for some stuff. It's kind of silly. I mean, it's neat. So the before HTML, right? Interfaces were the Wild West. Every interface was different, and that's interesting, right? Because you have this like agnostic view of interfaces, but when HTML came out, it took a long time for it to really get hold, like a good 6 to 8 years, before people really started seeing it as a really strict standard and like, okay, no, this is actually where we're going now. My company was doing business HTML interfaces by '99, and we were anything but a pioneer at the time. We were not leading, we were following. We were young, right? I'm not like we were so far ahead of anybody, but no, not at all, right? We were plenty. No, they have to have a master's to keep some certification. Right. Some certification that marks them as not being respectable. That I don't this is the thing, right? The education system in the US is so corrupt. It makes me so angry that people are allowed to use the word education with it. That should be defamation of people who work in the field. It makes me furious. Well, that's in digital. That's always been the case. But for developers, you have to understand it. It's not old school in any way. And actually, we tend to use it more directly than we ever did. For the last 25 years or so. As a company that does that, right? We absolutely have to be able to see and interpret HTML instantly all the time. It's not something that we can hide behind other tools. Other tools may be being used to generate it, but half the time we're the ones making those tools. But once it's generated, that's still what we have to read. That's what's doing the work, and so we're still very unable to abstract it away. I've experienced teaching undergrad as an adjunct college professor, so ask me what you want about that. Individual says, I was an original user too. Hey, Scott, we are both college professors. Bingo! One of the most discouraging things for me was I was the head of the professional review board for the State University of New York, and constantly being told that the ability to hire students was irrelevant. The students' education was irrelevant. Quality of professors was irrelevant. Teaching topics accurately or that were useful, irrelevant. It was so corrupt and so discouraging and so clearly hated the students. But they also were like, they came to us for an education. What were they thinking? That was the thought process, right? It was like if they could, they would. We can't, and not a single professor in the program that I worked in was qualified to work in his field. Not one, not even close, right? And so it was a very tough thing because they would have this professional review board. So we'd have all these professionals who are like, yeah, we wouldn't hire any of your students. We also wouldn't hire any of your professors. And so all these professors are trying to defend teaching garbage or not teaching at all and not being up to standard. We'd be like, yep, if we saw, if you were to use this as a portfolio, we would never accept this, right? And they're like, oh, some other department told us we're not allowed to expect the students to be able to do these things. So we're not even allowed to teach that standard, whether we can or not, whether the students could or not. We're just not allowed to. I've experienced teaching undergrad. I Scott, we're both cultures. Bingo. Learn the security track for web development. What I'm claiming here is public. Anyone can check it out free of charge. What? Ego says, thank you, but that was a few years ago. I got so drained by the whole thing that really made me not want to do it, and I really love to teach. Right? And so that's exactly. Right? Welcome to, they went out of their way, whether it was the school here or the US school or whatever. They said, oh, we have someone who can teach this. How do we stop them? Right? That's the story everyone has, right? It's such a depressing thing. Same thing for me, right? State University of New York. I was willing to put in work. I didn't get paid. I volunteered. I did it for years. I was the president of the professional review board. I was the only permanent member. I was there overseeing things forever. I voluntarily developed curriculums for K-12 school, and that's one of those things. Finding out what I did for K-12 for 11-year-olds is called master's work in Florida University. Is like, yep, that's what we think of Florida University, right? But you can view the HTML on any website. Just do the view source. Although it's very hard to see. A lot of times it's auto-loaded in JavaScript now, so it's a little bit harder to see. What was I reading? Oh, Brent says, great stuff as always. Just open a Fidelity CMA, blah, blah, blah. Ah. Oh my gosh, why does it always scroll? Someone asked the question. I'm not going to answer it now. Hey, Scott, do you have a video on whether we should retire in Nicaragua or Guatemala? That's a tough one to just answer out of the blue. 9 hours, 34 minutes. This is our longest live stream, by the way. You know, it sucks because I love to teach. I love the idea of teaching. All of it, right? Like it seems so cool, but there's this combination of factors, right? Yeah, the schools are terrible, but you also have the problem of what about the students who are choosing those schools, right? Sometimes they have to. Sometimes it's the only resource they have. We don't know why they're there, but so many times, every time, you know, whenever you talk to a student, you're like, okay, so let me ask you, why didn't you go pick up a book or go look on a website? Like when I was a kid, it was go get a book. But source huge. But what stopped you, other than just a lack of interest, from going and doing this years ago and on your own? And you know, and as someone who did that, right, I don't have a clue what would make someone want to be so we always said that good developers are often programming by age of 12, 13. If you don't catch them by then, the mental pathways don't tend to form. It tends to be a lot harder. They don't tend to look at the world the same. And so you really want to get kids who are interested in it doing it really early. Now, my kids don't want to program, so they did a little bit when they were really little, just to learn the basics. But that's not something that they want to do. It's what I wanted to do since I was 3, like literally 1979 on an original Commodore Super Pet. I knew the thing I wanted to do was program. I loved the concept. And all of it was just this amazing thing that I wanted to do. And so by the time I was 9, I was programming, and I was passionate about it. I cared. And then I was working by the time I was 13. And yeah, I don't expect everyone to be able to do that, but I did it in the era without the internet. I didn't have a good way to see what programming was. I didn't have alternative languages. I didn't have a computer until I was 9. I had to do it all with, you know, it was like, here's what it would be like if a computer was available. And when people have access to so much more, they have access to endless compilers and endless education options and classes and examples and Git repos, and can go online and ask any number of professionals a question at any moment, and AI to assist them now, and just so much. And it's like, nah, who cares? Right? It's like, so now when you have a classroom full of people who had unlimited access all of their lives and said, I don't care. I'm not really interested. I'll only do it if there's a whole bunch of money on the line and someone forces me. I don't want to be a teacher cajoling you into learning something you didn't bother to learn for years and years and years. It's like, that's depressing, right? Diego says, I started programming when I was 13. I did not start earlier because we couldn't afford a computer, but I always loved the idea. Exactly. I started programming the day my family got a computer. And we didn't even get the computer, right? It was my dad borrowed it from somewhere. That's what made me lucky, was that my dad was in a position to be able to borrow a computer for me to learn to program on. It was another couple of years before we owned one. And let me tell you, I was lucky. Right. Expat, how old are you? Hello. I was just texting you. I am. I'm just about to hit 10 hours in like 20 minutes. So I was just texting if you wanted to set up the room and stuff. So we'll be ready to hop in as soon as I think I'll just go to 10 hours because that seems like a really big mark to hit. My kids are like, where are you? The first thing I did, first thing I did was write a program on a Timex Sinclair. That's how old I am. Okay. That makes more sense. For some reason, I thought you were a lot younger and then older, and then I'm very confused. Now I understand. I was so lucky. I wanted to make video games, but I was too poor for that. So web it was. I was really lucky that I didn't want to make video games. That's my saving grace. It really is. Like, I love video games, but I never had like this driving desire to program them. I like the idea of writing them later when there were like stories. But when I was little, when I first fell in love with programming, video games were not storytelling platforms. They were mostly like, Space Invaders or Centipede or whatever. And that did not in any way seem interesting to me. But making business software always seemed interesting to me. And obviously making business software makes more money than video games generally. So that's a really lucky break to just have that be the thing you enjoy. Oh my gosh, what's a Timex Sinclair? All right, hold on. Don't worry, Expat, I will find one. This is a sweet old computer that everyone wants. Oh, there we go. Nice. Hopefully it comes. There we go. That is the Timex Sinclair. 1982, ran on a Zilog ZX81. I hit the first computer to cost under $100. It was not a great computer, let's be fair. But in 1982, it was pretty amazing. For the time, right? You were up against some pretty basic stuff. Oh my gosh, Diego, I've got a thing I've got to find for you. Hold on. This will blow your mind. You can't watch it instead of my live stream. You have to wait. Ooh, Victorian recipe for mincemeat pie from 1845. That sounds good. What am I looking for? There we go. Yes. Oh no, I don't. No. Is this a... Oh, yeah. Oh, I can't put it there. Diego, you have to watch this. This is 1983. this is the show that taught me more about IT than nearly anybody ever learns about IT. It is so amazing how much you can learn from 1983's Basic Introduction to Computers. They taught more to children in Canadian public school using this TV program with actual hand-drawn goofy cartoons than most universities in America have ever taught to PhD graduates. And I'm not kidding. It is so good compared to anything else, and it's so entertaining. Now, for me, it's the most nostalgic thing in my life. It is an absolute joy to watch. I'm so happy that it's got 78,000 views on YouTube just on this one. I think, yes, all the episodes are available. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I actually maintain my own copies of all these episodes that I've had for 20 years because I don't ever want to risk them disappearing. But I fell in love with programming in 1979, but didn't have a computer, as I said. In 1983, my father recorded on VHS this show, Bits and Bytes, off of television for me to watch so that I could learn about computers until I had access to one, which I didn't get access to one until 1985 when I was 9. So this show was, now I did have from time to time, I'd be in like a library or something, somebody would have a computer. From moment to moment, once in a while I would get my hands on a computer, but it would be like I got 5 minutes on a computer once, kind of thing, and be like, ooh, I know what the keyboard sounds like. I know what typing feels like. I got to play with this thing called a joystick or whatever. And in 1984, I had an opportunity twice to spend some time with an original Mac. And then in 1985, I got an IBM PC XT that I was able to learn to program on. It was not mine, but I had a lot of time on it, like significant amount of time. And truly few things in my life take me back in the way that did, right? It was, I just noticed this is a different set of Bits and Bytes episodes than the ones that I have. The ones that I have, I last watched decades ago. And these seem to have been posted around 2017. I make all my staff watch these. I make my kids watch these, I want to say in 2015 or so. And watching this show, not having access to a computer, I just sat down and watched everything. And it taught me how CPUs work and how networking works and how disks work. And to this day, when I'm working with IT practitioners, I'm constantly going like, you need to watch Bits and Bytes because you're missing the stuff from this, right? The stuff that was meant for 8-year-olds in Toronto school, that's who this was made for. In digital IBM's Unix. Was that AIX or was there a Unix before AIX? I'm certified in AIX. I used to be head of IT for IBM. And so these programs I watched over and over again. And going back as an adult and watching with my kids, I feel like I'm 7 again. And it takes me back. It was something I was so connected to that they feel like I just watched them. And I know everything he's going to do. Every moment is familiar. And going back as an adult who's worked in the field for, my gosh, decades since this came out, it's how well they taught the basics that no one seems to know today. Just so unbelievable. Now, this is IT, right? Not programming, but so good in how they taught it. I can't believe. And then if you watch the Computer Chronicles, which was like a TV magazine about computers, the stuff that they were doing in the 80s, it's so old, and yet they knew better about what we'd be doing today than we seem to know today. Like the amount that they were ahead of things, just unbelievable. So it's such a good program. We're at 9 hours, 48 minutes. I tried to help with technology down there. There's a lot of work to be done. Yeah, it's figuring out how to do, how to help education down here is who knows. All of us have taught somewhere, right? But, you know, at the end of the day, something I've learned is students who want to learn will. They'll go out and find the way. Don't get in their way, right? And sometimes they need some help, but my wife just ran into someone. I'm not going to remember where this was or what, but she ran into a guy. His daughter is a, high school student, 15, maybe 16. I don't know. And she did some programming stuff and a whole bunch of stuff. We're going to hire her, right? Because my wife's immediately like, do we have work for her? Let's hire her. Because going out and doing stuff in high school, that's exactly what we want, right? People who can put in a lifetime of teaching themselves and doing stuff. And I published source code listings in ultra advanced college textbooks on assembly language. Nice. We're down to just 14 people. Just so everybody is clear, we're going to go for 10 more minutes. I'm cutting it at 10 hours. It's awesome, and I have the energy to go for a long time, but I need to go hang out with my kids. And we have new Christmas desserts that I want to eat. Yes, people should be there to help them. That being there to help, I think, is the magic, right? My feeling on things, having been in the industry for so long, being old, the majority of people are never going to learn, and they don't want to, and they don't want you to make them. That's not going to make them happy, and it's not going to produce good results. But the people who do want to, they're the people we need to help. The people who are like, I want to do this, how do I do it? The people who are like, I'm trying to do this, but I'm stuck. The people who are like, I did this on my own, but where do I go now? Right? You want to be able to provide resources for those people. You want to provide opportunities. You want to provide guidance or assurance or whatever it is, and make them able to move forward. And I was so lucky to have those kinds of resources that, I put in. I probably had like 3 massively lucky breaks. I mean, everyone who gets anywhere has a whole bunch of lucky breaks, right? But I have 3 really identifiable moments where it's like just in my one field, right? I have huge breaks in other fields as well that all come together. It's all part of the beautiful tapestry of being lucky and privileged. But I had an amazing break when I was 13 and got the opportunity to do really advanced computer science work at Eastman Kodak and become their youngest engineer ever. And I got at 18, I got a really lucky break that just a whole bunch of the stars aligned, and I ended up in the right position that I was at the #1 ranked university at the time, and on my 3rd day of school got offered a job teaching programming in the school. So ended up teaching C and Fortran and then doing IT work as well after a few months, and built this incredible career at 18. And they didn't even know about the work I did at 13. And so twice I managed to break into the field in my teens in things that are still major anchors in my resume today. Not that I have used a resume in 20 years, but if I needed to, that's things that I have. And then at 23, having switched careers a bunch, I happened to be in just the right place at the right time that someone was like, oh, you're switching careers, you want to be in IT, and they had a lot of faith in me and made me a senior executive in their company, and I leapt to a completely different level in IT, and then that leveraged me back into software engineering. But without those breaks, if it wasn't those people having faith, you'd be like, where would you be? Right? You got to have those breaks, and you need those people who are out there looking for people, right? It's, and I'm sure I've had a bunch of breaks that I'm not thinking of, but I have these 3 huge, I was 13 and Eastman Kodak executives were like, yeah, we're hiring that guy. What were they thinking? Right? I had a portfolio and a bunch of stuff, but looking back, it's definitely pretty wild. Digital Dude, you're amazing. The stamina. Happy Mary, my friend. Sorry for acting up. I love Nicaragua. Diego says, while in college, many people came to me to teach them programming, like 25, and I sent them all to watch a 2-hour video and come back. Only one did. And now he and I are the only ones doing well after college. Hang out. Expossess says, C and Fortran, another thing we have in common, Scott. I worked with those. Well, if you were doing assembly on a Sinclair, I don't know if that was what you were doing on the Sinclair. I'm not surprised you worked with those. I really never did C++, which is funny. Obviously I've used it, but very, very little. It was always real C, because I started C with Aztec C. I want to say 87, but I bet it wasn't. I bet it was 88. I did Aztec C, and that was my first intro to C before there was C++. I actually don't know when C++ came out. But Fortran, I did Fortran 77 a little bit after that, but I did way more Fortran than C. Just ended up in the world I was in, but I ended up doing more Fortran and teaching more C. Basic on the Sinclair. Okay. And that's my first computer science job, doing database, building database systems for Kodak, was in Basic. But not on a Sinclair, obviously. But it's amazing. And, when my company made its first software on the Microsoft DNA platform, which is ridiculously dumb, now looking back at it, my LiveStream monitor just showed the images from Peru from 5 hours ago. That's how far delayed it is. It probably wasn't 5 hours. It was 4 hours. That was so long ago. That's crazy. I programmed Microsoft Windows GUI in assembly language. This is public. Nice. We did Basic. What was I saying? Oh, my company, when we did our first systems for hospitals, we used Visual Basic 6, because it was 99 on the DNA platform, which was their new thing, and it's just very garbage, right? But it's what you did at the time for standard HTML interfaces and stuff. It worked. And it got us into production, and I don't think I would change anything now going back. Our next iteration I would probably change. We moved to .NET in 2000. It must have been 2005. I wanted to say 3, but I bet it was 5. We stayed on the DNA for a long time. I remember SQL Server 7, Windows NT 4. 99 was a good year. And it was when Microsoft was still viable. That was the end. That was the last hurrah when Microsoft was like, we got something that's so good you could actually consider using it. But by Windows 2000, I don't know if I could say that anymore. It was it's okay, yeah, it's not that bad, but everything else moved forward and kind of treaded water. Maybe you lost a little bit. I don't know. Diego, and I'm here very humbly only using JavaScript and Python. Programming and assembly, that must have been a headache. My father actually programmed punching cards punching cards in holes. Yeah, we're coming up on 10 hours for sure. Punching holes in cards. But my favorite my dad programming story is in the 1970s, and this is my dad who's often on the live stream, right? He had machine controllers that they had programmed and they had to write in assembly, and they couldn't inject hooks into the software to log anything because it would impact the performance. Like this is on Zilog Z80s, right? And so they were really, really, really careful about how they measured what the things were doing. So if they wanted to test their program, right, you wanted to actually see it running, they had to attach oscilloscopes to the CPU outputs because different assembly calls had different power level outputs. And so they could measure the output and watch the form on the oscilloscope to see if their code had been changed. And of course, they didn't run out of memory. They ran purely out of cache. It was all CPU cache. There was no memory. There was no disk drive. Everything was loaded directly off of switches and punched in, and switches and punched in. So this is even more archaic than the punch cards. And the only way to measure it was on an oscilloscope because anything else would be dramatic cycles for the thing. I hope one day to be as successful an experience as you guys. I wish I was as successful as I sound. No, life has been good. Life's been very good. No, and we hope for you as well, Diego. Hey guys, we got a few seconds left here. Still got 17 people on. This is good. 427 views, hardly a record. Average view time over 31 minutes. Really, really strong average views. Diego, you're young and you've got lots of projects going on. It's a new world. Every generation has a very different path to follow. Yours will look different than ours, but getting in early, being aggressive, teaching yourself, doing your own projects, running your own stuff. Expat says, I had a job that required reverse engineering, so I went for advanced on-the-job training. In short, it was my job, so it was not a headache for me. I made good money at it. Oh, I see. Diego says, it seems weird to me that one day the thing we are doing today will sound so old. Oh, it's so true. Oh my gosh. So Diego, I'm about to wrap up. You need to go watch that Bits and Bytes. And when you do, keep in mind that like from that, when I watched that as a little kid until when I was a professional programmer for Kodak was 6 years. So that's the era. And to me, all of this is this new adventure. And I've always just felt that way about it, right? And I still manage software that I made far closer to that video than to now. And at your age, I was so close to that video, right? Like it's wild. Anyway, thanks so much, guys. Have a good night. I really appreciate everyone hanging out here for over 10 hours. This is absolutely amazing. Hopefully we can do these more. Remember, next week is Christmas. I am not live streaming on Christmas. So spend time with the families, or if you don't feel like spending time with the family, spend some time with the Rompopa, or eggnog in the U.S., and get your Christmas on, and I will be seeing you guys. There's a slight chance I may show up on New Year's Eve, but figure it's going to be next year that I see you guys. So this is probably the official live stream good night for 2025. I'm sure we'll do probably at least 5 or 6 live streams between now and actual next year, but they'll be impromptu surprise ones that are short. So thanks, Expazaz. Night, Tony. Night, Diego.